1st of August, 1941. Sweet Self. Without perfect Brahmacharya, you cannot have substantial spiritual progress. There is no half measure in the spiritual path. Control the body first, then purify your thoughts through prayer, japa, kirtan, vichara, and meditation. Make a firm resolve. I will be a perfect brahmachari from today. May Lord give you spiritual strength to resist temptation and kill lust. Om Tat Sat. Sivananda. Introduction. This world is nothing but sex and ego. Ego is the chief thing. It is the basis. The sex is hanging on the ego. If the ego is destroyed by vichara or inquiry of who am I, the sex idea takes to its heels by itself. Man, master of his destiny, has lost his divine glory and has become a slave, a tool in the hands of sex and ego on account of ignorance. Sex and ego are products of avidya or nescience. The dawn of knowledge of the self annihilates these two enemies of Atman, the two dacoits who are plundering the helpless, ignorant, little false jiva, the illusory I. It is only within recent years that scientific attention has been brought to bear upon the subject of the nature and evolution of the sexual impulse in man. Psychologists and clinical students have made a careful investigation into the phenomena of normal and abnormal sex life among civilized populations of the present day. The close connection of the subject of sex with religion, both in societal evolution and in individual psychology, renders the study of chastity an extremely important chapter in the past and future sociology of the race. Sensuality is inconsistent with wisdom and holiness. The great business of life is to avoid impurity. Even among electrons, there are bachelor electrons and married electrons. Married electrons manifest in pairs. Bachelor electrons exist singly. It is these bachelor electrons only that create magnetic electric force. The power of Brahmacharya is seen even in electrons also. Friend, will you learn some lessons from these electrons? Will you please practice Brahmacharya and develop power and spiritual force? Nature is your best teacher and spiritual guide. The practice of celibacy is not attended with any danger or any disease or any undesirable results, such as the various sorts of complex which are wrongly attributed by the Western psychologists. They have no practical knowledge of the subject on hand. They have a wrong and ill-founded imagination that ungratified sex energy assumes the various forms of complex in disguise, such as touch phobia, etc. The complex is due to some other cause. It is a morbid state of mind due to excessive jealousy, hatred, anger, worry, and depression brought about by various causes. On the contrary, even a little of self-restraint or a little practice of continence is an ideal pick-me-up. It gives inner strength and peace of mind. It invigorates the mind and nerves. It helps to conserve physical and mental energy. It augments memory, will force, and brain power. It bestows tremendous strength, vigor, and vitality. It renovates the system or constitution, rebuilds the cells and tissues, energizes digestion, and gives power to face the difficulties in the daily battle of life. A perfect celibate can move the world, can stop the ocean wave like Jesus, can blow up mountains, can command nature and the five elements like Jnanadev. There is nothing in the three worlds that cannot be achieved by him. All cities and riddhis roll under his feet. Varna ashrama dharmas are particularly extinct now. Everyone is a Vyasa or a Banya with greed for accumulation of wealth, by hook or by crook, by begging, borrowing, or stealing. Almost all Brahmins and Kshatriyas and Banyas and Vaisas. There is no real Brahmin or Kshatriya these days. They want money any way possible. They do not attempt to practice dharmas of their order of life. This is the fundamental cause for the downfall of the man. If the householder discharges strictly the duties of his stage of life, if he is an ideal grahasti, there is no necessity for taking sannyasa. The swell-up in the number of sannyasins at the present moment is due to the failure of householders in the discharge of their duties. The life of an ideal householder is as much difficult and rigid as that of the ideal sannyasin. Privati Marga, or the path of karma yoga, is as much difficult and rigid as that of Nivritti Yoga, or the path of renunciation. There is not much difference in sex between a male and a female when they are young. When they attain puberty, there is a drastic change. Feelings, gestures, body, gait, talk, look, movements, voice, qualities, and demeanor change altogether. Though a lady appears to be gentle and soft, yet she becomes rude, rough, and distinctly masculine when she becomes angry. The feminine grace vanishes when she is under influence of wrath, indignation, fury, and resentment. Have you ever seen a woman fighting in the streets? Women are more jealous than men. They have more moha and passion also. Women have more power of endurance. They are more emotional. Males are more rational, though females are more passionate, yet have more power of restraint than males. After enticing, they keep quiet. The real culprit is man only. He is aggressive. It is he who tastes the forbidden fruit first. Forbidden fruit is really knowledge of good and evil and right and wrong. Women can have darshan of God easily if they just turn their minds in the spiritual path, as the element of love is predominant in them. Sneha-vritti is more developed in them. As a king is no king without treasury, subjects, and an army, as a flower is no flower without fragrance, as a river is no river without water, so also a man is no man without brahmacharya. Hunger, passion, fear, and sleep are common to man and animal. That which differentiates man from animal is jnana and vichara. All these can be secured only by the preservation of the virya. If a man has not got these qualifications, he should really be reckoned as a veritable animal only. Even animals have more self-control than men. It is only the so-called man who has degraded himself much in indulgence. That man in whom the sex idea is deep-rooted can never even dream of understanding Vedanta, realizing Brahman, even after 100 births. Real culture is the establishment of perfect physical and mental brahmacharya. Real culture is the realization of identity of the individual soul with the supreme soul through direct experience. For a passionate, worldly-minded man, the terms self-realization, God, self, vairagya, renunciation, death, and burial ground are very revolting and terrifying because he is attached to objects. The terms singing, dancing, talks about women are very pleasing. The attraction for objects will gradually vanish if one begins to think seriously of the unreal nature of the world. People are burnt by the fire of lust. All measures that are calculated to eradicate this dire disease should be dealt with at large. All people should be fully conversant with the different methods that will help them in rooting out the dire enemy, lust. If they fail in one method, they can take recourse to another. Lust is a brutal instinct in unregenerated men. One should be ashamed to repeat again and again the sensual acts when he is fully aware that the goal of life is self-realization through attainment of purity and practice of constant meditation. An objector may say that these topics should not be dealt with openly and they should be talked secretly. This is wrong. What is the use of hiding things? Hiding is a sin. Through brahmacharya, get over the miseries of mundane life and attain health, strength, peace of mind, endurance, chivalry, material progress, psychic advancement, clear brain, gigantic willpower, bold understanding, retentive memory, abundant energy, power to face difficulties in the daily battle of life and immortality. One who has perfect control over sexual energy attains powers unobtainable by any other means. People talk of brahmacharya, but practical men are rare indeed. A life of continence is really beset with difficulties, but the path becomes smooth for a man of iron determination, patience, and perseverance. We want real practical men on the field who are practical brahmacharis, who can impress people by their strong physique, ideal lives, noble character, and spiritual strength. Mere idle talk is of no use whatsoever. We have had enough idle talkers on the field of platforms. Let some practical men come forward and lead the youngsters by their exemplary lives and spiritual aura. Let me remind you once more. Example is better than precept. The average life of mankind has come to 40 years as against 100 years. Every well-wisher of the country must think over this disgraceful and disastrous state of affairs and apply the proper remedies in time. The future well-being of the country entirely rests on the youths. It is the duty of the sannyasins, saints, teachers, professors, and parents to reintroduce the life of celibacy. Thou art very dear to me, O Krishna, because thou art treading the path of truth. Thou art sincerely struggling. Thou art treading the path of self-realization too. Hence I have given this advice to you. Thou art Nitya, Suddha, Buddha, mukta, atman. O sweet dear Ananda, feel this. Assert this birthright. Claim this birthright amidst other multifarious works. This is better than the cave life. This is dynamic, integral yoga of Siva. This was the yoga of Sankara and Buddha too. My dear brothers, remember, you are not this perishable body of flesh and bones. You are immortal, all-pervading Satchitananda Atman. Thou art Atman. Thou art living truth. Thou art Brahman. Thou art Atman. Thou art absolute consciousness. You can attain this supreme state only by leading a life of true Brahmacharya. In conclusion, I fervently pray with folded hands that you shall sincerely struggle hard to control passion, the enemy of peace and prosperity, by sadhana. A true Brahmachari is a real mighty emperor of this world. My silent adorations to all brahmacharyans. Glory unto them. I pray that the educational authorities, teachers, professors, and elders pay their special attention to this vital subject, brahmacharya, for the uplift of future generations. May the divine splendor shine your faces. May the divine flame grow brighter in you all. May the divine power and peace abide in you forever. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Swami Sivananda. Chapter 1. Brahmacharya. What is Brahmacharya? Brahmacharya is purity in thought, word, and deed. Brahmacharya is celibacy and continence. Brahmacharya includes control of not only the sex or reproductive indriya, but also the other indriyas. This is the definition of Brahmacharya in a broad sense of the term. Brahmacharya denotes the idea of the Vedas and God. Brahmacharya includes character building or right molding of character. Brahmacharya is a sine qua non, most important. It is a great desideratum. It is of vital importance. They say that knowledge is power, but I assert boldly with great assurance and practical experience that character is power, and that character is far superior to knowledge even. Yama is the first step of Raja Yoga. It is the practice of ahisma, satya, asteya, brahmacharya, and aparigraha, non-killing, truthfulness, non-stealing, celibacy, and non-receiving of gifts. Among these, brahmacharya is the most important. In jnana yoga, dhamma or self-control is the foundation for the student. In Mahabharata, Santiparva, you will find many are the branches of dharma, but dhamma is the basis of them all. Brahmacharya is the vital subject for those who want success in material or spiritual life. Without it, a man is absolutely unfit for the worldly activities or spiritual practices. Brahmacharya is the vow of celibacy in word, thought, and deed, by which one attains self-realization or reaches Brahman. The term celibacy is from the Latin celebs, unmarried, single, and signifies the state of living unmarried. Brahmacharya is a divine word. It is the sum and substance of yoga. Through avidya, this is forgotten. It is the supreme yoga, which Lord Krishna emphasizes repeatedly in his immortal song in the Bhagavad Gita. In chapter 6, sloka 14, it is very clearly stated that the vow of brahmacharya is a necessity for meditation. Brahmachari vratra stita. In chapter 17, sloka 14, he says that brahmacharya is one of the requisites for the austerity of the body, sarira tapas. Now, we have another statement made in chapter 8, sloka 11, that yogis practice brahmacharya in order to attain the goals spoken of by the knowers of the Vedas. This is also found in Kathopanishad, chapter 1-2-15. God is rasa, rasovaisa, rasovaisya, rasa is virya, vital fluid or semen. You can get eternal bliss by the attainment of rasa or virya only. Rasohaivavayam labda anandi bhavati. Brahmacharya means control of semen, the study of the Vedas and contemplation on God as defined by Yajnavalakya. Brahmacharya is abstaining from maithuna, all sexual enjoyment, forever, in all places and all conditions, either physically, mentally, or in words. Virya is attained only by your being established in brahmacharya and vice versa. Brahmacharya is the achara or conduct by which you attain or reach Brahman. And it is also said, achara pratodharma is the first and foremost duty of a brahmachari. The first and foremost duty of a brahmachari is the attainment of achara. Brahmacharya is of two kinds, physical and mental. Physical brahmacharya is the control of body. Mental brahmacharya is the control of evil thoughts. In mental brahmacharya, no bad thoughts will enter the mind. The mental one is a little more difficult than the physical, but through sincere exertion, you can well be established in mental brahmacharya. You must keep up the idea of mental brahmacharya always before you. Then you will realize it soon. There is no doubt of this. Brahmacharya means control of not only the reproductive indriya, but also control of all senses in word, thought, and deed. The door to nirvana or perfection is complete brahmacharya. Complete celibacy is the master key to open the realms of Elysian bliss. The avenue to the abode of supreme peace begins from brahmacharya or purity alone. The gratification of every worldly desire is sinful. The flesh should be the abject slave of the spirit, intent upon unearthly things. Man was created for a life in spiritual communion with God, but he yielded to the seduction of evil demons who availed themselves of the sensuous side of his nature to draw him away from the contemplation of the divine and lead him to earthly life. Moral goodness, therefore, consists in renouncing all sensuous pleasures, in separating from the world mentally through discrimination and dispassion, in living solely after the spirit, in imitating the perfection and purity of God. Brahmacharya is a spring flower that exhales immortality from its petals. The special virtues of endurance and bravery are intimately connected with the cultivation of chastity. The technical meaning of brahmacharya is self-restraint, particularly mastery or perfect control over the sexual organ or freedom from lust in thought, word, and deed. Strict abstinence is not merely from sexual intercourse, but also from autoerotic manifestations, from masturbation, from homosexual acts, and from all perverse sexual practices. It must further involve a permanent abstention from indulgence in erotic imagination and voluptuous reverie. Brahmacharya is the basis for the attainment of kaya siddhi. Complete celibacy must be observed. This is of paramount importance. By the practice of yoga, the semen becomes transmuted into Ojas Shakti. The yogi will have a perfect body. There will be charm and grace in his movements. He can now live as long as he likes. Ichamitru. That is the reason why Lord Krishna says to Arjuna, "Become a yogi, O Arjuna." Brahmacharya is freedom from sexual thoughts and desires. It is the control of all indriyas in thought, word, and deed. It is meant for both men and women. Bhisma, Hanuman, Lakshmana, Mirabai, Salubi, and Gargi were all brahmacharyans. Sanskara says, Brahmacharya or spotless chastity is the best of the penances. Such a celibate is God indeed. Brahmacharya is the basis of acquiring immortality. Brahmacharya brings material progress and psychic advancement. It is a potent weapon for waging war against the internal asuras, kama, krodha, labodha, etc. It is a potent weapon for waging war against the internal devils, lust, anger, greed, etc. It contributes perennial joy, uninterrupted and undecaying bliss. It gives tremendous energy, clear brain, gigantic willpower, bold understanding, retentive memory, and good vichara shakti. Through brahmacharya and brahmacharya alone, you can have physical, mental, and spiritual advancement in life. Every one of you should endeavor your level best to mold your character properly. Your whole life and your success in life entirely depends upon the formation of your character. All the great persons in the world have achieved their greatness through character and character alone. The brilliant luminaries of the world have won their laurels of fame, reputation, and honor through character and character alone. 8 Angas of Brahmacharya. The following are the 8 Angas or limbs of Brahmacharya. There are 8 kinds of breaks, so to say, in the current Akhanda Brahmacharya practice, or practice of unbroken celibacy. You must avoid 8 interruptions with great care, sincere exertion, and vigilant circumspection. 1. Darshan, looking at the opposite sex. 2. Sparshan, desire to touch, embrace, or be near a person of the opposite sex. 3. Keli, amorous sport, playing with him or her. 4. Kirtan, praising his or her qualities to your friends. 5. Guya Bashana, conversing with him or her in private. 6. Sankalpa, lustful thought of a man or woman. 7. Adhyavasayam, the strong determination to have carnal knowledge with a man or woman. 8. Kriya Nivritti, sexual enjoyment. Only one who is free from all of the above can be called a true brahmachari. A real brahmachari should ruthlessly avoid all these 8 breaks. A break in any one of these vows is a break of brahmacharya. The point should be very well borne in mind. Manu says, the students, as long as they are in school life, must get into the habit of controlling their sense organs by giving up drink, scents, flower garlands, liquors, and the opposite sex, hot things and all acts of violence, oil, anjanam, eye paste, the use of shoes, umbrellas, gambling, gossips, lies, looking at the opposite sex, hitting each other, and sleeping together with others. The student should never, not even in dreams, let go of his virya. If he does it willingly or knowingly, he fails in his duty. It is death to him. It is a sin. He is fallen victim. By proper sadhana, he should try to preserve the virya. Through brahmacharya and brahmacharya alone, you can get the physical, mental, and spiritual advancements in life. Virya, the vital fluid. Food comes from juice or chyle, from chyle blood, from blood flesh, from flesh fat, from fat bones, from bones marrow, and lastly from marrow semen. The virya comes out of the very marrow that lies concealed inside the bones. It is found in a subtle state in all of the cells of the body. Out of food is manufactured chyle. Out of chyle comes blood. Out of blood comes flesh. Out of flesh comes fat. Out of fat comes bone. Out of bone comes marrow. Out of marrow comes semen. These are the sapta dhatus that support this life and body. Mark here how precious semen is. It is the last essence. It is the essence of essences. Semen is the quintessence of food or blood. 1 drop of semen is manufactured out of 40 drops of blood, according to modern medical science. According to Ayurveda, it is elaborated out of 80 drops of blood. Just as sugar is all pervading in the sugar cane, butter in milk, so also semen is pervading the whole body. Just as buttermilk is thin after the butter is removed, so also semen is thin by its wastage. The more wastage of semen, the more the weakness. In the Yoga Shastras it is said, falling of semen brings death, preservation of semen gives life. Semen is the real vitality in man. It is the hidden treasure for man. It imparts Brahma Tejas to face and strength to the intellect. The 2 testes or seeds that are locked in the scrotal bag are called secretory glands. These cells of the testes have been endowed with the peculiar property of secreting semen from the blood. Just as bees collect honey in the honeycomb drop by drop, so also the cells of the testes collect semen drop by drop from the blood. Then, this fluid is taken by the 2 ducts or tubes to the vesicular seminalis. Under excitement, it is thrown out by special ducts called ejaculatory ducts into the urethra, where it is mixed with the prostatic juice. For a detailed description and functions of all these internal sexual organs, refer to an anatomy book. This knowledge is necessary. I will pass on to the most important portion, sadhana or practical methods to preserve this vital fluid. According to Ayurveda, semen is the last dhatu that is formed out of maja or marrow. From food, chyle is manufactured. Out of chyle comes blood. Out of blood comes flesh. Out of flesh comes fat. Out of fat comes marrow. And out of marrow comes semen. These are the 7 dhatus. There are 3 divisions in each dhatu. Semen nourishes the physical body, heart, and intellect. That man who uses the physical body, heart, and intellect only can have perfect brahmacharya. A wrestler who uses his physical body only but keeps the intellect and heart undeveloped cannot expect to have perfect brahmacharya. He can have brahmacharya of the body only, but not that of the mind or heart. The semen that belongs to the heart and mind will certainly flow out. If an aspirant does only japa and meditation, if he does not develop the heart, and if he does not practice physical exercise, he will only have mental brahmacharya. That portion of the semen which goes to nourish the heart and body will flow out. But an advanced yogi who dives deep into meditation will have full brahmacharya even if he does not take physical exercise. A tree draws the essence from the earth. It is circulated throughout the tree, its twigs, branches, leaves, flowers, and fruits. The shining color and lives in the leaves, flowers, etc. is due to this rasa. Similarly, the virya that is manufactured by the cells of the testes out of the blood gives color and vitality to this body and different organs. One of the students of the Dhanvantari approached his teacher after finishing his full course of Ayurveda and asked him, "O Bhagavan, kindly let me know the secret of health now." Dhanvantari replied, "This virya or seminal energy is verily Atman. The secret of health lies in the preservation of this vital force. He who wastes this energy cannot have physical, mental, moral, and spiritual development. If the spermatic secretion in men is continuous, it must either be expelled or reabsorbed. As a result of the most patient and persevering scientific investigations, whenever the seminal secretions are conserved and thereby reabsorbed into the system, it goes towards enriching the blood and strengthening the brain. Dr. Dio Lewis thought that the conservation of this element is essential to the strength of the body, vigor of mind, and keenness of intellect. Another writer, Dr. E.P. Miller, writes, "All waste of spermatic secretions, whether voluntary or involuntary, is a direct wastage of the life force. It is almost universally conceded that the choicest element of the blood enters into the composition of the spermatic secretion. If these conclusions are correct, then it follows that a chaste life is essential to man's well-being. For protecting the semen, it is essential to wear always a strip of dark red cloth over the private part, for there will be no night emission and growth of the testicles. It is befitting for a celibate to wear always wooden sandals, as thereby the semen will be conserved, eyes will be benefited, life prolonged, and holiness and luster will increase. When the virya is lost once, it can never be recouped in your lifetime by your taking any amount of almonds, nervine tonics, milk, cream cheese, chaya vanaprasha, or makara davaja. This fluid, when preserved carefully, serves as a master key for you to open the doors of the realms of God, or Atman, or Elysian bliss, and for all sorts of higher achievements in life. The vow of Brahmacharya. The vow of celibacy will give you sure protection against temptation. It is a strong weapon to attack lust. If you do not take a vow of celibacy, the mind will tempt you at any moment. You will have no strength to resist temptations, and you will become a sure victim. He who is weak and effeminate is afraid of taking the vow. He brings in various excuses and says, "Why should I be bound by a vow? My will is strong and powerful. I can resist any sort of temptation. I am doing upasana, meditation on God. I am practicing will culture." He repents in the long run. He has no control over the senses. Only that man in whom the subtle desire or the object to be renounced lurks in the corner of his mind brings in such sort of excuses. You must understand rightly and have discrimination and dispassion. Then only your renunciation will be lasting and permanent. If renunciation is not the outcome of discrimination and dispassion, the mind will simply be waiting for an opportunity to get back the object that has been renounced. If you are weak, take a vow of celibacy for a month and then extend it to 3 months. You will gain some strength. You will be able to prolong the period to 6 months. Gradually, you will be able to extend the vow to 1 or 2 or 3 years. Sleep separately and do vigorous japa, kirtan, and meditation daily. You will hate lust now. You will experience freedom and indescribable joy. Your partner in life should also do japa, meditation, and kirtan daily. Chapter 2. Glory of Brahmacharya. Brahmacharya, a sine qua non. Man has degraded himself to a great degree by becoming a puppet of passion. Alas, he has become an imitative machine. He has lost his power of discrimination. He is sunk into the most abject form of slavery. What a lamentable plight indeed. If he wishes to regain his lost divine state and Brahmic glory, his whole being must be transformed. His sex desire must be completely transmuted by entertaining sublime divine thoughts and practice of regular meditation. Transmutation of the sex desire is a very potent, efficacious, and satisfactory way for realizing eternal bliss. Brahmacharya is the very foundation of yoga. Just as a house that is built on a rotten foundation will surely fall down, so also you will fall down from your meditation if you have not laid properly the foundation via the attainment of practice Brahmacharya. You must meditate for a period of 12 years, and yet you will have no success in samadhi if you have not destroyed the subtle lust or craving seed that lingers in the innermost recesses of your heart. You will have to search out carefully this dire enemy, lust, that lies hidden in the various corners of the mind. You can detect its presence only if you are vigilant. Intense self-examination is a very necessity. Just as powerful enemies can be conquered only if you attack them from all sides, so also you can keep the powerful senses under control if you check them from all sides, from within and from without, from above, from beneath. You must not labor under the delusion that you have eradicated the lust completely by adjusting the diet a bit, by practicing pranayama, and by doing a little japa, and then thinking you have nothing more to do. Temptation or Mara may overcome you at any moment. Eternal vigilance and rigorous sadhana are very essential. You cannot attain perfect brahmacharya by limited effort. Just as a machine gun is necessary to kill a powerful enemy, so also constant, vigorous, powerful sadhana is necessary to annihilate the powerful enemy of lust. You must not have false contentment of your little success in brahmacharya. You must not be puffed up with pride for your little achievement in celibacy. If you are put to the test, you will hopelessly fail. You must be ever conscious of your shortcomings, and you must constantly strive to get rid of them. Highest effort is necessary. Then only will you have sanguine success in this direction. It is easy to tame a tiger or a lion or an elephant. It is easy to play with a cobra. It is easy to walk over fire and drink the waters of the ocean. It is easy to uproot the Himalayas. It is easy to get victory in the battlefield. But it is difficult to eradicate lust. But you need not despair even a bit. Have faith in God, in His name, and in His grace. Lust cannot be completely uprooted from the mind except by the grace of the Lord. You are bound to succeed if you have faith in Him. Now you can destroy lust in the twinkling of an eye. The Lord makes a dumb man to speak and a lame man to ascend a steep hill. Mere human effort alone will not suffice. The divine grace is needed. God helps those who help themselves. If you do total self-surrender, Mother Prakriti herself does the sadhana. The senses are very turbulent. The powerful virus that causes syphilis is attacked on all sides by the doctor by various contrivances such as inunction or local rubbing, injection, mixture, powder, etc. So also the senses must be controlled by various methods such as fasting, restriction in diet, pranayama, japa, kirtan, meditation, vichara, or inquiry of who am I. Pratyahara or abstraction, dhamma or self-restraint, asana, bandhas, mudras, hatha yogic exercises, thought control, destruction of the vasanas, etc. A glutton can never dream of becoming a brahmachari. Control of tongue is a sine qua non if you want to observe the vow of brahmacharya. There is intimate connection between the tongue and the organ of generation. Tongue is an organ of knowledge. It is born of the sattvic portion of the water tanmatra. The organ of generation is an organ of action. It is born of the rajasic portion of the water tanmatra. They are sinister organs as the source is the same. If the tongue is stimulated with rajasic food, at once the reproductive organ also gets excited. There should be selection and restriction in diet. The food of a brahmachari must be simple, bland, spiceless, non-irritating, non-stimulating. Moderation in food is very necessary. Stuffing the stomach is highly deleterious. Fruits are highly beneficial. You should take food only when you are really hungry. The stomach will deceive you sometimes. You may have false hunger. When you sit for taking meals, you will have no appetite, no relish. Dietetic restrictions and fasting are very useful auxiliaries in controlling the carnal mind and in the attainment of brahmacharya. You should not ignore or make light of them on any account. Importance of brahmacharya. The Srutis declare this Atman is not attainable by a weak man. In the Gita, you will find that desiring which brahmacharya is performed. O Arjuna, triple is the gate of hell, destructive of the self-lust, wrath, and greed. Therefore let man renounce these thee. Kill this powerful enemy passion by the observance of brahmacharya. No doubt, in the yoga philosophy, much stress has been laid on the importance of brahmacharya. Mark what Siva Samhita says. Death is hastened by letting out semen from the body. Life is saved and prolonged by preserving it in the body. Therefore, semen must be preserved very carefully. There is no doubt that people are born and live a healthy life by preserving semen and die prematurely for want of semen by letting it out of the body. Knowing this, the yogi should always preserve semen and lead a life of strict celibacy. The eminent European medical men also support the statements of yogins of India. Dr. Lewis says, all eminent physiologists agree that the most precious atoms of the blood enter into the composition of the semen. Dr. Nichols says, it is a medical and physiological fact that the best blood in the body goes to form the elements of reproduction in both sexes. In a pure and orderly life, the matter is reabsorbed. It goes back into the circulation, ready to form the finest brain, nerve, and muscular tissues. This vital fluid of man, carried back and diffused through his system, makes him manly, strong, brave, and heroic. If wasted, it leaves him effeminate, weak, and physically debilitated and prone to sexual irritation and disordered function, wretched nervous system, epilepsy, and other various diseases and death. The suspension of the use of the generative organs is attended with a notable increase of bodily and mental and spiritual vigor. Dr. Lewis refers to the ideal moral character of St. Paul and Sir Isaac Newton, saying, "Debility of intellect, especially of memory, characterizes the mental alienation of the licentious." Life of celibacy up to the 24th year, 36th year, 48th year respectively is called inferior, middle, and superior brahmacharya respectively. According to the Vedas, Purushavava Chaturvimsati Vasharni, which means up to the 24th year, a life of celibacy should be observed. Life of a householder, or grahastha, up to 55th to 60th year, which means after 50 Aryans, should go to Tapavan to seek God. Life of renunciation is to seek God or search for truth up to the 75th year, called Vanaprastha. Bhikshu life of mendicant is lived till death. Nowadays, children beget children. Early marriages have wrought physical degeneration and early loss of semen. Man, with his boasted intellect, has to learn lessons from birds and animals. Lions, elephants, and other powerful animals have better self-control than men. Lions cohabit only once in a year. After conception, the female animals will never allow the male animals to approach them till the young ones are weaned and they themselves become healthy and strong. Man only violates the laws of nature and consequently suffers from innumerable diseases. He has degenerated himself to a far lower level than animals in this respect. Ahara, Nidra, Baya, and Maithuna, food, sleep, fear, and copulation, are common to both animals and men. That which differentiates a man from an animal is dharma, righteousness, viveka, discrimination, and vichara shakti, power of thinking. If he does not possess these higher faculties, he is also a two-legged animal. Eminent doctors of the West say that various kinds of diseases arise from the loss of semen, particularly in young age. There are boils on the body, acne or eruptions on the face, blue lines around the eyes, absence of the beard, sunken eyes, pale face with anemia, poverty of blood, loss of memory, loss of sight, short-sightedness, discharge of semen along with urine, enlargement of the testes, pain in the testes, debility, drowsiness, laziness, gloominess, palpitation of heart, dysphonia or difficulty breathing, phthisis, pain in the back, loins, head and joints, etc., weak kidneys, passing urine in sleep, fickle-mindedness, lack of thinking power, bad dreams, wet dreams, restlessness of mind, etc. The future well-being of India entirely rests on Brahmacharya and Brahmacharya alone. It is the duty of sannyasins and yogis to train students in Brahmacharya, to teach asanas and pranayama, and disseminate the knowledge of Atman far and wide. They can do a lot in improving the situation, as they are whole-timed men. They should come out of their caves and kutirs for lokasangra. They should shake off their Maya Veda a bit now. It is sarvam kalvidam Brahma, all that is Brahman now for them. The duty of the parents, guardians, teachers, and professors is therefore to lead a life of celibacy themselves and to train youngsters in Brahmacharya also. Training of youths means nation building. The importance of Brahmacharya was emphasized by our great rishis. Lord Krishna therefore says that one on the path of yoga should be with a heart sincere, fearless, and firm in the vow of Brahmacharya. Again, he who says emphatically that all those who wish to attain the goal should practice Brahmacharya. It is not possible for you to enter the spiritual path that leads to union with God unless and until you control lust and become established in Brahmacharya. If our motherland wants to raise high in the scale of nations, her children, both male and female, should study the important subject of Brahmacharya in all its bearings, understand its supreme importance, and observe this great vow strictly. Any Any system of education which is not based on the principles of Brahmacharya and has not in its curriculum a compulsory study of Sanskrit literature will not be good for Hindus. It is bound to fail. Those who are responsible for giving them a proper system of education are ignorant on this important point, and hence the numerous unfortunate experiments in education. Without perfect Brahmacharya, you cannot have substantial spiritual progress. There is no half measure on the spiritual path. Control the body first, then purify your thoughts through prayer, japa, kirtan, vichara, and meditation. Make a firm resolve. I will be a perfect brahmachari from today. May the Lord give you spiritual strength to resist temptation and kill lust. Secret of health and longevity. Pure air, pure water, wholesome food, physical exercises, outdoor games, walking with brisk steps, rowing, swimming, light games like tennis, all contribute to the maintenance of good health, strength, and high standard of vitality. There are indeed many ways to gain health and strength. These ways are doubtless indispensably requisite, but Brahmacharya is the most important of all. Without Brahmacharya, all your exercises are nothing. Brahmacharya is the master key for opening the realms of health and happiness. It is the cornerstone, the edifice of bliss, and unalloyed felicity. It is the only specific thing that keeps up true manliness. The vital energy, the virya which supports your life, which is the prana of pranas, which shines in your sparkling eyes, which beams in your shining cheeks, is a great treasure for you. Remember this point well. Grasp fully the importance and value of this vital essence of life. Virya is all power. Virya is all money. Virya is God. Virya is God in motion. Virya is God's vibhuti. Lord Krishna says in the Gita, Parushram Nishu, I am the seed or virility in men. Virya is the essence of life, thought, intelligence, and consciousness. Practice of celibacy augments immensely one's mental energy and mental strength. Mental energy is far superior to physical strength. Look at Mahatma Gandhi ji. Physically, he was frail, but his tremendous mental strength was due to his brahmacharya. Abstinence or continence is the cornerstone or foundation on which the pedestal of moksha stands. If the foundation is not very strong, the superstructure will fall down when there is heavy rain. Even so, if you are not established in brahmacharya, if your mind is agitated by evil thoughts, you will fall down. You cannot reach the summit of the ladder of yoga or the highest nirvikalpa samadhi. He who has even a little bit of brahmacharya will tide over a crisis of any disease very easily. If it takes a month for an ordinary man for recovery, this man will be completely all right in 1 week. By the establishment of continence, vigor is obtained. The yogi gets siddhi or perfection by attaining perfect mental and physical brahmacharya. It helps him in achieving divine knowledge and the other siddhis. When there is purity, the rays of mind are not dissipated. Focusing of the mind becomes easy. Concentration and purity go together. Although a sage talks a few words only, a deep impression is produced on the minds of the hearers. This is due to his Ojas Shakti, which is conserved by the preservation of semen and its transmutation. Practice of brahmacharya gives inner strength, good health, peace of mind, and long life. It invigorates the mind and nerves. It helps to conserve physical and mental energy. It augments strength, vigor, and vitality. It gives power to face difficulties in the daily battle of life. A perfect brahmachari can move the world and can command nature and the 5 elements like Janadeva. Have you realized, my dear friends, the importance of brahmacharya? Have you recognized, dear brothers, the true significance and glory of brahmacharya? How can you expect to be strong and healthy if the energy that is acquired through the various means with great difficulty and at great price is wasted daily? It is impossible to be strong and healthy unless men and women and boys and girls try their level best to keep up brahmacharya or the vow of celibacy. Celibacy in different religions. Down the ages, the highest stress has been laid on brahmacharya or sexual abstinence in every religion. Throughout folklore runs the idea that second sight and the vision of supernatural are especially, if not solely, the privilege of the celibates. Westermarck favors the explanation that pollution destroys holiness. A tribe on the Rio Negro enjoyed celibacy upon their shamans because they believed that medicine would prove ineffectual if administered by a married man. Limbichus states that the gods do not hear him who invokes them if he is impure from sexual connections. In Islam, strict continence is required on the pilgrimage to Mecca. It is required for the Hebrew congregation during the theophany at Sinai and before entering the temple. Ancient India, Egypt, Greece enforced the rule that the worshipper must abstain from intercourse with the opposite sex during and before worship. In Christianity, continence was required as a preparation for both baptism and the Eucharist. The highest type of Christian was a celibate. Christian teachers praised celibacy, and marriage came to be in their eyes only a secondary good for those who were unable to serve continence. The bishops of the Greek Church are always celibates, being chosen from the monks. The monk who lowers himself to touch a woman's person with corrupt thoughts while he clasps her hand or keeps his hand on her hair or touches one part or another of her body brings shame and degradation to the order. The present ordination vow is to abstain from all sexual intercourse as long as life shall last. The Jains force on their munis the rule to abstain from all sexual relations, not to discuss topics relating to women, not to contemplate the forms of women. Lust is condemned. Of the myriad vices, lust is the worst. There are other rules subsidiary to his forbidding all actions of an unchaste kind, especially any act or word which might either lead to a breach of the principal rule or give rise to an impression outside the community that it was not being strictly observed. A bhikshu is not only to sleep in any place where a woman is present, or to preach the sacred doctrine in more than 1 to 5 words to a woman unless a grown-up man be present, or to exhort the sisters unless specially deputed to do so, or to journey along the same route with a woman. On his round for alms, he is to be properly clad and he is to walk with downcast eyes. He is not to accept a robe from any woman not related to him, except under specified conditions. He is not to sit in a secluded place with a woman, much less to touch or speak to her with impure intent. Numa was said to have instituted the order of the Vestal Virgins. They remained unmarried for 30 years. Burial alive was the penalty for breaking the vow of chastity. The virgins were distinguished by extraordinary influence and personal dignity. They were treated with marks of respect usually accorded to royalty. Thus, on the streets, they were preceded by a lector, and the highest magistrates made way for them. They enjoyed sometimes exceptional privilege of riding in a carriage. At public games, a place of honor was assigned to them. And after death, they, like the imperators, were also allowed to be buried within the city, because they were above the laws. They enjoyed the royal privilege of mercy, for if they met a criminal on his way to execution, his life was spared. The Buddhist order of mendicants was governed by the 227 rules of the Patimokkha. Of these, the first 4 were of specific gravity. A breach of any of the 4 rules involved expulsion from the order, and they were therefore called the Parajika, or the rulers, as to acts involving defeat. The first rule says, "Whatsoever bhikshu, who has taken upon himself the system of self-training and ruling of life, and has not thereafter withdrawn from the training, or declared his inability to keep the rule, shall have carnal knowledge of any living thing down to an animal. He has fallen into defeat, he is no longer in communion." Withdrawn from the training was the technical expression for throwing off the robes, retiring from the order, and returning to the world, a step which any member of the order was at liberty to take at any time. The Peruvian Virgins of the Sun, a type of priests, were punished with living burial if detected in misconduct. Glory of Brahmacharya. There cannot be any language without vowels. You cannot draw a picture without a canvas or a wall or a background. So also, you cannot have health and spiritual life without Brahmacharya. Brahmacharya brings not only spiritual power, but great material progress and psychic advancements. Brahmacharya is the basis for acquiring immortality. It is the substratum for a life of peace in Atman, or pure spirit, or absolute consciousness. It is the firm support for Brahmanista, which is eagerly longed for by sages, aspirants, and yogic students. It is the potent weapon for waging war against internal asuras, or devils, kama, lust, krodha, anger, lobha, greed, etc. It serves as a gateway for the bliss beyond. Even the rishis, devas, and the denizens of the astral world were at the feet of a true brahmachari, a genuine and established celibate. With this power only, one has to open the sushumna and allow the kundalini to pass through it. 8 cities and 9 riddhis roll under the feet of a true brahmachari. They are ever ready to obey his command. The Lord of Death, Yama, flies away from him. Who can describe the magnanimity, majesty, and true glory of a real brahmachari? Arjuna was a strong man, but he became nervous and gave up his bow on the battlefield. At that time, Lord Krishna explained to Arjuna the doctrines of the Gita. This is due to the power of Brahmacharya. Look at the activities of Bhasima. He possessed superpowers. He had tremendous willpower and physical strength. He could even shake the world with the tip of his little finger. He took the vow of lifelong Brahmacharya. Because of his qualities, the Devas cried out to Bhishma the Terrible, while his original name was Devavrata. He had the power to die at will. Indrajit had a boon of being invincible to all except one who could abstain from all sorts of sensual enjoyment for at least a full 14 years. It was Lakshmana who was the cause for the death of the Indrajit because of his power of Brahmacharya. Carrying a big mountain and other activities were nothing for Hanuman. All these were due to the power of Brahmacharya. The Vedas declare that by Brahmacharya and penance, the Devas have conquered death. How did Hanuman become a Mahavira? It is with this weapon of Brahmacharya that he acquired unsurpassable strength and valor. The great Bhasima, the grandfather of Pandavas and Kauravas, conquered death by Brahmacharya. It is only Lakshmana, the ideal Brahmachari, who put down Meghanda, son of Ravana. It is through the force of Brahmacharya that Lakshmana was able to defeat the invincible Meghananda. The valor and greatness of Emperor Praviti was due to the strength of Brahmacharya. There is nothing in the 3 worlds that cannot be attained by a Brahmachari. The rishis of yore knew fully well the value of Brahmacharya, and that is the reason why they have sung in beautiful verses about the glory of Brahmacharya. Just as the oil comes in a wick and burns with glowing light, and so virya or semen flows by the practice of yoga, sadhana, and is converted into tejas or ojas. This nourishes the brain cells. The brahmachari shines with Brahmic aura in his face. Brahmacharya is the brilliant light that shines in the house of the human body. It is the fully blossomed flower of life around which bees of strength, patience, knowledge, purity, and dhriti or firmness wander about humming hither and thither. In other words, he who observes Brahmacharya will be endowed with the above qualities. Scriptures declare emphatically, by the practice of Brahmacharya, longevity, glory, strength, vigor, knowledge, wealth, undying fame, virtues, devotion to truth increase. The intellect becomes sharp and clear by continence. Strength and dharya, fortitude, are obtained. He is a master of the 3 worlds. No yoga or material or spiritual progress is possible without Brahmacharya. Brahmacharya is the most important virtue of self-realization. A man who has the power of Brahmacharya can turn out immense mental, physical, and intellectual work. He has a magnetic aura around his face. He can influence the people by speaking a few words, or even by his very presence. Look at Mahatma Gandhi. He had acquired this by constant and careful practice of Ahisma, Satya, and Brahmacharya. He wielded the world through power alone. It is needless to say that a true Brahmachari possesses tremendous energy, clear brain, gigantic willpower, bold understanding, retentive memory, and good vichara shakti. Swami Dayananda stopped by the carriage of Maharaj. He broke the sword by his hands. This is due to his power of Brahmacharya. All the spiritual leaders have been true Brahmacharians. Jesus, Sankara, Jnanadeva, Samartha Ramdas were all Brahmacharians. Brahmacharya, the all-important factor. There is no greater curse than the lack of self-restraint. There is no greater sin than the desire for copulation. He who is calm and serene, who is endowed with wisdom of the self, discrimination, dispassion, and divine virtues, becomes a guide for humanity. Cosmic love is a great unifying force. Therefore, cultivating cosmic love through selfless service, loving every creature on this earth. Absolute Brahmacharya is the sine qua non of divine life or spiritual higher life. There is no half measure in the spiritual path. He who is free from lustful thoughts, even in his dreams, is a veritable god on this earth. He is worthy of the world's adoration. Mere control of the animal passion will not constitute Brahmacharya. This is incomplete Brahmacharya. You must control all the organs, the ears that want to hear lustful stories, the lustful eye that wants to see objects that excite passion, the tongue that wants to taste exciting things, and the skin that wants to touch exciting objects. A life of perfect brahmacharya or celibacy in thought, speech, and action is very necessary for attaining spiritual perfection and self-realization. Spiritual path is full of setbacks. As you advance, the temptations and obstacles will become more. Kindle the fire with resistance. Take refuge in the Lord and His name. He who is without violence and who is ever controlled in body attains the eternal abode of immortal bliss. Permit not the sensual objects to tickle your senses and nerves. Be a dhira, or a man of steadfastness. Practice of ethics will strengthen you. There is no meditation for him who is not moral. There is no intuition for him who meditates not. Meditation and virtuous life will enable you to enter the kingdom of peace of the eternal. Brahmacharya is the gateway to moksha or eternal bliss. It bestows superhuman strength and supreme peace. He who is established in brahmacharya can control anger and move the whole world. It is the basis for morality. Brahmacharya or purity can be attained only through constant striving. It cannot be achieved in a day or a week. Lust is doubtlessly very powerful. It is your deadly enemy, but your most powerful friend is the name of the Lord. It will destroy lust from its very root. So always recite and sing Ram, Ram, Ram. Self-control must be your ideal. Self-control gives you immense inner spiritual strength. Therefore, practice self-control. Self-indulgence is not a safeguard against involuntary dreams. Dissipate not thy energy in sensual pleasures. Conserve thy energy. Do noble deeds and practice meditation. You will soon become superhuman. You will commune with God and attain divinity. Chapter 3. Brahmacharya for longevity. Secret of longevity. It is on the mere attainment of establishment of achara that you may be able to attain full age and eternal happiness. You can attain full age even if you are devoid of all other qualities by the establishment of achara only. Achara is character building. You must have a good character, otherwise you will lose your brahmacharya or virya, the vital energy, and thereby attain premature death. Srutis declare full life or age of 100 years for a man. This you can only attain by the establishment of brahmacharya. You have to remember one thing more. The secret of longevity may be based chiefly upon the discretion and choice of food and drink, temperance, sobriety, chastity, and a hopeful, optimistic outlook on life. And so gluttons, drunkards, the idle, the dissipated or lazy, cannot reasonably hope to attain full age. That one may attain to the age of 100 years or more is no visionary statement. According to psychological and natural laws, the duration of human life should be at least 5 times the period necessary to reach full growth. This is a prevailing law which is exemplified in the brute creations. The horse grows about 4 years and lives to be about 12 to 14. The camel grows for 8 years and lives to be about 40. Man grows for about 20 to 25 years. If accidents could be excluded, his normal duration of life should not be less than 100 years. So says Milton Severin of the West. Just compare this to the period of life declared by the Shrutis, Puranas, and Shastras of the Hindus, and the period of brahmacharya as full 25 years. The period of growth for a brahmachari, which can be established by the attainment of virya, is to be had by the rigid attainment of brahmacharya. And so Patanjali Maharshi, writer of Raja Yoga or Ashtanga Yoga, says, Brahmacharya Pristyathayam Virya Labha. There are instances of men who have attained longevity and intellectual powers despite their loose, immoral ways. Obviously, this is due to their prarabdha, but they would have been still more powerful and brilliant had they possessed a good character and continence as well. Brahmacharya in active life. Practice of karma yoga is not possible without brahmacharya. I have given here a short description of methods by which one can be established in physical and mental celibacy. One of the students of Dhanvantari approached his teacher after finishing his full course of Ayurveda and asked him, "O Bhagavan, kindly let me know the secret of health now." Dhanvantari replied, "This virya or seminal energy is verily Atman. The secret of health lies in the preservation of this vital force. He who wastes this energy cannot have physical, mental, moral, and spiritual developments. If the virya is lost, prana gets unsteady. Prana is agitated. The man becomes nervous. Then the mind also cannot work properly. The man becomes fickle-minded. There is mental weakness. The ignorant man is an instrument in the hands of his samskaras and karmas. He slowly gains strength by understanding his real essential nature, by doing spiritual sadhana, by removing the desires and egoism. If the sexual energy is transmuted into ojas or spiritual energy by pure thoughts, it is called sex sublimation in Western psychology. Just as chemical substance is sublimated or purified, so also sexual energy is purified and changed into divine energy by spiritual sadhana, by entertaining sublime, soul-elevating thoughts of self or Atman. In yoga, it is called Urdhvareta, or one in whom the seminal energy has flown upwards into the brain as Ojas Shakti. There is no possibility of semen going downwards by sexual excitement. The process of sex sublimation is extremely difficult. It demands constant and protracted sadhana and perfect discipline. That yogi who has achieved perfect sublimation has perfect control over lust. There is no fear for his downfall. He is perfectly safe. This stage is a very high stage. A microscopic minority only have attained this sublime and exalted state. Sri Sankara, Sri Dattatreya, and Jnanadev of Alandi have reached this state. That yogi who has disciplined himself through ceaseless protracted sadhana, continuous meditation, pranayama, and atmic vichara, the practice of serenity, self-control, vows and observances, is also safe, although he has not attained the stage of perfect sex sublimation. He will have no attraction for ladies. He has thinned out the mind. The mind is starved to death. It cannot raise its hood. It cannot hiss. The process of sex sublimation is very difficult, yet is most necessary for the aspirant in the spiritual path. It is the most important qualification for the sadhaka, either in the path of karma yoga, upasana, raja yoga, or vedanta. You must achieve this at any cost. You will surely attempt this in future births, but why not now? It is the fundamental prerequisite for an aspirant. If one has this one qualification or merit, all other merits will cling to him. All good qualities will come by themselves. It is quite possible for a man to practice celibacy while remaining in the world, albeit there are various sorts of temptations and distractions. Many have achieved this in times of yore. There are many even at the present moment also. A well-disciplined life, study of religious scriptures, satsanga, japa, dhyana, pranayama, sattvic and moderate diet, daily introspection and inquiry, self-analysis and self-correction, sadachara, practice of yama, niyama, physical, verbal, and mental tapas in accordance with the teachings of the 17th chapter of the Gita will pave the long way in the attainment of this end. People have irregular, unrighteous, immoderate, irreligious, undisciplined life. Just as the elephant throws sand on its own head, so also they themselves bring difficulties and troubles on their own heads on account of their foolishness. Sex sublimation is within your reach if you wish to attain it. The path is quite clear, straight and smooth if you understand it, and if you apply yourself with patience, perseverance, determination, and strong will, if you practice discipline of the indriyas, right conduct, right thinking, right action, regular meditation, assertion, autosuggestion, and inquiry of who am I. Atman is nirvakara or formless. Feel this. Can there be any trace of lust or impurity in the eternal pure Atman? Thou art Nitya, Suddha, Buddha, Mukta Atman, eternal, pure, perfect, all-wise, free self. O sweet dear Brahmananda, feel this. Assert this birthright. Claim this hereditary property. You can even fight with that old man of the Upanishads. Claim this birthright amidst typewriting, arranging the chapters of the book, and other multifarious works. This is better than cave life. This is the dynamic internal yoga of Siva. This was the yoga of Sri Sankara and Lord Buddha too. Brahmacharya, basis of health. If the spermatic secretion in man is continuous, it must be either expelled or reabsorbed. Whenever the seminal secretions are conserved and thereby reabsorbed into the system, it goes towards enriching the blood and strengthening the brain. Dr. D.O. Lewis taught that the conservation of this element is essential in strengthening the body, vigor of mind, and keenness of intellect. Another writer, Dr. E.P. Miller, declares, all waste of spermatic secretions, whether voluntary or involuntary, is a direct wastage of life force. It is almost universally conceded that the choicest elements of the blood enter into the composition of the spermatic secretion. If these conclusions are correct, then it follows that a chaste life is essential to man's well-being. Brahmacharya is the basis for the attainment of kaya siddhi, perfection of physical health. Complete celibacy must be observed. This is of paramount importance. By the practice of yoga, the semen becomes transmuted into Ojas Shakti. All the cells are vivified or galvanized by the power of Ojas. The practice of Brahmacharya, pranayama, sirsasana, and other hathic yoga kriyas, and meditation entirely renovates the system and gives new strength, vigor, and vitality to the cells. The yogi will have a perfect body. There will be charm and grace in his movements. He can live as long as he likes. That is the reason why Lord Krishna said to Arjuna, Tasmat yogi bhavarjuna, therefore become a yogi. Chapter 4, Brahmacharya and Education. Modern education. If you compare the present system of education with our ancient Gurukula system, there is a wide gulf between the two systems. In the first place, the present system of education is very costly. The moral side of education is absolutely ignored in the present moment. Every student in the Gurukula was pure. Every student had perfect moral training. This was the predominating feature of ancient culture. Every student had a knowledge of pranayama, mantra, yoga, asana, code of morals, Gita, Ramayana, Mahabharata, and Upanishads. Every student possessed humility, self-restraint, obedience, spirit of service and self-sacrifice, good demeanor, politeness, courteous nature, and last but not least, a desire for acquiring Atmajnana. Many college students of the present day do not possess any of these virtues at all. Self-control is a thing unknown to them. Luxurious living and self-indulgence begin from their very boyhood. Arrogance, impertinence, disobedience are deep-rooted in them. They have become confirmed atheists and rank materialists. Many are ashamed to say that they believe in God. They have no knowledge of brahmacharya and self-control. Fashionable dress, undesirable food, bad company, frequent attendance in theater and cinemas, applying Western manners and customs have rendered them weak and passionate. Brahmavidya, Atmajnana, Adhyatmic science, Vairagya, wealth of moksha, Atmic peace and bliss are quite foreign to them. Fashion, style, Epicureanism, gluttony, luxury have occupied their minds. It is very pitiable to hear the life history of some of the college students. In Gurukula, boys were healthy and strong and lived long. It has indeed been detected that the health of the students has deteriorated throughout India. Moreover, the vices and bad practices which are ruining their health are also on the increase. There is no ethical cure in modern schools or colleges. Modern civilization has enfeebled our boys and girls. They lead an artificial life. Children beget children. There is racial degeneration. The cinema has become a curse. It excites passion and emotion. Nowadays, in cinemas, vulgar scenes and immoral plays are enacted even when they show the stories of Mahabharata and Ramayana. I again have to reiterate with force that the present system of education in India needs a thorough, drastic overhauling immediately. Professors of some colleges insist on the students putting on fashionable dress. They even dislike students who wear clean but simple clothing. A great pity this is. Cleanliness is one thing and fashion is another thing. This so-called fashion takes root in worldliness and sensuality. Duty of teachers and parents. A great onerous duty rests on the teachers and professors of schools in training the students in the path properly. They themselves should be strictly moral and pure. They should be endowed with ethical perfection. Otherwise, it will be like the blind leading the blind. Before taking into the profession of a teacher, every teacher should feel the high responsibility of his position. Mere intellectual achievement in the art of delivering dry lectures alone will not adorn a professor. When a student reaches the age of maturity, certain growths and changes take place in the physical body. Voice changes, new emotions and sentiments arise. Naturally, they become curious. They consult the street boys. They are ill-advised. They ruin their health by vile habits. A clear knowledge of sexual health, hygiene, brahmacharya, how to attain longevity, how to control passion, etc. should be imparted to them. Parents should teach their children the various stories from Mahabharata and Ramayana that relate to brahmacharya and right conduct. Parents should advise their children often and often on the subject of brahmacharya. This is their imperative duty. Candid talks to the boys and girls are very necessary when they are showing signs of puberty. There is no use of beating around the bush. Matters that relate to sex should not be kept hidden. It will only be a false modesty if the parents feel shy to talk to them on this most important subject. Silence will only excite their curiosity. If they can understand these things clearly in time, surely they will not be misguided by evil companions and they will not develop bad habits. O teachers and professors, wake up now. Train the students in the path of Brahmacharya and righteousness and morality. Make them true Brahmacharyans. Do not neglect this noble work. You are morally responsible for this onerous work. This is your yoga. You can have self-realization if you take up this work in right earnest. Be true and sincere. Open your eyes now. Explain to the boys and girls the importance of Brahmacharya and instruct them in the various methods by which they can preserve the virya, the soul force or Atma Shakti that is hidden within them. Teachers who have disciplined themselves first should first hold private talks with students and give them regular practice lessons on Brahmacharya. Reverend H. Peckenham Walsh, late principal of SPG College, Tiruchirappalli, used to hold regular talks with students and give them regular practical lessons on Brahmacharya and self-control. The future destiny of the world rests with teachers and the students. If the teachers train their students in the right direction, in the path of righteousness, the world will be filled with ideal citizens, yogins, and jivan muktas who will radiate light, peace, bliss, and joy everywhere. Magic lantern demonstrations on the subject of Brahmacharya, on the lives of the Brahmacharyans of yore, on the stories of Mahabharata and Ramayana should be regularly conducted in schools and colleges. This will be a great help in elevating and inspiring the students to a high moral standard. Blessed is he who truly endeavors in making his students true Brahmacharyans. Twice blessed is he who tries to become a real Brahmachari. May the blessings of the Lord Krishna be upon them. Glory to the teachers, professors, and students. Chapter 5. Brahmacharya and Urdhvareta Yogi. Who is a Brahmachari? A Brahmachari is one who is attempting to realize Brahman by conducting a life of absolute celibacy. Brahmacharya is the conduct of leading a celibate life. The Anugita says, one who has passed beyond all disciplinary actions and rests in Brahman and moves about the world as Brahman himself is called a Brahmachari. There are two types of Brahmacharyans. The Naishtika, who is a celibate all throughout his life, and the Upakurvana, who will become a householder or grihastha after the completion of his religious study. A true Brahmachari only can cultivate bhakti. A true Brahmachari only can acquire jnana. Without Brahmacharya, no spiritual progress is possible. Therefore, I have given below some practical methods to get success in Brahmacharya. Brahmacharya is absolute freedom from sexual desire and thoughts. A Brahmachari must be free from lustful looks always. Lord Jesus says, if you have a lustful look, you have already committed adultery in your heart. A true Brahmachari will not feel any difference in touching a woman, a piece of paper, a log of wood, or a piece of stone. Akhanda Brahmachari. An Akhanda Brahmachari, who has not allowed even a drop of semen to come out for a period of 12 years, will enter into samadhi without any effort. Prana and mind are under his perfect control. Bala Brahmacharya, Brahmacharya from the very childhood, is a synonymous term for Akhanda Brahmacharya. An Akhanda Brahmachari has strong Dharana Shakti, power of grasping, Smriti Shakti, retentive memory, and Vichara Shakti, power of enquiry. An Akhanda Brahmachari need not practice manana and nididhyasana, reflection and meditation. His intellect is pure and his understanding is clear. Akhanda Brahmacharyans are very, very rare, but there are some. You can also become an Akhanda Brahmachari if you attempt in the right manner with earnestness. Mere matted hair, applications of ashes to the forehead and body cannot make one an Akhanda Brahmachari. That Brahmachari who has controlled the physical body and his physical indriyas or organs, but who constantly dwells in sexual thoughts, is a confirmed hypocrite. He should not be trusted. He will become a menace at any time. He cannot be called a Brahmachari. If you can remain as an Akhanda Brahmachari for a period of 12 years, you will realize God immediately without any further sadhana. You have already achieved the goal of life. Mark here the word Akhanda, unbroken. Become a Naishtika, lifelong Brahmachari. Naishtika Brahmachari is one who takes a vow to remain as a celibate throughout his life. He may at once take sannyasa also without entering the householder's life. Dear Shyama, you are Naishtika Brahmachari, one who has taken the vow of remaining as a celibate in thought, word, and deed throughout your life. Now even the sun will tremble before you, because he is afraid of being pierced by you through your power of Brahmacharya. You are the glorious son of suns now. Urdhvareta Yogi. An Urdhvareta yogi is one in whom the seminal energy flows upwards to the brain and is stored as Ojas Shakti, which is used for contemplative purposes in the practice of dhyana. In an Urdhvareta yogi, the seminal energy is transmuted into spiritual energy, or Ojas Shakti. The process of transmutation is termed sex sublimation. An Urdhvareta yogi will have no wet dreams. He not only converts the semen into ojas, but checks through his yogic power, through purity in thought, word, and deed, the very formation of semen by the secretory cells of the testes, or seeds. This is a great secret. Allopaths believe that even in an Urdhvareta yogi, the formation of semen goes on incessantly, and that the fluid is reabsorbed into the blood. This is a mistake. They do not understand the inner yogic secrets and mysteries. They are in the dark. Their drishti, or vision, is concerned with the gross things of the universe. The yogi penetrates into the subtle hidden nature of things through yogic vision and yogic chakshus, inner vision of wisdom. The yogi gets control over the astral nature of semen and thereby prevents the formation of the very fluid itself. According to the yogic science, semen, or suklam, exists in the subtle state throughout the body. It is withdrawn and elaborated into gross form in the sexual organs under the influence of sexual will and sexual excitement. To be an Urdhvareta yogi is not merely to prevent the emission of gross semen already formed, but to prevent its formation as gross seed. An Urdhvareta yogi will realize Brahman quickly. Mere Shravana, or hearing of scriptures, is quite sufficient for him to obtain Brahma Anubhava, or Atma Sakshatkara, self-realization. If the sexual energy is transmuted into ojas, or spiritual energy, by pure thought, it is called sex sublimation in Western psychology. Just as a chemical substance is sublimated or purified by the raising of heat into vapor, which again becomes solid, so also the sexual energy is purified and changed into divine energy by spiritual sadhana, by entertaining sublime, soul-elevating thoughts of self, or Atman. In yoga, one is called Urdhvareta yogi in whom the seminal energy has flown upwards into the brain as Ojas Shakti. Ojas is spiritual energy that is stored up in the brain by sublime thoughts, meditation, japa, worship, asana, and pranayama practice. The sexual energy can be transmuted into Ojas Shakti and stored up in the brain. This energy can be utilized for divine contemplation and spiritual pursuits. Anger and muscular energy can also be transmuted into ojas. A man who has a great deal of ojas in his brain can turn out immense mental work. He is very intelligent. He has a magnetic aura in his face and lustrous eyes. He can influence the people by uttering a few words. A short speech can produce tremendous impressions on the minds of the hearers. His speech is thrilling. He has an awe-inspiring personality. Sankara, an Akhanda Brahmacharyan, worked wonders through his power of ojas. He did Dikvijaya and held controversies and heated debates in different parts of the country with learned scholars through his powers of ojas. A yogi always directs his attention in the accumulation of divine energy by unbroken chastity. Preserve the vital fluid very, very carefully, my dear readers. Become an Urdhvareta yogi through purity of thought, word, and deed. The body of a man who is truly an Urdhvaretas has the scent of a lotus. A man who is not a brahmachari, in whom gross semen is formed, may on the other hand smell like a buck goat. The semen dries up in those who practice pranayama seriously. The semen energy ascends up into the brain. It is stored up as Ojas Shakti and comes back as Amrita, or nectar. More energy is wasted during copulation. The whole nervous system is shaken or agitated during the act. But it is not so when emission occurs during the dreaming state. Further, the actual essence does not come out during wet dreams. It is only the watery prostatic juice with a little semen that is discharged during nocturnal pollutions. When nocturnal emissions take place, the mind, which was working in the inner astral body, suddenly enters the physical body in an agitated condition. That is the reason why emission takes place suddenly. The energy that is wasted during one's sexual intercourse is tantamount to the physical energy that is spent in physical labor for 10 days, or mental energy that is utilized in mental work for 3 days. Mark how precarious, mark how precious is the vital fluid semen. Glory to the yogis who have attained Urdhvareta, or full sex sublimation, and who are resting in their own swarupa. May we all practice perfect celibacy throughout the practice of sama, control of mind, dhamma, control of the senses, viveka, discrimination, vichara, inquiry, vairagya, dispassion, pranayama, breath control, japa, repetition of the Lord's name, dhyana, meditation, and reach the goal of life. May the indweller of our hearts grant us spiritual strength to control the indriyas or senses and mind. May we all become full Urdhvareta yogis like Sri Shankara, Sri Jnanadev of yore. May their blessings be upon us all. Thermometer in Brahmacharya. A man has 1,001 desires, but the central strong desire is the sexual desire. All hang on this central basic desire. Desire for money, desire for son, desire for property, desire for houses, desire for cattle, etc. come later on. Because the whole creation of this universe is to be kept up, God has made the sexual desire very, very powerful. Otherwise, many Jivan Muktas would have cropped up quite easily, just as graduates from universities. It is easy to get university qualifications. It demands a little money, memory, intelligence, and a little strain. But it is an uphill climb to obliterate the sexual impulse. He who has completely eradicated lust and is established in mental brahmacharya is Brahman, or God himself. There is always a complaint amongst men that they do not get good success in brahmacharya, despite their earnest efforts and sincere practices. They get unnecessarily alarmed and discouraged. It is a sad mistake. There is a barometric reading and thermometric registration in the spiritual realm also. It is subtle. The spiritual barometer registers or indicates advancement in mental purity, even to the minutest degree. You want asura buddhi, pure intellect, to comprehend the degree of purity. Intense sadhana, burning vairagya, and mumukshutva, or burning for liberation, bring the highest degree of mental purity quickly. Even if anyone repeats Gayatri or Om for half an hour daily, the spiritual thermometer registers at once a minute degree of brahmacharya or purity. You are unable to note it on account of your impure buddhi. Do sadhana for 1 to 2 years regularly, then compare your present state of mind with that of the previous year. You will surely find a vast change. You will experience or feel more calmness or purity and more force and strength. There is no doubt of this. A great deal of exertion is needed. Chapter 6. Lust and Passion. Eradication of lust. A lustful man becomes shameless. A greedy man loses courage. An angry man loses health. Therefore, destroy lust, greed, and anger. As long as lust smells sweet in your nostrils, so long you cannot entertain sublime divine thoughts in your mind. Give up tasty food, reading, conversation, imagination, and associations that are likely to stimulate sexual desire. Do not look at a woman with an evil eye. If she is old, treat her as your mother. If she is young, treat her as your sister. And if she is very young, as your child. Lewdness or licentiousness is a very broad way to destruction of death. Be pure, be chaste. Slay this licentiousness, the dire enemy of man. Power of lust. Lust is the greatest enemy on earth. It devours a man. A great deal of depression follows the sexual act. You have to exert a lot in earning money to please your wife and satisfy her wants and luxuries. You commit various sorts of sins in acquiring money. You mentally share her pains and sorrows and the pains and miseries of your children as well. You have to worry in 1,001 ways in running the family. As two minds cannot agree, there will always be quarrels in the house. You have to unnecessarily multiply your wants and responsibilities. Your buddhi or intellect gets spoiled. On account of heavy loss of the seminal fluid, you will suffer from disease, depression, weakness, and loss of vitality. Consequently, you will have an early death. Therefore, become an Akhanda Brahmachari, lifelong celibate. Free yourself from all miseries, worries, and troubles. Energy expended in one sexual intercourse is tantamount to the expenditure of mental energy in mental work for 24 hours or to physical energy in physical labor of 7 days. The fly runs towards the fire or lamp thinking that it is a flower and gets burnt up. Even so, the passionate man runs towards a false, beautiful form of thinking that he can get real happiness and gets himself burnt in the fire of lust. Man has degraded himself to a great degree by becoming a puppet of passion. Alas, he has become an imitative machine. He has lost his power of discrimination. He has sunk into the most abject form of slavery. What a sad state. What a lamentable plight indeed. If he wishes to regain his lost divine state of Brahmic glory, his whole being must be transformed. His sex desire must be completely transmuted by entertaining sublime thoughts and practice of regular meditation. Transmutation of sex desire is a very potent, efficacious, and satisfactory way to realize eternal bliss. When a man is excited by passion, the prana is set in motion. Then the whole body obeys the dictates of the mind, just as the body of a soldier obeys the command of the commander. The vital air or prana moves the internal sap or semen. The semen is put into motion. It falls downwards, just as the clouds burst into rainy water, just as fruits, flowers, and leaves of the tree drop down by the force of the blowing winds. If the virya is lost, prana gets unsteady. Prana is agitated. Man becomes nervous. Then the mind also cannot work properly. The man becomes fickle-minded. There is a mental weakness. There is no hope for you to have self-realization or knowledge of the self if you are not well established in Brahmacharya. Brahmacharya is the master key to open the realms of eternal bliss. Brahmacharya is the very foundation of yoga. Just as a house that is built on a rotten foundation will surely fall down, so also you will fall down from your meditation if you have not laid proper foundation via the attainment of perfect Brahmacharya. You may meditate for a period of 12 years and yet you will have no success in samadhi if you have not destroyed the subtle lust or craving seed that lingers in the innermost recesses of your heart. You will have to search carefully for this dire enemy, lust, that lies hidden in the various corners of your heart. Just as the fox hides itself within the bush, so also the lust hides in the substratum and corners of the mind. You can detect its presence only if you are vigilant. Intense self-examination is a very necessity. Just as powerful enemies can be conquered only if you attack them from all sides, so also you can keep the powerful senses under control if you attack them from all sides, from within, from without, from above, and from beneath. Regular meditation and japa of mantra, sattvic diet, satsanga, practice of pranayama, sirsasana, and sarvanga asana, study of religious books, vichara, or enquiry into the nature of Atman, or who am I. Seclusion for 3 months on the banks of any holy river will entirely annihilate lust, however powerful the old samskara and vasana may be. Positive always becomes negative. You need not be discouraged at any rate. Plunge yourself seriously into meditation, kill Mara or temptation, and come out victorious in the struggle. Shine as a brilliant yogi. There is ever pure Atman. Feel this. O Visvarajan, Emperor of the Universe. Anger is nothing but a modification of passion like curd from milk. If passion is not gratified, and if anyone stands in the way of his gratification of lust, the passionate man is sure to become indignant and furious. When the lustful man becomes furious, infatuated, or full of delusion, confusion of memory, loss of reason, etc. follow in the wake, and he perishes. When a man is furious, nothing in the world can stop his anger. He will speak harsh words and do anything. He becomes uncontrollable. The fight begins with a few hot words and ends with stick blows, stabbing, free fights, and murder. There is no panacea more potent than Brahmacharya to eradicate the dire malady lust of ignorant persons and to make the aspirant well established in Brahman. Brahmasthiti. All sorts of sex anomalies and evil habits of various sorts, i.e. masturbation, sodomy, etc., must be completely eradicated. They bring about total breakdown of the nervous system and immense misery. A gentle man who has given up smoking and drinking, though married, wants to practice Brahmacharya. His wife has no objection, but he himself finds the discipline hard. His trouble is especially in the control of sight. The street is my chief enemy, he said to me. This means that the eyes are attracted to well-dressed ladies. An aspirant says, while I have practiced vigorously pranayama, japa, and meditation, my mind was not polluted, even if I saw half-nude ladies. But when I left the practice, I was not able to control my sight, and I was attracted by well-dressed ladies in the streets and half-nude pictures that are pasted in front of picture houses. The sea beach and mall road are my enemies. Bhartrihari says, for food I have what begging brings, and that too tasteless, and one day for bed, the earth, and for attendant, the body itself. For dress, I have a worn-out blanket made of 100 patches. Still, alas, lust does not leave me. Jeremy writes to the Virgin Eustochium about his struggle for abstinence and the power of lust. Oh, how many times, while in the desert, in vast solitude, which burnt by the heat of the sun, offers but a horrible dwelling to monks, I imagined I was among the delights of Rome. I was alone, my limbs were covered by a wretched sack, and my skin was as black as an Ethiopian's. Every day I wept and groaned, and if I unwillingly was overcome by sleep, my lean body lay on the bare earth. I say nothing of my food and drink, for in the desert even invalids have no drink but cold water. Well, I was out of fear of hell, had condemned myself to this prison, companion of scorpions and wild beasts. Often seemed in imagination among a band of girls. My face was pale with fasting, and my mind within my frigid body was burning with desire. The fire of lust would still flame up in a body that has already seemed to be dead. Effects of bad company. What is the state of your mind when you attend a dance or a party, or when you read the mysteries of the court of London? What is the state of mind when you attend the satsanga party of Swami Jayendapuri Maharaj of Banaras, or when you are at Rishikesh on the banks of the Ganga in a secluded place, or when you study the soul-elevating classical Upanishads? Compare and contrast your mental state. Remember that there is nothing so utterly ruinous to the soul as evil company. Aspirants should shun ruthlessly all sorts of evil company. They should not listen to the stories concerning women, the luxurious ways of rich persons, pungent food, vehicles, politics, silken clothing, flowers, scents, etc., because the mind gets easily excited. It will begin to imitate the ways of luxurious persons. Desires will crop up. Attachment will also come in. Immoral songs produce a very bad, deep impression in the mind. Aspirants should shun places where vicious songs are sung. Obscure pictures, vulgar speeches, and novels which deal in romance and produce ignoble, mean, undesirable sentiments in the heart. Whereas, the sight of a good picture of Krishna, Rama, Jesus, or Buddha, and hearing sublime songs of Suradas, Tulasidas, and other saints induce noble sentiments and sincere devotion in the heart, producing divine thrill and tears of joy with divine love, which elevate the mind to bhava samadhi instantaneously. Do you see clearly the difference now? Anything that brings impure thoughts in mind is of bad company. O aspirants, fly away from the company of worldly-minded persons. Get away from the bustles of cities and tumultuousness of the world. Those who talk of worldly affairs will quickly pollute you. Your mind will waver and begin to wander. You will have a downfall. If you go to some secluded place or live in the company of sadhus, you will be far away from the danger zone. The magnetic aura and powerful thought currents of developed adepts produce a tremendous influence on the minds of lustful people. Have constant satsanga. Wet dreams and spermatoria. More energy is wasted during copulation. The whole nervous system is shaken or agitated during this act, but it is not so when the emission occurs during the dream state. Further, the actual essence does not come out during wet dreams. It is only the prostatic juice with a little semen that is discharged during nocturnal pollutions. This is also a constituent of the vital fluid, semen. This must be stopped. A sexual act shatters the whole nervous system. There is excessive loss of energy. In a wet dream, it may be the outflow of the prostatic juice only. Even if there is loss of the vital fluid, there is not much drain. The night discharges may not stimulate the sexual desire, but the voluntary copulation, in the case of a sincere aspirant, is highly detrimental to his spiritual progress. The samskaras or impressions created by the act will be very deep, and it will intensify or strengthen the force of previous samskaras that are already embedded in the subconscious mind and will stimulate the sexual desire. It will be like pouring of ghee in the fire that is slowly getting extinguished. The task of obliterating this new samskara will be an uphill work. You should completely give up copulation. The mind will try to delude you in a variety of ways by giving wrong counsels. Be on the alert. Do not hear its voice, but try to hear the voice of the conscience, or the voice of the soul, or the voice of discrimination. Many young men are troubled by wet dreams or nocturnal emissions and spermatoria. This dire disease, spermatoria, has eaten away the very core of the heart of many brilliant youth who were once very promising students. This terrible scourge has sapped the vitality or the very essence of many students and even grown-up people and has made them physical, moral, and spiritual bankrupts. This deadly curse has stunted the growth of many young people and made them bemoan their past ignorant, vicious habits. This wretched malady has blighted the hopes of many a young person and brought despair, gloom, shattered health, and dilapidated constitution. I received numerous letters of pathetic tales of dissipated, lost youth. A recent trend in the increase of vulgar, cheap, aphrodisiac literature and obscene films, both Indian and Western, have added to the miseries of misguided youth. Loss of the vital energy creates great fear in the mind. The body becomes weak, memory fails, the face becomes ugly, and the young man is not able to remedy his pitiful condition due to shame. But there is no cause for despair. Even if a few of the hints in the following pages are observed, he will develop the correct attitude to life and will lead a disciplined spiritual life and ultimately attain supreme bliss. Difference between physiological pollution and pathological pollution. Spermatoria is involuntary seminal discharge. Nocturnal discharge, night pollution, svapna dosha, wet dream are all synonymous terms. Ayurvedic doctors call this disease sukramega. This is due to the evil habits in the youth. In severe cases, discharges occur in daytime also. The patient passes semen along with urine during micturition. If there is occasional discharge, you need not be alarmed a bit. This may be due to the heat in the body or the pressure of loaded bowels or bladder on the seminal bags. This is not pathological condition. Night pollution is of two kinds, namely physiological pollution and pathological pollution. In physiological pollution, you will be refreshed. You should not be afraid of the act. You should not mind if the discharge of semen is very occasional. You need not worry about it. This is also a slight flushing of the apparatus or a periodical cleansing through a slight overflow of the reservoir in which the semen is stored up. This act may not be attended with evil thoughts. The person may not be aware of the act during the night, whereas in pathological pollution, the act is accompanied by sexual thoughts. Depression follows. There is irritability, languishment, laziness, inability to work and concentrate. Occasional discharges are of no consequence, but frequent nocturnal pollutions come with depression of spirits, debility, dyspepsia, low spirits, loss of memory, severe pain in the back, headache, burning of the eyes, drowsiness, and burning sensation with urination or during the flow of semen. The semen becomes very thin. Causes and consequences. Wet dreams and spermatoria may be due to various causes like constipation, a loaded stomach, irritation-producing or wind-producing food, impure thoughts, and long self-abuse done in ignorance. Seminal weakness, nocturnal emissions, lascivious dreams, and all other effects of immoral life will surely lead one to a miserable state of living if not checked by proper sadhana. Nocturnal discharges can be easily checked by a few doses of camphor monobrahmata pills and other mixtures, but these medicines cannot produce a permanent cure. One can get a temporary relief during the time one takes the medicine. Even doctors of the West admit that such medicines cannot affect a permanent cure. The moment the medicine is discontinued, the patient will find his disease all the worse. In some cases, the patient becomes impotent by the use of these drugs. The only effective permanent cure can be had through the system of ancient yoga. There is no strength higher than that of yoga. The different methods given in this book will enable you to get success if practiced regularly. Do not be carried away by the pompous advertisements made by the quacks and charlatans. Lead a simple, natural life. You'll become all right soon. Do not spend any money in buying the so-called patent medicines and specifics. They are worthless. Quacks try to exploit the credulous and the ignorant. Do not go to the doctors. Endeavor to qualify yourself as your own doctor. Understand the laws of nature, the principles of hygiene and health. Do not trespass against the laws of health. A warning against evil sex habits and outbursts of anger. Avoid all kinds of self-abuse. They drain away your vital energy and leave you like a dead man, or like the sugarcane from which the juice has been extracted. Virya is indeed a priceless possession. Do not waste it for the sake of a momentary excitement and sensation. Give up the evil habit at once. You will be entirely ruined if you continue the practice. Open your eyes. Wake up now. Become wise. Shun evil company. Do not cut jokes with women. Practice chaste look. Up to this time, you were blind and ignorant. You were in the dark. You had no idea of the disastrous effects of this evil practice. You will lose your eyesight. You will have dimness of vision. You will have shattered nerves. Do not look at the reproductive indriya. Do not even touch the generative organ with your hands now and then. This will aggravate your kama vasana or sexual desire. When it gets erection, do mula baddha and uddiyana bandha. Repeat Om mentally several times with meaning. Think of purity. Do 20 pranayamas. The cloud of impurity will pass off soon. Sexual excesses and outbursts of anger and hatred should be given up. If the mind is kept cool and calm at all times, you will have wonderful health, strength, and virility. Energy is depleted by fits of anger. The cells and tissues are filled with morbid poisonous materials when one loses his temper and entertains deep hatred. Various sorts of physical ailments crop up. The blood becomes hot and thin, and consequently, night pollution results. Various sorts of nervous diseases are attainable to excess loss of seminal energy and frequent fits of explosive anger or wrath. Importance of proper food and evacuation. Most of the diseases take their origin in overeating. Observe moderation in diet. Avoid late suppers. The evening meal should be light and eaten before 6 or 7 p.m. If possible, take milk and fruits only by night. No solid or liquid should be taken after sunset. When you take milk, mix ginger essence in it, or boil crushed ginger with milk before taking the milk. Give up hot chutneys, garlic, onion, and pungent foodstuffs. Hot curries, chilies, and chutneys make the semen watery and lead to frequent wet dreams. Take bland, soothing, non-irritating simple food. Give up smoking, liquor, tea, coffee, meat, and fish. For micturition at night, immediately get up to empty the bladder. A loaded bladder is the cause for wet dreams. Before retiring to bed, answer the calls of nature. If there is severe constipation and the bowels are loaded, they will press the vesicula seminalis and consequently there will be discharges at night. To relieve constipation, the use of enema is most essential. The use of laxatives is not much benefit as it creates heat in the body. Never stop the urge to answer the calls of nature. If worms are present in the bowels, remove them by a dose of worm powder in the night and take up a purgative of castor oil in the following morning. This will keep the bowels regular. Sometimes the discharges take place on account of excessive heat buildup in the body, excessive walking or travel, eating a large quantity of sweetmeats or chilies and salt. Give up tea, coffee, chilies, excessive sweets, and excessive salt. Avoid dainty dishes, sauces, savories, and pastries. Have occasional fasts, say once a week. Do not drink even water on those fasting days. Do not ride too much on the bicycle. Chew pieces of yellow variety of harad or myrobalan very often. When there is frequent discharge, dissolve 2 pinches of camphor in a cup of milk and take it occasionally at night. Take a half seer of milk in the early morning and a half seer at night. Get up before 4 a.m. Night pollution generally occurs in the 4th quarter of the night. Those who are in the habit of getting up between 3 a.m. and 4 a.m. and doing japa and dhyana can never fall victim to nocturnal pollutions. Make it a point to get up at least at 4 a.m. regularly. Sleep on a coarse bed. Use rough mats. Sleep on the left side. Allow solar nadi pingala to work throughout the night through the right nostril. In acute cases, sleep on the back until recovery. If you are a married man, sleep in a separate room. You should never allow your wife to massage your legs at night. This is dangerous practice. For protecting the semen, it is essential to wear always a strip of cloth over the private part, for there will be no night emission and growth of testicles. Therefore, always wear a langota or kaupan or loincloth. You will not get inflammation or any other disease of the testicles. This will help you in keeping up Brahmacharya. Wear a wet kaupan at night when you go to bed if the disease is very troublesome. It is befitting for a celibate to wear always wooden sandals, as thereby the semen will be conserved, eyes will be benefited, life prolonged, and holiness and luster increased. Take to the name of the Lord. Practice japa and meditation in the morning as soon as you get up for an hour or 2. Also, do this before sleeping at 10 p.m. This is a great purifier. This will strengthen the mind and the nerves. This is the best remedy. If you get wet dreams and have a plunge bath in the morning, do 20 pranayamas. Repeat the Dietary mantra 108 times. Pray to the sun. O sun, let my lost strength be restored. Pray to the sun in the early morning before sunrise. O Lord, the eye of the world, the eye of the Virat Purusha, Give me health, give me strength, vigor, and vitality. Do Surya Manaraskarya early in the morning. Repeat the 12 names of the sun at sunshine. Bask in the sun. The benefits of a hip bath. Take cold hip baths by sitting in a tub of water and keeping the legs outside the tub. This is very invigorating and energizing. Cold hip bath tones and soothes the nerves of the genitourinary system and stops nocturnal discharges in an efficacious manner. This is a general nervine tonic as well, as all the nerves are braced up. The hip bath can be conveniently managed at home in a big zinc tub. Aged persons and convalescents can use lukewarm water. Wipe the parts with a dry towel and put on warm clothing. Or stand up to your navel in a river, lake, or tank for half an hour. Repeat Om or Gayatri or any other mantra. Rub the lower part of the abdomen or belly with a coarse Turkish towel or piece of khadi cloth several times. This can be practiced twice daily, morning and evening, in the summer season. Cold douches, spinal douches, and cold shower bath are of immense use in the practice of Brahmacharya. Shower baths can be easily installed at home by fixing the spray apparatus at the tap. Sirsasana, Sarvangasana, Siddhasana, Sukhapurvak Pranayama, and Uddiyana Bandha are very effective in eradicating spermatoria. Practice them and realize the incalculable benefits. Practice deep breathing and Bhastrika Pranayama. Take long walks. Take part in sports. Some helpful suggestions. Complete cure may take at least 1 to 6 months according to the intensity of the disease. If the disease is of long standing, the cure may take a long time, as nature's processes are slow, though sure. Whenever you are haunted by sensual thoughts, you should try to replace them by holy thoughts about your favorite deity. Let any disease be there, ignore it, deny it. Think and meditate on the pure self. Keep yourself fully occupied. Do not give room for the mind to think about the body or the disease. This is the treatment for any kind of disease. Sing Hari's name in a variety of ways. When you are tired, take to the study of religious books, do selfless service, run in the open air, swim in the river, remove the stones and pebbles lying on the roads, write down your Ishta mantra in a notebook for 1 hour. Purify the mind by cultivating devotion to God. Do japa and meditation. Study spiritual books. Pray to God. Observe Brahmacharya. Do not mix unnecessarily with women. See only the Divine Mother in them. Develop Atmabhava and all. Avoid cinemas, novels, newspapers, bad company, evil talks. Do not look into the mirror frequently. Do not use scents or fancy clothing. Do not attend dance or music parties. Do not look at the mating of animals and birds. Root out love of leisure and ease. Overcome laziness and always keep the body and mind engaged in some useful work. Keeping the mind constantly engaged is one of the greatest secrets of Brahmacharya. Lead a disciplined, rigorous life. Do not brood over the disease too much. It will pass off. When bad thoughts appear in the mind, repeat the name of God and pray to Him. Ultimately, the Lord's divine grace and helping hand is the sure antidote for all diseases. Rely on God. Be devoted to purity and piety. Cherish sublime thoughts. Read sacred literature. Naught shall assail you. This weakness will pass away. Do not be anxious, worried, and depressed over it. Depressing thoughts are dangerous. Worry will only weaken you more. Learn lessons from the past and be benefited therefrom. Do not brood over the past and be weakened. Change your angle of vision. Practice enquiry. Meditate on the advantages of celibacy. Think of the lives of Akhanda Brahmacharyans like Hanuman, Bhishma, and others. Think of the evils of a sensual life, loss of health, shame, disease, and death. Cultivate discrimination. You are a child of the Lord of the universe. The bless is within you. There is not an iota of pleasure in the sense objects. Dissociate yourself from the body. Identify with the Lord. If your mind is pure and healthy, your body will too be pure and healthy. Therefore, forget the past and take to a new, better life of virtue and spirituality, love of God, and aspiration for the higher divine life. Learn to find taste in the divine life. Do more sadhana with greater intensity. You will be completely changed and a blessed person. 1. Avoid indigestion and overeating. 2. Take long brisk walks. 3. Use enema. 4. In empty stomach, twice daily, take the juice of lemon in warm water with honey. 5. In lieu of the evening meal, take milk and fruits. Add ginger powder to milk. 6. Drink Tulasi or holy basil decoction prepared as follows. Boil little ginger, pepper, Tulasi leaves in a glass of water, strain, add thin milk and a little sugar. May the divine splendor shine in your face. May the Lord bless you with health and long life, peace, prosperity, and kaivalya. A jnani will have no dreams. He who is established in Brahmacharya will not get even a single bad dream. Dream serves as the criterion to judge our mental state or the degree of mental purity. If you do not get impure dreams, you are growing in purity. Evils of immoral life. What do we find in these days? Men and women, boys and girls, are drowned in the ocean of impure thoughts, lustful desires, and little sensual pleasures. It is highly deplorable indeed. It is really shocking to hear the stories of some boys. Many college students have personally come into me and narrated their pitiable lives of gloom and depression brought about by heavy loss of semen by unnatural means. Their power of discrimination or viveka has been lost owing to sexual excitement and lustful intoxication. Why do you lose the energy that is gained in many weeks and months for the sake of little momentary pleasures? A good bit of energy is wasted during copulation. The whole nervous system is shaken or affected during the act. Bad memory, premature old age, impotence, various sorts of eye diseases, and various nervous diseases are attributable to the heavy loss of this vital fluid. It is greatly shocking indeed to see many of our youths walking with tottering steps with pale, boldless faces owing to loss of this vital fluid instead of jumping hither and thither with agile, nimble limbs with vigor and vitality like a squirrel. Those who have lost much of their virya become very irritable for little things. They lose their balance of mind quickly. Little things upset their minds. Those who have not observed celibacy become slaves of anger, jealousy, laziness, fear, etc. If you have not got your senses under control, you venture to do foolish acts which even children would not dare to do. Mark carefully the evil after effects that follow the loss of seminal energy. Persons are physically, mentally, and morally debilitated because of the want of brahmacharya or wasting the seminal power by so many chances for nothing. The body and mind refuse to work energetically. There is physical and mental lethargy. You experience much exhaustion and weakness. You generally take recourse to drinking milk, eating fruits, and aphrodisiacal confections, etc. to make good the lost energy. Remember that these things can never repair the loss. Once lost, it is lost forever. You will have to pass your lives in a gloomy manner, dragging, of course, a dreary, cheerless existence. Physical and mental strength will be diminished day by day. Cleanliness of life is very necessary for physical and spiritual growth. Boys and girls suffer in silence on account of ignorance, on account of misuse of bodily parts which constitute a definite drain upon the vitality, and this retards normal mental and physical progress. When the human system is deprived of its natural secretions, there must be a corresponding decline in nervous energy. This is the reason why functional disorders develop. The number of wrecks is increasing. Young boys suffer from anemia, bad memory, and debility. They have to discontinue their studies. Diseases are increasing. Thousands of injections have come into the pharmacy, hospitals, and dispensaries. Thousands of doctors have opened their clinics and shops. Yet misery is increasing day by day. People do not get success in their enterprises and business. What is the reason for this? The reason is not far to seek. It is because of wastage of the vital force of semen through evil habits and immoderate sexual intercourse. It is because of an unclean mind and unclean body. If a man wishes to prosper in life, he must give up gambling, drinking, prodigality, excessive sleep, drowsiness, fear, anger, indolence, and procrastination. The vital forces, when conserved properly, become transmuted into wonderful energy and strength. It will augment your will force, faculties, and capabilities. You will have a dynamic personality. You can work wonders in any walk of life. Teachers and parents should give proper instructions to boys and girls as to how they should lead a clean life of brahmacharya. They should get rid of a false sense of modesty and shame. They are a good deal responsible for the ignorance of boys and girls. There has been more suffrage caused by the ignorance of these matters than anything else. You are paying the price of ignorance, the false modesty, that matters of sex and sexual physiology should not be discussed. The teachers and parents should diligently watch the conduct of children. They should clearly impress on their minds the vital importance of clean life of Brahmacharya and the dangers of an unclean life. Pamphlets on Brahmacharya should be freely distributed to them. When the impurities emerge from the subconscious mind and come the surface of the conscious mind with formidable force, do not try to resist them. Repeat your Ishta mantra. Do not think of your defects or evil qualities much. It is enough if you introspect and find out your defects. Do not try to attack evil qualities. Then they will show their long faces. Do not worry yourself. I have got so many defects and weaknesses. Positive always overcomes negative. Cultivate sattvic virtues through meditation and the development of positive qualities through Pratipaksha Bhavana method, and all the negative qualities will die of themselves. This is the right method. Evil thoughts. An evil thought enters the mind, and there comes an erection of the indriya. It is not a marvel. Because this occurs very often, it does not appear to you as a miracle or a marvel. One mighty sun appears, and the whole world is illumined. This is also a great marvel, wonder of wonders, because this happens daily. You have taken it as a common occurrence. One jnana sarva, the Atman, illumines all minds. This is the marvel of marvels. You have ignored this vital point on account of your ignorance. Mind is a great electric battery. It is a dynamo indeed. It is a powerhouse. The nerves are insulated wires to transmute the electrical currents, nerve pulses to various organs, tissues, and the extremities, hands, feet, legs, etc. If you keep lemon juice or taraman juice in a gold cup, it is not spoiled or tainted. If you keep it in a brass cup or copper vessel, it gets spoiled and becomes poisonous. Even so, if there are some vishaya vrittis or sensual thoughts in the pure mind of a person who practices constant meditation, they will not pollute and induce vikara or passionate excitement. If there are sensual thoughts in persons with impure minds, they cause excitement in them at once when they come across sensual objects. There are some internal thoughts such as lust, anger, jealousy, greed, hypocrisy, pride, cunningness, diplomacy, etc. There are external thorns also, such as bad company, obscene pictures, novels, vulgar songs, talkies, etc. Anything that brings impure thoughts in the mind is a bad company in a broad sense. Even a rishi was excited at the sight of a pairing of two fishes. There is a vibration of thought in mind owing to vibration of the psychic prana. This force of thought is transmuted with a tremendous lightning speed along the nerves to the organs. The physical body is fleshy mold prepared by the mind in accordance with the samskaras and vasanas for its own experience and enjoyment. The mind sways the organs of an undisciplined, passionate man who has boisterous, revolting indriyas. It becomes an obedient, faithful servant of a trained, developed yogi. An ever-vigilant brahmachari should always watch his thoughts very carefully. He should never allow even a single bad thought to enter the gate of the mental factory. If his mind is ever fixed on his dhyeva or lakshaya, or object of meditation, there is no room for the entry of an evil thought. Even if an evil thought has entered the trapdoor of the mind, he should not allow the mind to assume a mental state with this idea. If he falls victim, the thought current will be transmuted to the physical body. Burning of the indriyas and the physical nervous system will follow. This is a serious condition. The bad thought should be nipped in the bud by supplanting counter-divine thoughts. It should not be allowed to penetrate the physical body. If your will is strong, the evil thought can be driven at once. Pranayama, various prayers, vichara, atmic contemplation, saguna meditation, satsanga, etc. can nip the evil thoughts in the bud at the threshold of the mental factory. The combat will be keen in the beginning. When you become purer and purer, when your willpower develops, when you develop more sattva or more purity, when you have the habitual meditative mood, you will be established in physical and mental brahmacharya. Understand the power of thought and utilize it profitably. Understand the ways of the mind. Learn how to use the pure will. Become vigilant, dexterous watchmen of your thoughts. Curb them before they raise their hands out of the mind through skill and wisdom. Entertain divine thoughts. It is the mind that really does all actions. A desire arises in your mind and then you think. Then you proceed to act. The determination of mind is put into action. First, there is sankalpa or thought, and then comes action. Therefore, do not allow sexual thoughts to enter the mind. No space is empty at any time. This is the law of nature. If one thing is removed from a place, immediately another comes to take its place. The same law holds good in the case of the inner mental world also. Therefore, it is necessary to obtain sublime thoughts to replace evil thoughts. As you think, so you become. This is the immutable psychological law. The vicious mind is gradually divinized by entertaining divine thoughts. That which is thought of is spoken by the tongue, and that which the tongue speaks of, the organs of action do. That is the reason why it is said in the Vedas, "Let my mind think of auspicious things." Entertain sublime divine thoughts. The old evil sexual thought will gradually vanish, just as the old nail in a plank is driven away by inserting over it a new nail. The eye is the window of the mind. If the mind is pure and calm, the eye is also calm and steady. He who is established in Brahmacharya will have lustrous eyes, sweet voice, and beautiful complexion. Fashion, a terrible curse. He who wears simple dress, who is free from this terrible scourge of fashion only, can do karma yoga. One should be fully aware of the disastrous effects of fashion. People are dying for fashion. Gents and ladies have become absolute slaves of fashion. If there's a slight error in the cutting of a gown or a uniform, there are damaged suits in the courts of London and Paris against tailors. Even if Delhi and Mumbai have become Paris nowadays, you can see the multifarious fashions in the evening. Fashion consists of half nudity. They will call this scientific hygienic ventilation of the exposed parts. Half the chest, half arms, half legs must be exposed. This is fashion. They have full control over their hairs. This is their city or psychic power. They can cut it and dress it in any way they like in a hairdressing salon. Fashion increases and excites passion. Even a poor lady at Delhi pays 100 rupees for making a simple, ordinary frock. She never thinks a bit how her husband will be able to manage all these things. Poor husband, a slave of passion, a miserable soul, borrows here and there something, takes bribes in various ways and pleases his wife anyhow with an outward smile and an inward burning resentment. He kills his conscience and destroys his intellect and walks self-deluded in this world and gets carbuncles and pyorrhea as a result of his bad actions. He cries when he is in trouble. I am a great sinner. I cannot bear this pain. I have done many bad actions in my previous birth. O Lord, forgive me, save me. But he never tries a bit to improve his lot in this birth. The whole world can be clothed out of the cuttings of the vain, fashionable people. Money is wasted enormously in fashion. Man wants, after all, a very little on this earth, a pair of ordinary clothes, 4 beads, and a tumbler of water. If this money that is wasted in fashion is utilized in virtuous actions, in charity and service of society, man will be transmuted into divinity. He will be in the enjoyment of eternal peace and bliss. What do you see now, instead, in fashionable people? Restlessness, anxiety, worry, fear, depression, and pallor of face. They may be dressed in silken gowns or dinner suits, in up-to-date fashion and style with stiff, double-collar ties and bows, but you see in their faces cheerlessness and ugliness. The canker of worry, greed, and passion, and hatred has eaten up the very core of their hearts. If you ask a baron of England to remove his boots and hat when he is about to enter a Hindu temple, he feels he has lost all personality. Look at the vanity of an egoistic man. A small piece of leather, a cardboard covered with cloth make up a mighty baron. Minus these, he dwindles into an airy nothingness. There is no spirit or strength in him. The pulse fails at the waist. He cannot talk now with the same force. The world is full of people with a small heart and little understanding. They imagine that turbans and fashionable long coats, hats, and boots constitute a big man. A really big man is one who is simple and free from egoism and ragadavesha, likes and dislikes. Why do ladies and gents put on fashionable dress? They want to appear as big people in the eyes of others. They think they will get respect and honor by putting on fashionable dress. The wife wants to appear beautiful in the eyes of her husband. She wants to attract him. The husband puts on fashionable dress to attract his wife. The sister of ill fame wants to get more customers by putting on fashionable dress. This is all delusion. Can a fashionable dress give real beauty? This is all artificial decoration, temporary false glittering, decaying false beauty. If you possess good virtues such as mercy, sympathy, love, devotion, and forbearance, you will be respected and really honored. This will give everlasting beauty, even though one is clad in rags. Fashion is a terrible curse.
It is a dreadful enemy of peace. It infuses evil thoughts, lust, greed, and devilish tendencies. It fills the mind in worldly taints. It begets poverty. Fashion has made you a beggar of beggars. Annihilate this desire fashion to the very root. Wear simple clothing. Have sublime thinking. Do not keep company with fashionable people. Remember, those saints who lead a simple life and those living persons of today are very simple. Simplicity causes piety. It will infuse divine thoughts. You will be free from worry and unnecessary thoughts. You can devote more time to divine contemplation and spiritual pursuits. A sattvic man or lady is really beautiful. He or she does not require any artificial decoration with gold pins, with nose screws, or with any ornament or fashionable dress. Millions of people are attracted unconsciously towards them, even when they are in very poor dress. How simple was Mahatma Gandhi in his dress? He had a loincloth only. How simple was Ramana Maharshi? He had a kaupin only. A loincloth and a kaupin were their personal effects. They did not want suitcases or trunks to carry their dresses. They were as free as a bird. The life of Krishnashram of Gatrori, Brahmendra Saraswati of Sendamalagabam, Salem, Tamil Nadu, had not even a kaupin. They were absolutely nude. They were in the same state as they were when they were born. This body is like a big wound or ulcer with various filthy discharges. It has to be bandaged simply with any piece of cloth. Silken, laced borders, frills, etc. are not necessary. It is the height of folly to decorate this filthy, perishable compound of flesh and bone with artistic borders. Have you realized your foolishness now? Stand up. Give up fashion now. Take a vow. Give me a definite promise that you will use simple clothing from this very second. You came naked and you will go naked. Your silken waist thread and upper cloth even will be snatched for the use of your grandchildren when you are on the deathbed. Why then do you make these ceaseless selfish efforts for earning money and preparing fashionable dress? Realize your folly. Learn to discriminate. Get wisdom of the self and rest in everlasting peace. O fashionable man, O fashionable woman, O ye slayers of inner Atman, why do you waste your time, energy, and life in vanity, in running after fashionable dresses? This is highly preposterous. The beauty of beauties, the undecaying source of beauty, the everlasting beauty is ever shining in the chamber of your hearts. The whole beauty of this world is a mere shadow or reflection of the fountainhead of beauty. Purify your heart, control your mind and senses. Sit quietly in a room and meditate on this beauty of beauties, your immortal friend, Atman, or the highest self. Realize this self. Then and only then are you really happy. Then and only then are you really rich. Then and only then are you really a big man. Passion. Any strong desire is passion. Passion is an intense, overpowering feeling such that the mind is as if passively swayed by it. Any intense, inordinate, continuous affection or impulse, as the passion of love, pride, jealousy, avarice, etc., specifically ardent affection for one of the opposite sex, is passion. Amorous feeling is passion. A fit of intense and furious anger is also passion. Passion is an emotion by which the intellect is swayed. An object of strong desire is passion. We say music becomes a passion with Ram. Passion is an enemy of peace, devotion, and wisdom. If you do not have victory over passion, it will annihilate your happiness, health, and peace. He who is ruled by passion is the worst of slaves. Passion is like a convulsive fit. It is a momentary excitement. It weakens you after enjoyment. Passion is like an unruly horse. Govern it through prudence, dispassion, and discrimination, and grow wiser and better. Deliver yourself from passion and you will be free. Destroy your ruling passion, your master passion first. Then all other passions can be easily annihilated. A dictator or a king rules the people, but passion rules the dictator or the king. A sage or a yogi alone is a master of the passion. He alone is ever happy, blissful, and peaceful. Your headstrong passion shuts the door of the illimitable king of bliss. Slay this passion and enter the domain of bliss. The strongest animal of passions is that with which you cling to life mundane. Have passion for God realization. This will kill all animal passions. Conquest of passion. In the broad sense, passion means any strong desire. There is passion for service of country and patriots. There is passion in first-class aspirants for God realization. In some people, there is strong passion for novel reading. There is passion for reading religious books, but generally, in common parlance, passion means lust or strong sexual appetite. This is a physical craving for sexual or carnal gratification. When any sexual act is repeated very often, the desire becomes very keen and strong. The sexual instinct or reproductive instinct in man involuntarily prompts him for sexual acts for the preservation of his species. Passion is a vritti or modification that arises from the mind lake when the Rajoguna predominates. It is an effort or product of avidya or ignorance. It is a negative vikara in the mind. Atman is ever pure. Atman is Vimala or Nirmala or Nirvakara. It is Nitya Sudhi. Avidya Shakti has taken the form of passion for keeping up the Leela of the Lord. You will find the Chandipath or Durga Saptasati. I bow to that Devi who has taken the form of passion in all of these beings. Passion is in a seed state in young boys and girls. It does not give them any trouble. Just as the tree is latent in the seed, so also passion is in the seed state in the mind of children. In old men and women, passion gets suppressed. It cannot do any havoc. It is only in young men and women who have reached adolescence that this passion becomes troublesome. Men and women become slaves of passion. They become helpless. Rajasic foods such as meat, eggs, fish, Rajasic dress, and Rajasic way of living, scents, novel reading, cinemas, talk on sensual things, bad company, liquors, intoxicants of descriptions, tobacco, etc., excite passion. It is very difficult to understand. Even by so-called educated people, the fact is that the supersensual happiness in Atman, which is independent of sensual objects. They experience Atmic bliss during daily deep sleep. They rest in their own self daily at night. They crave for it. They cannot remain without it. They prepare nice bedding and pillows to enjoy the bliss of Atman where the Indriyas do not play, where the mind gets rest and the two currents of attractions and repulsions do not operate. They say every morning, I had a sound sleep at night. I enjoyed it. I did not know anything. There was no disturbance. I went to bed at night and got up at 7 in the morning, yet they forget everything. Such is the force of Maya or avidya. Mysterious is Maya. It hurls down a man into an abyss of darkness. Man again starts his sensual life from the morning. There is no end. Some ignorant people say it is not right to check passion. We must not go against nature. Why does God create young, beautiful women? There must be some sense in his creation. We should enjoy them and procreate as many children as possible. We should keep up the progeny of the life. If all the people become sannyasins and go to forests, what will become of the world? It will come to an end. If we check passion, we will get disease. We will get plenty of children. The happiness of the married life cannot be described in words. There is happiness in the house when we have abundant children. It is the be-all, end-all of life. I do not like dispassion, renunciation, sannyasa, and nivritti. This is their crude philosophy. They are the direct descendants of Charvaka and Virochana, materialist philosophers. They are life members of the Epicurean school of thought. Gluttonism is their goal. They are the friends of Satan. Admirable is their philosophy. When they lose their property, wife, and children, when they suffer from incurable disease, they will say, "Oh God, relieve me from this horrible disease. Forgive me for my sins. I am a great sinner." Passion should be checked at all costs. Not a single disease comes after checking passion. On the contrary, you will get immense power, joy, and peace. There are also effective methods to control passion. One should reach Atman beyond nature by going against nature. Just as a fish swims up a river, you will also have to move up against the worldly currents of evil forces. Then alone can you have self-realization. Passion is an evil force, and it should be checked if you want to enjoy undecaying Atmic bliss. Sexual pleasure is no pleasure at all. It is attended with dangers, pain, fear, exertion, and disgust. If you know the science of Atma and yoga, you can easily control the dire malady which is passion. God wants you to enjoy the bliss of Atman, which can be had by renouncing all these pleasures in the world. The opposite sex and wealth are the instruments of Maya to delude you and entrap you in the nets. If you wish to remain always as a worldly man with low thoughts, debasing desires, you can by all means do so. You are at perfect liberty. You can marry 365 wives and procreate as many children as you like. Nobody can check you, but you will soon find that this world cannot give you the satisfaction you want, because all objects are conditioned in time, space, and causation. There are death, diseases, old age, cares, worries and anxieties, fear, loss, disappointment, failure, abuse, heat, cold, snake bites, scorpion stings, earthquakes, accidents, etc. You cannot at all find rest of mind, even for a single second. As your mind is filled with passion and impurity, your understanding is clouded and your intellect is perverted now. You are not able to understand the illusory nature of the universe and the everlasting bliss of Atman. Passion can be effectively checked. There are potent methods. After checking passion, you will enjoy real bliss from within, from the Atman. All men cannot become sannyasins. They have various ties and attachments. They are passionate and therefore they cannot leave the world. They are pinned to their wives, children, and property. Your proposition is wholly wrong. It is impossible. Have you ever heard in the annals of world history that this world has become vacant as all men were sannyasins? Then why do you bring in this absurd proposition? This is an ingenious trick of your mind to support your foolish arguments and satanic philosophy, which has passion and sexual gratification as its important tenets. Do not talk like this in the future. This exposes your foolishness and passionate nature. Do not bother yourself about this world. Mind your own business. God is all-powerful. Even if this world is completely evacuated, when all people return to forests, God will immediately create crores of people by mere willing, within the twinkling of an eye. This is not your lookout. Find out the method to eradicate your passion. The population of this world is increasing by leaps and bounds. People are not religious even a bit. Passion is reigning supreme in all parts of the world. The minds of people are filled with sexual thoughts. The world is all fashion, restaurants, hotels, dinners, dances, and cinemas. Their lives end in eating, drinking, and procreating. That is all. The food production is inadequate to meet the demands of people. There is likelihood of severe famine and pestilence. Mother of the world sweeps away extra population when the supply of production of food cannot meet adequately their demands. People are trying to have birth control methods or check pessaries, French leathers, rubber goods, injection and application of protagoral jellies. These are foolish attempts. No one has succeeded till now. Even a single spermatozoa has gotten tremendous power of movement. Further, the seminal energy is wasted. There is conservation and transmutation of this energy into Ojas by the practice of celibacy. People are wasting their money in these useless contraceptives. The whole world is under a tremendous sexual intoxication. The so-called educated persons are no exceptions to this rule. All are deluded and move in the world with perverted intellects. Poor miserable specimens of humanity. My sympathies are with them. May God elevate them from this quagmire and open their eyes towards spiritual realms. Self-restraint and celibacy are the only effective natural methods in birth control. Even marriages form a menace to society. It is indeed an evil. India is filled with young widows. Many young men in whom there is spiritual awakening write to me in pitiable words. Dear Swamiji, my heart throbs for higher spiritual things. My parents forced me, much against my will, to marry. I had to please my old parents. They threatened me in various ways. Now I weep. What shall I do now? Young boys who have no idea of this world and this life are married when they are 8 or 10 years of age. We see children begetting children. There are child mothers. A boy of about 18 has 3 children. What a horrible state of affairs. There is no longevity. All are short-lived. Frequent childbearing destroys the health of women and brings a host of other ailments. A clerk who gets a salary of 500 rupees has 6 children at the age of 30. Every 2 years, there is an addition. He never thinks, how shall I maintain such a big family? How shall I educate my sons and daughters? How shall I arrange for the marriage of my daughter? At the heat of sexual excitement, he repeats the same ignorable act again and again. He has not a bit of self-control. Lions visit their partners only once a year. It is only in man, with his boasted intellect, that breaks the rules of health and has become a criminal in this direction. He will have to pay the heavy penalty in the near future for violating the laws of nature. You have adopted various habits from the West in matters relating to dress and fashion. You have become a vile imitation. They in the West do not marry unless they are able to maintain a family decently. They have got more self-restraint. They first secure a decent situation in life, earn money, save something, and then only think of marriage. If they have not sufficient money, they remain bachelors throughout their lives. They do not want to bring forth beggars into this world, just in the same manner as you do. He who has understood the magnitude of human suffering in this world will not bring forth even a single child from the womb of a woman. When a man with a poor salary has to maintain a big family, he is forced to take bribes. He loses his sense and power of understanding and is prepared to do any kind of mean act to collect money. The idea of God is forgotten. He is swayed by passion. He becomes a slave to his wife. He bears with a shrug of his shoulder her taunts and scolding when he is unable to supply her demands. He has no knowledge of the theory of karma, samskaras, and the working of inner mental factory. The evil habits of taking bribes, cheating others, and telling lies are embedded in the subconscious mind and is transferred to every physical body in its future births. Will a man who knows this immutable law of samskaras ever do wrong deeds? A man, by his wrong actions, spoils his mind and becomes a thief or a cheat in the coming births also. He brings in his old thoughts and feelings, which are by nature devilish. He should be very careful in his thoughts, feelings, and actions. He should always watch his thoughts and actions and endure divine thoughts, sublime feelings, and do noble actions. Action and reaction are equal and opposite. One should understand and remember this law. Then only he will not do any wrong action. Throughout the Gita, the one ringing note that arrests the imagination and mind of the readers is that the man who has calmed his passionate nature is the most happy man in the world. It is also very, very easy to control passion, which is your deadliest enemy, if you take this subject very seriously and apply yourself to spiritual sadhana wholeheartedly with single-minded devotion and concentration. Nothing is impossible under the sun. Dietetic adjustment is of paramount importance. Take sattvic foods such as milk, fruits, green dal, barley, etc. Give up pungent foods such as curries, chutneys, chilies, etc. Take a simple diet. Do vichara. Chant Om. Meditate on Atman. Inquire, who am I? Remember that there is no vasana in Atman. Passion belongs to the mind only. Sleep separately. Get up at 4 a.m., do japa of Maha Mantra or Om Namah Shivaya or Om Namah Ranaya according to your taste, temperament, and capacity. Do meditation on the divine attributes such as omnipotence, omniscience, omnipresence, etc. Study one chapter of the Gita daily. Make it a point to not tell lies even at the cost of death itself. Fast on Ekadasi days or whenever your passion troubles you. Give up novel reading and cinema going. Spend every minute profitably. Practice pranayama also. Study my book, Science of Pranayama. Do not look at women with passionate intents. Look at your toes when you walk along the streets and meditate on the form of your deity. Repeat always your guru mantra, even while walking, eating, and working in the office. Try to see God in everything. Keep the daily diary regularly and send it to your guru for review at the end of the month. Write down your guru mantra daily in a clean notebook for an hour and send the notebook to your guru. You will be able to control passion if only you strictly adhere to the above instructions to the very letter. You can laugh at me if you do not succeed. Blessed is the man who has controlled his passion, for he soon will have God realization. Glory unto such a soul. Practice Sirsasana, Sarvangasana, Siddhasana simultaneously with pranayama. These are highly useful in the conquest of passion. Do not overload your stomach at night. Night meals should be very light. Half a seer of milk or some fruit will constitute a good regimen or menu at night. Have a motto. Plain living and high thinking engraved in letters of gold in the forefront of your conscience. Study select spiritual works. They are all very elevating and inspiring. Practice always with Atma Vichara. Have satsanga. Attend kathas, sankirtan, and philosophical discourses. Do not be too familiar with anybody. Familiarity breeds contempt. Do not multiply friends. Do not court fellowship with women. Do not also be very familiar with them. Familiarity with women will eventually end in your destruction. Never forget this point. Friends are your real foes. Avoid looking at the opposite sex with lustful intents. Entertain Atma Bhava or Bhava of mother, sister, or Devi. You may fail many times. Again and again, try to realize this bhava. Whenever the mind runs towards the opposite sex with lustful thoughts, have a definite clear-cut photo in the mind of flesh, bone, urine, fecal matter, of which man and woman are composed. This will induce vairagya in your mind. Do not commit again the sin of unchaste look at anybody. It takes some time, no doubt. Inflict self-punishment if the mind runs towards the opposite sex with lustful idea. Give up night meals. Do 20 malas of japa more. Hate lust, but not women or men. Always wear a kopain, langoti. Gradually, give up salt and tamarind. Salt excites passion and emotion. Salt excites and strengthens the indriyas. Renunciation of salt brings in a cool condition of mind and the nerves. It helps meditation. You will suffer a bit in the beginning. Later on, you will enjoy a saltless diet. Practice at least for a month. In this way, you will be able to realize your own swarupa very quickly. All that is wanted of you is sincere and earnest effort. May Sri Krishna give you courage and strength to tread the path of spirituality and attain the goal of life. Self-control. Self-control is the control or restraint exercised over one's self. Self-control is the power or habit of having one's inclinations and emotions, desires and appetites, senses and mind under control. Control yourself first, then you can control others. Self-control clears the mind, strengthens judgment, and elevates your character. It gives you freedom, peace, bliss, and joy. It strengthens your will. He who conquers himself is greater than the commander-in-chief who conquers a country. Self-control is the master key that opens the realm of eternal bliss and immortality. There is no triumph more glorious than that of victory obtained over your own self. Control your senses and mind. You will attain self-realization. Obtain self-mastery. Conquer thyself. Till you have done this, you will only be a slave of the senses. He who is subject to his passions is the worst slave on the surface of this earth. He who rules his passions, desires, cravings, and senses is the real king of kings. He is the supreme ruler or president or self-government. Crowns, scepters are nothing for him. He is the best government. Every temptation that is resisted, every evil thought that is subdued, every desire or craving that is destroyed, every bitter word that is withheld, every wrong action that is checked, paves a way to the attainment of everlasting peace and bliss. He who can command and govern himself can govern and command others. Self-control gives you power to withstand trial, to bear suffering, and to face danger. Self-control leads to the highest merit. Self-control is the eternal duty of man. Self-control surpasses all merit in charity and study of the Vedas. Self-control increases your energy. Self-control is highly sacred. Through self-control and self-control alone, you will be purified of all your sins and gifted with energy and character. You will acquire the highest blessedness. There is no other duty equal to self-control. Self-control is the highest virtue in the world. Through self-control, you can enjoy the highest happiness, both in this world and in the next. Gifted with self-control, you will win great virtue. The self-controlled man sleeps happily and awakes happily and moves in the world happily. He is always cheerful. Self-control is the best of vows. The man who is without self-control always suffers misery. He brings upon himself many calamities, all begotten by his own faults. Forgiveness, patience, abstention from injury, impartiality, sincerity, control of the senses, cleverness, mildness, modesty, firmness, liberality, freedom from anger, contentment, sweetest of words, benevolence, freedom from malice, all these combined make up self-control. It also consists of respect for the preceptor and mercy from all. The man of self-control avoids both adulation and slander. Depravity, infamy, falsehood, lust, covetousness, pride, arrogance, fear, envy, and disrespect are all shunned by the man of self-control. He never incurs obloquy. He is free from envy. That eternal region in Brahman which originates from the Vedic penances and which is concealed in a cave can only be acquired by self-control. The self-controlled man is never fettered by the attachments originating from earthly connections and sentiments. That is a forest where a man of self-control lives. That is ever a sacred place. Of what use is a forest to a man who has no self-control? The man of self-control acquires great reward in the next world. He acquires esteem in this world and attains a higher end hereafter. He acquires the state of Brahman. He attains liberation. Chapter 7. Brahmacharya Sadhana. Mind, Prana, and Virya. Mind, prana, and virya are one. Mind and prana have got affinity for each other like milk and water.
Mind, prana, and virya are under one sambandha, or connection of circuit. If the mind is controlled, prana and virya are automatically controlled. He who suspends or restrains the breath restrains also the working of the mind and the movement of semen. Again, if the virya is controlled, and if it is made to flow upwards into the brain by pure thoughts, and the practice of viparitakarani mudra, asanas such as sarvangasana, sirsasana, and pranayama, the mind and prana are automatically controlled. There is intimate connection between mind and indriyas. Mind operates and gains experiences of this world through the 5 jnana indriyas, organs of perception. It enjoys through the 5 jnana indriyas. It extracts the work through the 5 karma indriyas, organs of action. Control of the indriyas, therefore, is really control of the mind. The practice of yama, niyama, dhamma, sama, pratyahara, etc. aims in controlling the indriyas and the mind indirectly. Mind enjoys through sabdha, sparsha, rupa, rasa, gandha, sound, touch, sight, taste, and smell in conjunction with the 5 jnana indriyas. It derives highest pleasures through the touch. Sexual pleasure is the chief form of pleasure of the mind. Everybody runs after it and dies in it. Then comes taste, or rasa, for nice food and drink. Rupa is the pleasure from form or beauty. Next comes sabda, pleasure from music. Gandha comes in the end. The organ of smell is not a much troublesome indriya as the tongue. If the tongue is controlled, all other organs are automatically controlled. He who has controlled the mind has controlled the breath. The mind is set in motion or rendered active by 2 things, via the vibration of prana and vasanas, or subtle desires. If one of those things dies, the other also dies itself. Where the mind is absorbed, there the prana is restrained. And where the prana is fixed, there the mind is also absorbed. Mind and prana are intimate companions, like the man and his shadow. If the mind and prana are not restrained, all the indriyas, or organs of sensation and action, keep actively engaged in their respective functions. Life is a mighty river. The 5 indriyas are its waters. Lust, greed, and anger represent crocodiles, sharks, and whales. Birth and death are eddies. The wise man crosses the river with the boat of self-control and vichara. A deer is entrapped through sound, an elephant through touch, a fly through form, a fish through taste, a bee through smell. When such is the power of a single indriya, what to speak of the combined effects of the 5 indriyas of man? Just as the impurities of mountain minerals are burnt thoroughly by the blower, so the strains committed by the indriyas are burnt by controlling prana. Therefore, practice pranayama regularly. It is a great purifier. Average man has no control at all over his mind. The mind runs riot in all directions. It does havoc. It sways him. It is in a state of constant agitation and commotion. It is surging with emotions and bubbling with impulses. It is being impressed at all times with the images or pictures of 1,000 objects clamoring for his attention through the 5 senses. Each indriya drags the mind to its particular object of enjoyment for its own gratification. The ear drags the mind whenever it hears good music. The tongue propels the mind to run to coffee hotels and tea stalls. There is not a moment's rest for the mind. Cares, worries, anxieties, fears of various sorts, diseases, abuses, hatred, lust, anger, etc. torment and agitate the mind constantly from within. He who has control over thoughts, impulses, emotions, moods, instincts, indriyas, etc. is the real emperor of emperors. He is the happiest man. The control of all senses is absolutely necessary for keeping up perfect Brahmacharya. You will have to be very careful of reaction. The indriyas or senses that are put under restraint for some months or even 1 or 2 years become rebellious if you are not always vigilant and careful. They revolt and drag you out when opportunities arise. Some people who observe Brahmacharya for 1 or 2 years become more passionate and waste the energy considerably. In the end, some become incorrigible immoral wrecks also. Destroy vasanas. Vasana is a subtle desire that is hidden in the mind. Desire is gross. Trishna is intense craving or hankering for sense objects. Vasana is a wave in the mind lake. It is vasana that brings attraction, attachment for objects, and bondage. There is no vasana in the mind, you will have no attraction for a woman. Vijnanamaya kosha, or intellectual sheath, serves as a great fortress for the aspirant to attack the vasanas when they emerge out of the mind. Through the practice of sama, you should destroy all the vasanas, one by one.
You must get the help of discrimination from Buddhi. Vasana Tyaga is of immense help in the attainment of Brahmacharya. Vasana is the cause for restlessness of mind. As soon as Vasana manifests, there is an infinite connection between mind and the object through overflowing Vishaya Vritti Prahava. The mind will not retrace its steps till it gets the object and enjoys it. The restlessness of the mind will continue till the object is enjoyed. The Vritti will flow towards the object till it is obtained and enjoyed. The common run of men cannot resist or suppress any Vasana owing to weak will. A Vasana may be suppressed for the time being by an aspirant, but it manifests again with the redoubled force when a suitable opportunity arises. When all Vasanas are thoroughly eradicated, then there will be no attraction, admiration, or attachment for any object outside. Sama and Dhamma are the foremost qualifications of a student. Just as flowers are latent in the seeds, Vasanas are latent in the Anatakarana and Karana Sarira. Daily flowers blossom out. They fade out in a day or two. Similarly, Vasanas blossom out like flowers one by one, come out to the pure surface of mind, generate sankalpas and excitement in the minds of jivas, and goad them incessantly to strive, to possess and enjoy the particular objects of enjoyment. Vasanas cause actions, and actions strengthen vasanas. There is also a chakrika, circle. On the advent of Atmajnana, all vasanas are fired up entirely. They are inveterate. A desire to go to the theater or cinema is an impure vasana. A desire to read Gita, to do spiritual sadhana, is a pure vasana. Increase the pure vasanas. All the impure vasanas will die by themselves. Keen desire to have self-realization will destroy all kinds of vasanas. They are a valuable asset for you in the path of self-realization. Whenever a desire arises in the mind, consult always with your viveka or power of discrimination. Viveka will tell you at once that the desire is attended with pain and that it is only a vain temptation set up by this mischievous mind. It will advise you to renounce the desire immediately and do spiritual sadhana. Viveka will guide you to take the help of will and drive the desire immediately. Viveka and will are two potent weapons for an aspirant on the path of jnana yoga to destroy the evil temptation and passion. This attack or fight is from inside. There should be an attack from outside also. This is done through yama, restraint of the indriyas. You must not allow the sense vibrations to enter from outside into the mind through the avenue of indriyas. This is also necessary. Sama alone is not sufficient. The indriyas must be rendered calm by the practice of Dhamma. Vasana for enjoying a woman, for instance, should be destroyed by sama through vasana tyaga by crushing the sexual vasana within as soon as a desire arises in the mind. When you move about in the bazaar, the organ of sight must be withdrawn by the practice of Dhamma when it runs towards a woman with sexual desire. You must give up copulation also. Dhamma supplements Sama in the control of mind. Dhamma is an auxiliary for the eradication of vasanas. A strong counter-desire for liberation will decidedly help you in the destruction of worldly desires. Give up vicious desires. Give up virtuous desires also through one strong desire for God realization. Give up also the desire for God realization in the long run. This process is like removing a thorn by another thorn and throwing both the thorns eventually when the business is over. The method is quite simple. When a vasana is eradicated, willpower increases. If you have controlled 5 vasanas, it will be very easy for you to control the 6th vasana as you gain additional power. You can actually feel this. Annihilation of vasanas means annihilation of the mind. Mind is nothing but a bundle of vasanas. In the vast majority of persons, the sexual craving is very intense. They have got extreme sexual hankering. In some, the sexual desire occasionally comes but passes off quickly. There is mere agitation only in the mind of a simple nature. By a proper method of spiritual sadhana, this also can be completely eradicated. Trishnas or cravings are the real seeds for taking birth. These cravings give rise to sankalpa and actions. The wheel of samsara is kept up by these cravings. The cravings induce excitement of the mind and you become very passionate. Sage Valmiki says in Yoga Visatha, you can drink the whole ocean, you can swallow fire, you can carry the whole Himalayas in the palm of a hand, but it is very difficult to destroy vasanas. For a man of determination, patience, and perseverance, with burning vairagya and viveka, the work is nothing. It can be done in the twinkling of an eye. Nip the cravings in their buds. Do vasana tyaga, renunciation of desires. Root out the cravings through proper sadhana. Search all the roots of cravings by digging deep in the Antakarana and burn them beyond resurrection. A goldsmith converts impure gold into pure gold by adding acids and burning it several times in the crucible. Even so, you will have to purify your impure mind and body by constant sadhana. Passion is a very strong desire. A mild desire becomes a strong passion by frequent repetition or frequent enjoyment. Thought is real karma process from ragadvesha. A sexual act produces a samskara or impression in the subconscious mind, chitta. This samskara raises a vritti or thought wave in the mind, and the vritti causes again a samskara. Enjoyment thickens the vasanas through memory and imagination. Revival of sexual desire comes in. Be careful in destroying passion. Even Brahma, the creator, does not know the exact seat wherein lies the passion. In the Gita you will find that senses, mind, and buddhi are seats of passion. Pranayama kosha, or vital sheath, is another seat. Desire is all-pervading in the body, mind, and indriyas. Every cell, every atom, every molecule, every electron is supercharged with passion. There are undercurrents, cross-currents, and intercurrents in the mighty ocean of passion, whereas the crocodiles of Trishna are swimming. You must completely destroy the passion in all places. The ignorant man is an instrument in the hands of his samskaras and karmas. He slowly gains strength by understanding his real essential nature, by doing spiritual sadhana, by removing desires and egoism. Brahmacharya means control but not suppression of the sex desire or sex force. If the mind is filled with sublime divine thoughts by meditation, japa, prayer, study of holy scriptures, inquiry of who am I, or sexless pure Atman, the sexual desire will be devitalized or de-energized by the withdrawal of the mind. The mind also will be thinned out. Suppressed sex desire will attack you again and again and will produce wet dreams, irritability, and restlessness of the mind. The mind should be rendered pure by meditation, japa, kirtan, and prayer. Mind should be controlled first. Self-discipline must begin with the mind first. Then it will be easy for you to control the mind. Then comes dhamma, or the restraint of the senses. The senses cannot operate without manas, or mind. So effective remedy for brahmacharya is to control mind first, but not the senses. To control the mind is difficult for neophytes or beginners. It will be extremely difficult to control the mind first when the senses are allowed to run riot. That is the reason why in the Gita, Lord Krishna says, "Therefore, O best of Bharatas, mastering first the senses, do thou slay this thing of sin, desire, destructive of wisdom and knowledge." The theory or doctrine to control the mind first is quite correct. This practice is intended for the first-class type of aspirants. Mediocre students should control the senses first. The senses or indriyas have always an outgoing tendency. Mind operates through the senses. Control of the one goes hand in hand with control of the other. Control of the senses is also control of the mind, because the mind is a bundle of senses only. There is no mind without the senses. To say control the mind first, you can control the senses easily, one view. Control the senses first, you can control the mind easily, another view. Is simply arguing in the vicious circle, like which came first, the tree or the seed. Or you will get the knowledge of self if you gain control over the desires. You can control the desires only if you have knowledge of the self. Intense musing on the objects of the senses does more harm to the inner spiritual life than actual self-gratification. If the mind is not rendered pure by sadhana, mere mortification of the external senses will not produce the desired effect. Although the external senses are mortified, their internal counterparts, which are still energetic and vigorous, revenge upon the mind and produce intense mental disturbance and wild imagination. Vasanas grow from lustful look. You have no lustful look when you see your mother and sister, although they are beautiful, well-dressed, and decorated with ornaments and flowers. You look at them with affection and pure love. This is Sura Bhavana. There are no lustful ideas. You will have to develop such a pure love or bhavana when you look at other women also. Looking at a woman with a lustful heart is tantamount to sexual enjoyment. It is one form of maituna, or sex enjoyment. That is the reason why Lord Jesus says, if you look at a woman with a lustful heart, you have already committed adultery in your heart. Vairagya, or dispassion. In the presence of light, you cannot have darkness. In the presence of sensual pleasures, atmic bliss cannot exist. Worldlings want sensual pleasures and atmic bliss at the same time. This is an absolute impossibility. They cannot renounce worldly sense pleasures. They cannot have real vairagya in their heart. They will talk a lot. Worldly men imagine that they are happy because they get a few ginger biscuits, some money, and women. More beggars are brought forth into this world through lust. All worldly pleasures appear as nectar in the beginning, but but become virulent poison in the end. When one gets entangled in married life, he can hardly break the different ties of moha or infatuation. A bachelor full of passion imagines that he is miserable because he is unmarried. Give up clinging to this illusory life. Be fearless. Control the indriyas and mind. You will develop dispassion. You will be perfectly established in Brahmacharya. Are not created objects covered over with varnish or destruction? You enact in your daily life with your body dire sinful acts, painful deeds, and illimitable vices. In youth, you are enveloped with anjana or ignorance. In adult age, you are entangled in the meshes of women. In old age, you groan under the burden of samsara and debility. You eventually have a miserable death. Because thus always occupied, when will you find time to devote yourself to the commission of virtuous deeds? The ghost of your mind dances in the theater of this universe to the music of the organs. Wealth, which only makes hosts of thoughts to whirl in the wind, will not confer on you bliss. This wealth, which the mind covets, is very ephemeral in its nature, is utterly useless, like a flower bud in a creeper, growing in a well and encircled by a serpent. This life is ephemeral, like autumnal clouds, or a gill-less lamp, or ocean waves. There is nothing so baneful as this life, which is perishable in its nature and fleeting in the bestowal of pleasures. This body, which is composed of muscles, intestines, urine, fecal matter, and subject to changes, being at some time fat and at another time lean, shines in this mundane existence simply to undergo pains. Young graduates and young doctors come to Rishikesh with earthen pots in orange robes to search for caves in Uttarkashi and Gangori for deep meditation and practice of yoga. Rajkumars and some young research students in science go to Punjab in silken suits with collars and ties in search of girls. Is there pain or pleasure in this world? If there is pleasure, why do young educated men retire into forests? If there is pain, why do young men run after wealth, position, and women? Mysterious is Maya. Try to understand the riddle of life and the riddle of the universe. Sensual enjoyment is attended with various defects. It is attended with various sorts of sins, pains, weaknesses, attachments, slave mentality, weak will, severe exertion and struggle, craving and mental restlessness. Worldly persons never come to their proper senses, although they get severe knocks, kicks, and blows from different corners. The strolling street dog never stops from visiting the houses, even though it is pelted with stones every time. Even the most virulent poison is no poison when compared with lust. The former defiles one body only, whereas the latter adulterates many bodies in successive births. There are scorpion stings on one side of the world, serpents on the other side. Flies, fleas, bugs, mosquitoes, and thorns trouble you from one corner. Sun scorches you in the summer. Cold stings in winter. Influenza, plague, smallpox, earthquakes, and other troubles are ever waiting to devour you. Fear, delusion, grief, sorrow, and misery will kill you at every moment. There are tongues and telegraphic instruments in the eyes of young passionate ladies. They send their love shafts and love messages through their smiling glances to passionate young men and thereby allure and bewitch them. Those young men who have no discrimination are excited by their love messages and become prey to lust. They become pleasure deers or sporting lapdogs of ladies, though they possess academic education and hold high position and title. What a shame! Reason, will, and intellect vanish altogether. O aspirants, do not be very familiar with any woman. You should not practice a noble ideal of life for the sake of pleasing a bewitching woman. Think of the composition of the body. Keep the mental image of a dead body of a woman or a skeleton whenever passion troubles you. You will slowly gain strength to subdue the passion. Dispassion will slowly dawn. The cause for attraction towards women is the presence of vasanas in the mind. Wipe them out. There will be no attraction. Those who have renounced sex and wealth have really renounced the world. The indriyas and minds delude you at every moment. They are your real enemies. Beauty is a mental creation of the imagination. An ugly woman appears very beautiful only in the eyes of her husband. Where is this beauty, my dear friends? In the wrinkled skin of an old woman. Where is the beauty when your wife is bedridden? Where is the beauty in the dead body of a woman? Where is the beauty when your wife gets angry? The beauty in the face is a mere reflection. The real undecaying beauty of beauties, the fountain of beauties, can only be found in the Atman. You have ignored absorbed the substance and caught hold of a piece of broken glass. What a serious blunder you have committed by your impure thoughts, impure mind, impure booty, and impure way of living. Have you realized your mistake? Will you at least open your eyes now? Perfect control of the indriyas and mind is possible only through a life of perfect brahmacharya. Ladies should not be offended when they read these lines. I have only reproduced the teachings of Sankaracharya and Dietary. I only want to impress upon both sexes the force and glory of brahmacharya and the evil effects of lust. I have great regard and admiration for women. Women who are chaste can be called as brahmacharinis. Brahmacharya should be practiced by both men and women. Women can also keep mental picture of the component parts of a body of a male in order to create disgust for the physical body of a male and to develop dispassion. Lust is a potent force, very difficult to get rid of. The minds of young people are saturated with impure samskaras and vasanas owing to the vicious company and false modern civilization. Even the company or talk of a woman is quite sufficient to drag the mind into vicious thoughts. So I have to place before the minds of the vast majority that the very company of women will do havoc. When I say that a woman is only a leather bag, I do not hate women in any way. It is only to produce disgust and develop dispassion. Hate lust, but do not hate women in any way. Really, a woman should be adorned as Mother Shakti. She is the creatrix and nourisher of the universe. In the beginning, till you acquire dispassion and viveka, you must treat the company of women as poison. When you obtain viveka and dispassion, then lust cannot take hold of you. You will see and realize sarvam kalvidam Brahma. All is Brahman only. If you read the para, change the angle of vision in this book, you will clearly understand this point. Remembrance of the skeleton and dead body of a woman will induce dispassion in your mind. The body has come out of filthy discharge. It is full of impurities. In the end, it is reduced to ashes. If you remember this, dispassion will dawn in your mind. Attraction for women will gradually vanish. If you place before your mind the sickly figure of a woman or the picture of a very old woman, you will develop dispassion. Remember, pains of samsara, the unreality of objects, and the bondage that comes from the attachment to wife and children. Try any method that suits your best. In these days of modern culture, a new civilization, and the era of scientific advancement, these lines may not be relished by some people. They may remark that some of the terms are jarring, revolting, offending, and indecent, and will not suit the people of refined tastes and culture. They are entirely mistaken. These lines will produce a deep impression in the minds of thirsting aspirants who are longing for liberation. Their minds will be entirely changed. There is no real spiritual culture amongst people of modern societies. Etiquette is mere show. There are much show, hypocrisy, pretended politeness, meaningless formalities and conventions. Nothing emanates from the core of the heart. People lack sincerity and integrity. The utterances of the Mahavakyas of the sages, the valuable teachings of the scriptures will not produce any impression in the minds of passionate, worldly-minded people. They are like seeds thrown in rocky soil. They are like pearls thrown before a swine. One student writes to me, "The impure flesh and skin appear to me as very pure and good. I am very lustful. I try to develop bhava of mother. I prostrate before a lady mentally, thinking that she is an image of the goddess Kali, and yet my mind is extremely lustful. What shall I do now? I want to have a glimpse of a beautiful lady." Dispassion and discrimination have not dawned in his mind. The old vicious samskaras and vasanas are very powerful. Dispassion is indifference to sensual enjoyments. The dispassion that comes momentarily after such accidents as the loss of some relatives or wealth or disappointment in life is known as karana vairagya. It will not help much in one's spiritual progress. The mind will be simply waiting to catch hold of the sensual objects when an opportunity comes. In some rare cases, those who have common sense and willpower will get real dispassion in due course of time. Constantly remember, through the grace of God, I am becoming purer and purer every day. Pleasures come, but not to stay. Mortal flesh is only clay. Everything will pass away. Brahmacharya is the only way. Develop viveka and vairagya. Nothing can tempt you in this world. If you develop vairagya or dispassion, if you subdue your indriyas, and if you shun the unreal impermanent sense enjoyments and pleasures of this fleeting world as dung and poison, you will have no attraction for women and other earthly objects. Lust cannot take hold of you. You will have eternal peace and infinite bliss. Dietetic discipline. Purity of food brings in purity of mind. That power, which connects the body and the mind, is present in the food that we take. Various kinds of food have various effects on the mind. There are certain kinds of food that make the mind and the body very strong and steady. So it is absolutely essential that we should take pure and sattvic food only. Food has very close connection with Brahmacharya. If proper attention is given to the purity of food we take, Brahmacharya comes quite easy. When the food is pure, the intelligence, the mind, becometh pure. When the mind, the soul, the subtler astral and causal bodies become pure, the memory of past births is attained with clearness and certainty. When the memory, the knowledge of endless past and future is attained, then the knots of the heart, the egoistic attachments of the self, unravel and become loosened of themselves under the touch of the universal self. And then to such a self, the great Lord unveileth the light that is beyond the darkness. Chahanadogya Upanishad. It is needless to say that diet plays a prominent role in keeping up Brahmacharya. The influence of foodstuffs on brain cells, emotion, and passion is remarkable. There are different components in the brain, and each produces its own effect on each compartment of the general system. A confection of sparrow produces aphrodisiac effect. It directly stimulates the reproductive organ. Garlic, onions, meat, fish, eggs, etc. stimulate passion. Mark how elephants and cows that live on the grass are quiet and peaceful, and how tigers and other carnivorous animals that live on meat are turbulent and ferocious. Instincts or the voices from within will guide you in the selection of articles of diet that are conducive for keeping up Brahmacharya. You can consult some other elderly and experienced persons. Sattvic food. Cheru, havas anam, milk, wheat, barley, bread, ghee, butter, dried ginger, green dal, potatoes, dates, plantains, curd, almonds, and fruits are all sattvic articles of food. Cheru is a mixture of boiled white rice, ghee, white sugar, and milk. Havas anam is also a similar preparation. This is very useful for spiritual aspirants. Milk is a perfect food by itself, containing as it does the different nutritive constituents in a well-balanced proportion. This is an ideal food for yogins and brahmacharins. Fruits are great energy producers. Bananas, grapes, sweet oranges, apples, pomegranates, and mangoes are wholesome and nutritious fruits. Dry fruits such as grapes, raisins, dates, and figs, sweet fresh fruits such as bananas, mangoes, sapotas, sweet melons, sweet limes, sweet pineapples, apples, woody apples, sweet pomegranates, sugar and sugar candy, honey, sago, arrowroot, milk, butter, and ghee of cows, tender coconut, coconut almonds, pistachio nuts, tur dal, ragi, barley, maize, wheat, green gram, rice, red patty whose bran is only partly removed, and rice of good smell or sweet taste, and all preparations from any of these grains and white pumpkin are sattvic articles for keeping up Brahmacharya. Forbidden food. Highly seasoned dishes, hot curries, chutneys, chilies, meat, fish, eggs, tobacco, liquor, sour articles, oils of all kinds, garlic, onions, bitter things, sour curd, stale food, acids, astringents, pungent stuffs, roasted things, overripe and unripe fruits, heavy vegetables, salt, and other things are not at all beneficial. Onions and garlic are worse than meat. Salt is the worst enemy. Even if you do not take salt separately, the system will derive all necessary quantity of salt from other foodstuffs. All foodstuffs contain salt. Too much salt excites passion. Giving up of salt helps you in controlling the tongue and thereby the mind and all the other indriyas. All kinds of peas and beans, black gram, Bengal gram, horse gram, sprouted grains, mustard, all sorts of chilies, asafoetida, lentils, brinjals, lady's finger or okra, cucumbers, Malabar nightshades, both white and red varieties, bamboo shoots, papaw fruit, drumsticks, all variety of gourds such as white gourd, snake gourd, squash gourd, radish leeks, mushrooms of all kinds, things fried in oil, ghee, pickles of all sorts, fried rice, sesame seeds, tea, coffee, cocoa, all other kinds of vegetables, leaves, roots, and fruits, foodstuffs that create wind of indigestion, grief, pain, or costiveness, or other sickness, pastry preparations, foods that are dry and burning, foods that are bitter, sour, saline, over hot, pungent, tobacco and its preparations, foods and drinks containing liquor or narcotic drugs such as opium and bhang, food preparations which are stale or have become cold subsequent to their removal from the hearth, or which have lost their natural taste, smell, color, or form, or which are remnants after being eaten away by other persons, animals, birds, or insects, which contain dust, hair, straw, other rubbish, and milk of buffalo, goat, or sheep should be avoided, as they are rajasic or tamasic by nature. Emblic myrobalan fruit, lemon juice, rock salt, ginger, fresh or dry, and white pepper can be used in moderation. Mitahara. Mitahara is moderation in food. Take wholesome sattvic food half stomach full. Fill a quarter with water, allowing the remnant part to be free. This is Mitahara. Brahmacharyans should always take Mitahara only. They should be very careful about their night diet. They should never overload the stomach at night. Overload is direct cause for nocturnal emissions. Fasting and Brahmacharya. Fasting controls passion. It calms the emotions. It controls the indriyas also. Fasting is a great tapas. It purifies the mind. It destroys a multitude of sins. Shastras prescribe Chanadrana Vrata, Ekdasi Vrata, and Pradosha Vrata for the purification of the mind. Fasting controls particularly the tongue, which is your deadly enemy. When you fast, do not allow the mind to think of delicious dishes. Then you will not derive much benefit. Fasting overhauls the respiratory, circulatory, digestive, and urinary systems. It destroys all impurities of the body and all sorts of poisons. It eliminates uric acid deposits. Just as impure gold is rendered pure by melting it in the crucible again and again, so also this impure mind is rendered purer and purer by fasting again and again. Young, robust brahmacharyans should observe fasting when passion troubles them. You will have very good meditation during fasting, as the mind is calm. The chief object in fasting is to practice dhyana rigorously during that period, as all the indriyas are calm. You will have to withdraw all the indriyas and fix the mind on God. Pray to God for guiding you and throwing a flood of light on the path. Say with bhava, O God, guide me, protect me. Protect me. I am thine, my Lord. You will get purity, light strength, and knowledge. Fasting is one of the 10 canons of yoga. Avoid excessive fasting. It produces weakness. Use your common sense. Those who are not able to observe full fast can fast for 9 or 12 hours and can take milk and fruits in the evening or at night. During fasting, the internal digestive organs, such as the stomach, liver, pancreas, etc., take rest. Epicureans, gluttons, and those who are tireless eaters do not allow rest for the organs, even for a few minutes. Hence, these organs get diseased soon. Diabetes, albuminuria, dyspepsia, and hepatitis are all due to overfeeding. After all, man wants very little on this earth. 90% of the people in this world take more food than what is absolutely necessary for the body. Overeating has become their habit. All diseases take their origin in overeating. Complete fast is a great desideratum for all to keep up good health, relieve the internal organs, and maintain brahmacharya. Diseases that are pronounced incurable by allopaths and homeopaths are cured by fasting. Fasting develops willpower. It increases the power of endurance. Manu, the great Hindu lawgiver, prescribes in his code the remedy of fasting for the removal of the 5 capital sins also. It is better to drink large quantity of water, either tepid or cold, according to the temperament and inclination during fasting. It will flush out the kidneys and remove poison and all sorts of impurities in the body. In Hatha Yoga, it is termed as Gahata Suddhi, purification of the flesh pot, the physical body. You can add half a teaspoonful of soda bicarbonate to the water. Those who fast for 2 or 3 days should not break their fast with any solid food. They should take some kind of fruit juice, either sweet orange juice or pomegranate juice. They should slowly sip the juice. You can take an enema during fasting. Fast for a day to start with. Then slowly increase the number of days according to your strength and capacity. In the beginning, you may feel weakness. The first day may be very tiring. You will feel real ananda or bliss on the second or third day. The body will be very, very light. You can turn out more mental work during fasting. Those who are in the habit of fasting will rejoice. On the first day, the mind will tempt you in a variety of ways to eat something or the other. Stand firm. Be bold. Curb the mind at once when it hisses or raises its hood. Do more japa of Gayatri or any mantra during fasting. Fasting is more a spiritual kriya than a physical kriya from a viewpoint of health. You will have to utilize the fasting days for higher spiritual purposes and the contemplation of God. Always entertain thoughts of God. Dive deep into the problems of life, such as why and wherefore of the universe. Inquire, who am I? What is this Atman or Brahman? What are the ways and means to attain the knowledge of God? How to approach him. Then realize your Nijananda state and rest in purity forever and ever. My dear brothers, will you start the fasting tapasya from the very second you read these lines and send an accurate report of your experiment to me? Peace be unto all beings. How to keep up Brahmacharya. Sex idea is a mental kalpana or imagination. The body is composed of 5 elements. There is no sex in the elements. If you ponder over this point well, you can slowly eliminate sex ideas. There is neither sex nor sexual vasana in Brahman. Brahma is nitya suddha, eternally pure. By constant thinking on the sexless Atman, you will be established in Brahmacharya. This is the most powerful and effective method. This is the best kind of sadhana for those who know the right technique of vichara or inquiry. For others, Hathic yoga kriyas are the best. You may be able to stop copulation for months and years, but there should not be any sexual craving or attraction for the opposite sex. Evil thoughts also should not arise when you look at the opposite sex when you are in their company. If you succeed in this direction, then you are established in perfect brahmacharya. You have crossed the danger zone. There is no harm in looking at the opposite sex, but you must have a perfectly chaste look. You must have atma bhava. When you look at a young lady, you can think within yourself, prostrations unto thee, O Mother. Thou art an image or manifestation of the Mother Kali. Do not tempt me. Do not allure me. I have understood now the secret of Maya and her creation. Who has created these forms? There is an omnipotent, all-pervading, all-merciful creator behind these names and forms. This is all-decaying false beauty. The creator or God is beauty of beauties. He is an embodiment of undecaying beauty. He is the fountainhead of beauty. Let me realize this beauty of beauties through meditation. You will have to cultivate feelings of devotion, admiration, and awe when you look at an alluring form by remembering the creator of that form. Then you will not be tempted. If you are a student of Vedanta, think and feel everything is self only. The names and forms are illusory. They are Mayic pictures. They have no independent existence apart from the self. Only advanced students in the path of Jnana Yoga can rely on the method of Brahma Vichara alone for the destruction of passion. For the vast majority of persons, a combined method is very congenial and healthy. When the enemies are powerful, a combined method of lathis, pistols, shotguns, machine guns, submarines, torpedoes, bombs, poisonous gases, etc., is used for the destruction of the enemies. So also, in the destruction of this powerful enemy, passion, a combined method is absolutely necessary. When you are in the company of the opposite sex, try to identify yourself with the sexless, all-pervading soul. Constantly make the endeavor. The sex idea will gradually vanish, and with it, attraction and lust also. You will entertain the mother bhava, or Isvari bhava, or Atma bhava towards females. Sister bhava will not suffice. You may fail. Women also should entertain Pitru bhava, Isvara bhava, or Atma bhava towards males. Inquire, who am I? There is no lust in the sexless Atman. The attitude that women are manifestations of goddess is known as Isvari bhava. Bhava is attitude. Passion will subside by protracted japa, meditation, or Atma Chitna, thought of Atman. Do not try to run away from the opposite sex. Then Maya will chase you terribly. Try to see the self in all forms and repeat the formula Om Eka Sat Chitananda Atma very often. Remember that Atman is sexless. Mental repetition of this formula will give you strength. One should try to get viveka or discrimination between the real self and the unreal impure body. He should hammer the mind and point out to the mind about the defects of a sexual life, i.e. loss of energy, enervation of the senses, diseases, birth and death, attachment and various sorts of miseries, etc. About the components of the body, viz. Flesh, bone, blood, excreta, urine, pus, phlegm, etc. He should always think of the ever-pure immortal Atman and the glory of the spiritual life, the attainment of immortality, eternal bliss, and supreme peace. Gradually, the mind will be weaned from looking at the opposite sex, however attractive he or she might be. The mind will shudder to look at him or her with an evil thought. Japa, or repetition of the name of the Lord, as Rama Rama, etc., Sirsasana, Sarvangasana, Paschimottanasana exercises, pranayama, satsanga, regular systematic study of the Gita, Ramayana or any other holy scripture, sattvic food, kirtan, keeping the mind fully occupied by japa, prayer, meditation, vichara, gardening and other useful works, avoidance of evil company, visiting cinemas and picture houses. All these go a long way in the attainment of Brahmacharya. If one clearly understands the serious damages that come through an impure life, and if he determines to attain the goal of life by leading a pure life, he must keep his mind busily engaged in divine thoughts, concentration, meditation, study of religious books, and service of humanity. Asanas, mudras, etc. can act powerfully on the physical body. This is the physical method. Pranayama will act on pranayama kosha, the vital sheath. This is the vital method. Fasting, pratyahara, withdrawal of the senses, dhamma, control of the senses, mauna, vow of silence, dietetic discipline, etc., will purify the indriyas. Japa, repetition of the Lord's name, dhyana, meditation, svadhyayana, study of scriptures, satsanga, association of holy men, vichara, inquiry, etc., will purify the mind. This is the mental method. A healthy combination of physical, vital, and mental methods is an indispensable requisite. Give proper attention to food. Have mitahara, moderation in diet. Take sattvic foods such as milk, fruits, wheat, etc. Pungent articles like garlic, onion, meat, fish, alcohol, etc. kindle passion. Therefore abandon them ruthlessly. Occasional fasting checks passion, calms emotions, controls indriyas, and helps brahmacharya. Develop mother bhava towards women. Have a cold hip bath. Get up at 4 a.m. Do not think of women. Do not look at women. Avert the sexual thoughts by sublime divine thoughts. Keep the mind fully occupied. Render your will pure, strong, and irresistible. Glory to these yogis who have attained Urdhvaretas, or full sex sublimation, and who are resting in their own swarupa. May we all practice perfect celibacy through the practice of sama, dhamma, viveka, vichara, pranayama, japa, dhyana, and reach the goal of life. May the indweller in our hearts grant us spiritual strength to control the indriyas and mind. May we all become full Urdhvareta yogis like Sankara and Jnanadeva of yore. May their blessings be upon us all. Change the drishti, or angle of vision. For a scientist, a woman is a mass of electrons only. For a philosopher of Rishi Kanada's school of thought, she is a conglomeration of atoms, paramanu, dvyanu, triyanu. For a tiger, she is an object of prey. For a passionate husband, she is an object of enjoyment. For a crying child, she is an affectionate mother who gives milk, sweets, and other indulgences. For a jealous sister-in-law or mother-in-law, she is an enemy. For a viveki or vairagi, she is a combination of flesh, bone, urine, fecal matter, pus, perspiration, blood, and phlegm. For a full-blown jnani, she is Sat Chitananda Atman, Sarvam Kalivaldam Brahma. All is Brahman only. Names and forms are mental creations only, even as a rope might be imagined to be a snake. Change the mental attitude, bhava. You will have heaven on earth. You will be established in Brahmacharya. This is an important method for becoming a true Brahmachari. See Atman in all women and men. Reject all names and forms and take only the underlying essence, Asti Bhavi Priya or Sat Chitananda. All names and forms are unreal. They are unreal like shadows, water in the mirage, and blueness in the sky. Glory of Satsanga. The glory of Satsanga, or association with wise saints, yogins, sannyasins, mahatmas, is indescribable. The glory and power of Satsanga is described in various ways in the Bhagavata and Ramayana and other scriptures. Sri Sankara says, one gets his passion or vairagya by association with wise people. The state of nirmohatva, or freedom from moha or delusion, is induced by developing vairagya. By acquiring nirmohatva, the mind becomes quite steady. When the mind is absorbed, one gets jivan mukti, or liberation. Even a moment's company with wise people is quite sufficient to overhaul the old vicious samskaras of worldly-minded people. The magnetic aura, spiritual vibrations, and the powerful thought currents of developed adepts produces a tremendous influence on the minds of worldlings. The personal contact of Mahatmas is a blessing in reality for worldly persons. Service of saints purifies the minds of passionate men rapidly. Satsanga elevates mind to magnanimous heights. Just as a single matchstick burns huge bundles of cotton in a few seconds, so also the company of saints burns all ignorance, all thoughts, and samskaras of passion and evil actions within a short time. This is the reason why Sankara and others have spoken so highly of satsanga in their books. If you cannot get good satsanga in your own place, you can visit places of pilgrimage like Rishikesh, Benares, Nasik, Prayag, Haridwar, etc. Study of books written in realized persons will also be tantamount to satsanga. The only potent specific for inducing burning vairagya and desire for liberation is satsanga. How to avert sexual intoxication. From the bed of samskaras and vasanas in the mind emanates kalpana or imagination through smriti or memory. Then comes attachment. Along with imagination, emotion and impulse manifest. Emotion and impulse exist side by side. Then comes sexual irritation, craving and burning in the mind throughout the body. The irritation and burning in the mind percolate into physical body, just as water inside the pot percolates into the surface of the pot. If you are very vigilant, you can drive off bad imagination in the very beginning itself and avert the impending danger. If you allow the thief imagination to enter the first gate, keep a careful watch at the second gate when sexual irritation manifests. You can stop the burning now. You can also stop easily the strong sexual impulse from being transmitted into the indriya itself. Draw the sex energy upward towards the brain through Idhyana and Kambuka. Divert the mind. Chant Om or any other mantra with concentration. Pray. Meditate. If you still find it difficult to control the mind, immediately seek satsanga and do not remain alone. When the strong impulse manifests suddenly and is transmuted to the organ, you forget everything and become blind. You become a prey to lust. Later on, you repent. Special instructions. Yogic practices, meditation, and so on will attenuate or thin out the sexual desire to a great extent. But self-realization alone can completely destroy or burn the sexual desire in the samskaras in toto. As the Bhagavad Gita rightly points out, the objects of the senses turn away from the abstinent man leaving the longing. But his longing also turns away on seeing the Supreme. A passionate bachelor is ever thinking, when can I live with a young wife? A dispassionate householder in whom Viveka has dawned is ever thinking, when can I disentangle myself from the clutches of my wife and retire into the forest for contemplation on Atman? You must think over the difference. Morality is a relative term. A man who observes Brahmacharya for a year, but who occasionally visits a woman once in 2 or 3 years, is more moral than the passionate man who cohabits daily with his married wife. A man who constantly dwells on sexual thoughts is the most immoral person. But the ignorant, foolish, worldly persons judge the standard of morality from their own viewpoint and look to external conditions only, but not to the internal mental state. When you cannot control the lustful thoughts, at least control the physical body. Do vigorous sadhana. A time will come when you will be absolutely free from vicious thoughts. This is a hard struggle for you. But you will have to do it anyhow, my friend, if you want eternal peace and immortal life. Repression or suppression of the sexual desire will not help you much. If lust is suppressed, it will again manifest with redoubled force when a suitable opportunity arises, when the will becomes weak, when vairagya wanes, when there is slackening in the meditation or yogic sadhana, when you become weak owing to an attack of disease. The sexual energy must be transmuted into spiritual energy or Ojas Shakti by the practice of japa, prayer, meditation, study of religious books, pranayama asanas, etc. You must develop devotion and burning desire for liberation. You must constantly meditate on the pure, immortal, sexless, bodiless, desireless Atman. Then only the sexual desire will be annihilated. Those who practice Brahmacharya generally complain that they will get mental fatigue owing to continence. This is only a deception of the mind. You will sometimes get a pseudo-hunger, whereas you can actually sit for dinner, you have no real appetite, and you do not take any food. So also, there is a false mental fatigue. If you observe Brahmacharya, you will have immense mental strength. You will not be able to feel it always. You will be able to manifest it when the occasion arises. In the same way, a wrestler manifests his physical strength in the arena, though he feels as a normal man in ordinary times. Your motive in learning the yogic kriyas must be pure. You must have the one idea of getting self-realization through yogic kriyas and Brahmacharya. Have sex sublimation. You must not misuse the power gained through this virtue. Analyze and scrutinize your motive thoroughly. There are many temptations and dangers on the yogic path. Sex sublimation is within your reach if you wish to attain it. The path is quite clear, straight, and easy if you understand it and if you apply yourself with patience, perseverance, determination, and strong will. If you practice discipline of the indriyas, right conduct, right thinking, right acting, determination, and strong will, if you practice discipline of the indriyas, right conduct, right thinking, right acting, regular meditation, assertion, autosuggestion, and inquiry of who am I. Atman is sexless. Atman is nirvakara, without modification. Feel this. Can there be any trace of lust or impurity in the eternal pure Atman? Amongst you all, there may be a hidden Shakespeare or Kalisada, a hidden Wordsworth or Valmiki, a potent saint savior, an Akhanda Brahmachari like Bhisma Pitama, a Hanuman, a Lakshmana, a Visvamitra, a Visashatha, a great scientist like Dr. J.C. Bose or Dr. C.V. Raman, a yogi like Jnanadeva or Gorakhnath, a philosopher like Sankara or Ramanaju, a bhakti like Tilasadas, Ramadas, or Ekanath. Awaken then your hidden faculties, potential energies of all description through Brahmacharya, and attain God consciousness quickly, and get over the miseries of this mundane life with its concomitant evils of birth, death, and sorrow. Blessed is the Brahmachari who has taken the vow of celibacy till the end of life. Twice blessed is that Brahmachari who has sincerely struggled to destroy lust and attain perfect purity. Thrice blessed is that Brahmachari who has completely rooted out lust and has attained self-realization. Glory to such exalted Brahmacharians. They are veritable gods on earth. May their blessings be upon you all. Rules for Brahmacharians. Do not marry. Do not marry. Do not marry. Escape will be difficult after marriage. Marriage is the greatest bondage. Woman is a source of constant vexation and trouble. What did Buddha, Patini Swami, Bhartrihari, and Gopikan do? Did they not live in peace and comfort without a woman? Sleep on a coarse bed. Use rough mats. Sleep on your left side. Allow the solar nadi or pingala to work throughout the night. If you are a married man, sleep in a separate room. Change your habit immediately. This will make you healthy, wealthy, and wise. A brahmachari should avoid looking at a woman with lustful eyes. He should not have the desire to touch her or go near her with evil intention. He should not play, cut jokes, or converse with her. He should not praise a woman's qualities within himself or before his friend. He should not speak to a woman in secrecy. He should not think of a woman at all. He should not have a carnal desire to have sexual enjoyment. A brahmachari should without fail avoid sexual intercourse. If he breaks any of the above rules, he violates the vow of brahmacharya. Though the first 7 kinds of maithuna do not cause actual loss of semen, yet the semen is separated from the blood and it tries to escape when opportunity arises, either in dreams or other ways. In the first 7 kinds, man enjoys mentally. Looking at the opposite sex will create a desire to talk to them. Talking will create a desire to touch them. Eventually, you will have an impure mind and will fall a victim. Therefore, never look at the opposite sex. Never talk intimately with them. Do not be familiar with them. When you walk on the road, do not look hither and thither like a monkey. Look at the tip of your right big toe and walk gently with a grave attitude, or look at the ground and walk. This is a great help in maintaining brahmacharya. You can look at the tip of the nose also. Aspirants should not indulge in talk about sex. They should not think about ladies. Bring the image of your Ishta Devata into mind if the thought of a woman crops up. Repeat the mantra vigorously. If sexual feelings arise in your mind when you are looking at the mating of animals and birds or at the bare body of the opposite sex, it indicates that lust is still lurking in your mind. Some people are so passionate and weak that even the thought or sight or touch of them causes discharge. Pitiable is their lot. A brahmachari should entirely give up betel chewing, use of tobacco in any form, tea, coffee, etc. Tobacco produces nicotine poisoning, tobacco heart, nervous diseases, and tobacco amblyopia or eye disease. You should have the bhava that women are manifestations of World Mother. You should adore them. This practice is for a beginner in the Atma Bhava, i.e., that everything is self. Otherwise, he will begin to hate women and will not develop cosmic love. The above mental picture is kept up to annihilate lust. It is a mental discipline. The cultivation of the bhava is very difficult. You may fail to develop the bhava that all women are your mothers and sisters 101 times. It does not matter. Stick to your practice tenaciously. You are bound to succeed eventually. You will have to destroy the old mind to build a new mind. Nevertheless, you will have to do it if you want to attain immortality and eternal bliss. You will surely succeed if you are fiery in your resolve and if you have iron determination. The bhava will gradually manifest by constant practice. You will be soon established in that bhava. Now you are safe. You should remain far away from women in the beginning of your practices. After you are perfectly molded and well established in Brahmacharya, you can test your strength by moving with ladies very cautiously for some time. If your mind is very pure, then also, if there is no sex idea, if the mind ceases to act through the practice of urapa, sama, and dhamma, remember that you have gained real spiritual strength and made considerable progress in your sadhana. You are now safe. You should not stop your sadhana thinking that you are a jitendriya yogi. If you stop it, you will have a hopeless fall. Even if you are a jivan mukta and dynamic yogi, you should be very careful when you move with worldly persons. Even advanced aspirants who have made great progress in yoga should be very careful. They should not freely mix with women. They should not foolishly imagine that they have become great adepts in yoga. A great saint of repute had a downfall and made female disciples, whom he allowed to massage his legs. As the sex energy was not completely sublimated and turned into ojas, as lust was lurking in a subtle form in his mind, he became a victim to passion. He lost his reputation. The sexual desire was only suppressed in him, and when a suitable opportunity came, it again assumed a grave form. He had no strength or willpower to resist the temptation. Another great soul, who was regarded by his disciples as an avatara, became a yoga brashta. He also freely mixed with ladies and committed a serious lapse. He became a prey to lust. What a sad misfortune! Aspirants climb with great difficulty by the ladder of yoga, and they are irrecoverably lost forever on account of their carelessness and spiritual pride. That yogi or jnani who has attained the highest nirvikalpa samadhi, in whom the seeds of samskaras are fried in toto, can claim to himself to be a perfect Urdhvareta yogi or one who has complete sex sublimation. Thirsty aspirants who are treading the path of self-realization, who are householders above 40 years of age, should give up contact with their partners in life, even very occasionally. They should observe perfect physical brahmacharya if they want realization in this very birth. There is no half measure in the spiritual path. To the celibates. You must understand the psychological working of the sex impulse. When there are itches on the body, mere scratching of them is a pleasure. The sex impulse is only a nervous itching. The satisfaction of this impulse begets a delusive pleasure, but it has a disastrous effect on the spiritual well-being of the person. Passion is an instinctive urge for externalization through self-preservation and self-multiplication. It is a diversifying power which is directly opposed to the force that moves through the integration of the being. Control over passions constitutes the essential of truth. Self-denial, or refraining from greed and indulgence, is truth. Truth is external life and existence. Untruth is change, decay, and death. Self-control is the holding in check of the instinctive urges to try to drag the individual away from truth. Self-control is a universal rule which applies to all men and all women at all places and all times. It is the very key to beatitude. Indulgence in objects is the effect of failure of the individual to discriminate the truth from untruth. Desire to have contact with and enjoy external things is the outcome of the ignorance of the truth, which is God. Self-control is the restraint of the outgoing tendencies of the mind with the senses and the centering of truth, which is the universal one. This is dharma, which supports the life of the universe. Adharma is selfishness and egoism of nature, which leads to self-imprisonment, suffering, and failure in life. Absolute righteousness means the sacrifice of the self for the universal well-being, the well-being pertaining not merely to the earth, but to the highest spiritual reality. It is the opposite of I-ness and mine-ness, which belong to the nature of the world of bondage. The samskaras of worldly attractions breed obstructing forces and hinder the healthy progress of life, both physical and mental. You must segregate yourself for some time and live in a place of full enervating air of health, peace, and joy. Live with spiritually advanced men and stop reading all books except those that are directly spiritual. Put an end to going to cinemas and films if you have got the habit. Do not read those journals which excite your lower instincts. Do not converse with those who are eager to convey irritable news and disturb your mental poise. Lack of spiritual sadhana is the main cause for all sex attractions. Mere theoretical abstention from sensuality will not bring you good results. You must mercilessly cut off all formalities in social life and lead a pious life free from the busyness of bodily existence. Leniency to internal lower tendencies will land you in the region of suffering. Excuse will be of no use in this respect. You must be sincere in your quest for the sublime life of spirituality. Half-heartedness will leave you in your old state of misery. Duties of a brahmachari. The brahmachari should direct his entire attention solely to the study and acquiring of such knowledge as would enable him to become a worthy member of society. During his period of study, let him live either with his parents or at the place of his study under the supervision of teachers. He should not live by himself, with friends and acquaintances, nor with relatives. A brahmachari should not lose his seed. In case accidentally it is lost, he should immediately take a cold water and repeat the Gayatri or Omkara 1008 times. The brahmachari should respect his elders with devotion. He should daily perform his offering prayers to the sun and perform Agnikarya. The brahmachari should have japa as his highest possession. He should never leave japa. Guru is the embodiment of all Vedas and all Devas. Therefore, God and Guru should be taken as one, and he should worship his Guru daily. He should serve his Guru and Guru's wife with faith and devotion for a complete 12 years. He should never look at girls and should not talk with them. Looking creates a desire to go near them. Going near creates a desire to talk with them. Talking creates a desire to touch them. Touching destroys brahmachari totally. Therefore, the brahmachari should be very strict in his movements and wanderings. He should never look at an object or anything that rouses lust in him. He should totally avoid contact, proximity, or even thought of such things that give rise to impure feelings. The brahmachari should go sleep after his guru, but should get up in the morning before his guru gets up. He should chant loudly the sacred Vedas early in the morning and make the place sacred with the waves of spiritual sound. He should get for the guru whatever he may want and should not grudge to do any sort of work. The brahmachari should serve his guru with thought, word, and deed with intense devotion. The brahmachari should not overeat. Overeating begets ill health, and that is a hindrance to all progress. Let him therefore avoid overeating. Overeating shortens one's life, proves hostile to acts which lead to final blessedness, is sinful, and is condemned by the wise. Therefore, one should avoid overeating. Let him take cold bath daily in a river or tank and keep his body free from all diseases. The brahmachari should not indulge in fine arts. Fine arts creates in him a passion for the opposite sex and earthly desires and enjoyments. He should not sing and dance, he should not apply scents to his body, and should not beautify his body with flowers and sandal paste. Decoration of the body, singing and dancing create earthly attachments, and therefore they are fit to be shunned by the brahmachari. He should not shave his hairs on his head, etc., for the beauty of the body, for it goes against brahmacharya. He should not wear nice clothes, for beauty goes against brahmacharya. The brahmachari should be of very good conduct. He should behave properly before elders and his study mates. He should not have connections with people of the world. To the brahmachari, Gayatri mantra is the sole refuge. Gayatri bestows health. Gayatri gives peace. Gayatri guides him in self-control. Gayatri leads him to the highest region. Gayatri is everything for the brahmachari. The brahmachari should daily do Gayatri japa 1008 times. Through japa alone, brahmachari attains success, no matter whether he performs on other Vedic sacrifice or not. Through the contact of his senses with their objects of gratification, he undoubtedly acquires sin. Hence, by controlling them, one achieves success. Control of the senses is possible for the brahmachari only through japa. The brahmachari should not desire for earthly objects. Never is desire extinguished by enjoying the objects. On the other hand, it increases like fire after pouring ghee over it. These senses the brahmachari should not try to suppress by force, for they cannot be controlled except by knowledge. The study of sacred scriptures, renunciation, the performance of religious sacrifices, self-control, and devotional austerities made by him who is wicked at the heart can never be successful. Therefore, the brahmachari should be pure at heart at all times. The greatest duty of the brahmachari is self-control. He who, having heard, touched, seen, eaten, or smelt anything, whether good or bad, does not feel pleasure or pain, is said to have conquered his senses. If only one sense manages to leak out, all his wisdom leaks out, like water of a water bladder through its outlet. Without being asked, he should not speak anything to any person, nor should he speak if any question is put to him without decorum. In such cases, the intelligent one should behave like a dumb person. Where there is no virtue or gain, or where there is no perspective of a counterbalancing service, their knowledge should not be imparted by the guru, like a good seed in barren oil. That brahmachari who sits on a bed or cushion on which his preceptor is used to sitting on shall find no good prosperity either in this or the other world. At the arrival of the preceptor, he should stand up and prostrate before the guru with faith and devotion. Of one's own progenitor and teacher of wisdom, the teacher of wisdom is superior to his progenitor, since the birth of a Brahmana through knowledge is his eternal existence, both in this and in the next world. The birth of a man through the lustful meeting of his parents in his mother's womb is the birth he has in common with the beasts. The birth which the spiritual preceptor procreates for him is real, decayless, and immortal. Gray hairs do not make an old man. A young man who is studied and has knowledge is really old. The elderliness is not according to wealth or prowess or age. Persecuted or oppressed, he must not hurt the feelings of others. Let him wish or do no harm or injury to anybody. Let him not use a harsh word that bars the gate of blessedness to anybody. Let him shun worldly honors like a poison throughout his life. Desiring immortality, let him court humiliation all throughout his life. The highest tapasya is study of the Veda and acquiring knowledge. During that penance, he should not apply oil to the body or wear garlands of flowers. While residing with his preceptor, he should control the senses and observe these rules of conduct for purpose of self-purification. Let the Brahmacharya be pure. Let him forswear the use of honey, scents, garland, and articles of sweet taste. Let him refrain from visiting women or killing animals. Let him renounce the use of anointments, collyriums, shoes, and umbrellas. Let him pronounce lust, anger, greed, dancing, singing and music, gambling with dice, idle gossips, scandal, falsehood, embracing and casting lustful look on females. He must always sleep alone with pure thoughts. He should take all care to act according to the convenience of the preceptor and never of himself. He should always sit on a lower level than his preceptor. Within sight of his preceptor, he should not sit in any easy or careless posture. He shall not utter his preceptor's name even at his back, and should not mimic his gait, speech, or voice. The preceptor is living image of Brahman, and his authority should not be questioned or doubted. Let him acquire knowledge even from a Sudra, the highest virtue even from a man of vile caste, a good conduct even from an enemy, a good word even from an infant. Let him see good alone everywhere. One who thus undeviatingly practices the vow of Brahmacharya obtains an excellent status after death and stands not under the necessity of reverting to human existence. Chapter 8. Hatha Yogic Methods. The regular practice of select yogasanas and pranayama exercises will help considerably in one's effort to check the sexual impulse. Sirsasana and Sarvangasana will help you a lot in making you an Urdhvaretas. They are also termed as Viparitakarani mudras. They are specially designed by our rishis of yore, such as Garenda, Maryada, Gorshaka, to make us Urdhvaretas, and by pranayama, the mind gradually proceeds from the gross to the subtle. It therefore exercises a wholesome check upon sexual irritation. When some evil thought disturbs your mind, at once take to Padmasana or Siddhasana to practice pranayama. The thought will leave you immediately. Siddhasana, the perfect pose. This asana is highly eulogized by yogins for the practice of Brahmacharya. It will help one in controlling his passion and checking nocturnal discharges and in making him an Urdhvareta yogi. This asana is useful for sitting during japa and meditation. Place the left heel at the anus. Keep the right heel at the root of or just above the generative organ. Keep the trunk, neck, and head straight. Place the hands on the right heel. Sit for a half hour to start, and then slowly increase the period to 3 hours. Sitting for 3 hours in one asana is termed asana jaya or mastery over the asana. Sirsasana, topsy-turvy pose. This is the king of all asanas. The advantages that are derived from this asana are incalculable and indescribable. This is specially designed for stopping nocturnal discharges and helping the flow of semen towards the brain in the form of Ojas Shakti or spiritual energy. Spread a folded blanket on the ground. Make a finger lock and keep it over the blanket. Now place the top of your head between the two hands. Slowly raise the legs up without any jerk till they become vertical. Get the help of a wall in the beginning of your practice, or ask one of your friends to catch a hold of your legs. After due practice, you will be able to keep up balance. When the asana is over, bring down the legs very, very slowly. When you remain in the asana, breathe only through the nose. Irregular kumbhaka, rechaka, and puraka, retention, exhalation, and inhalation will make your asana unsteady. Do this asana when your stomach is empty or light. Many chronic, incurable diseases of the stomach, bowels, lungs, heart, kidneys, genitourinary system, ears, and eyes are cured by the regular practice of this asana. When you find your legs tossing, retain the breath for a short time. Then the legs will become steady. Sarvangasana, all members pose. This is an important pose which can help you assuredly in the practice of Brahmacharya. I am very fond of Sirsasana, Sarvangasana, Paschimottanasana, and Mayurasana. I invariably teach these asanas to my students. The digestive, circulatory, and nervous systems are at once toned up in a mysterious manner by the practice of Sirsasana and Sarvangasana. There is no Arthavada or Rakchukaba Sabda or mere eulogy, my dear friends. Practice and feel the beneficial influence of yourself. This is the best remedy for wet dreams and various other diseases. There is a healthy glow in the eyes and a peculiar luster, charm, beauty, and magnetic aura in the face of the practitioner. Spread a blanket on the ground. Lie on the back quite flat. Slowly raise the legs. Lift the trunk, hips, and legs. Support the back with the hands on either side. The whole weight of the body will now rest on the shoulders and the elbows. Keep the legs steady. Press the chin against the chest firmly. Breathe slowly, only through the nostrils. Begin with 5 minutes and try to remain in the asana as long as you can. Matsyasana, or fish pose. This must be practiced soon after Sarvangasana. It will relieve stiffness of the neck and all crampy conditions of the cervical region caused by long practice of Sarvangasana. This gives you a natural massage of the congested parts of the neck and shoulders. Further, it ensures that the student derives the maximum benefits from his practice of Sarvangasana. Sit in Padmasana over the blanket by keeping the right foot over the left thigh and left foot over the right thigh. Then, lie flat on the back. Stretch the head back so that the top of your head rests on the ground firmly on one side and the buttocks only on the other, thus making a bridge of the trunk. Place the hands over the thighs or catch hold of the toes. You will have to give a good twist to the back. Matsyasana is the destroyer of many diseases. This is very useful for general health also. Padangusthasana, balancing on toes. Place the left heel right in the center of the perineum, the space between the anus and the external organ of generation. Put the whole weight of the body on the toes, particularly the left big toe. Place the right foot over the left thigh near the knee. Sit carefully now, keeping the balance. If you find it difficult to practice this asana independently, you can take the help of a bench or sit by the side of a wall. Place the hands on the sides of the hips. Breathe slowly. The perineal space is 4 inches in breadth. Underneath this space lies the virya nadi that carries the semen from the testes. By pressing this nadi with the heel, the flow of semen outside is checked. A steady practice of this asana removes wet dreams and spermatoria and makes one an Urdhvareta yogi. A combination of asanas such as Sirsasana, Sarvangasana, Siddhasana is very conducive to keeping up Brahmacharya. Each has its own specific action. Siddhasana acts on the testes and its cells and prevents the formation of semen. Sirsasana and Sarvangasana help the flow of semen towards the brain. Padangusthasana acts on the spermatic duct effectively. Instructions on asana practice. Physical exercises draw the prana out. Asanas send the prana in. Asanas are not only physical, but also spiritual. They help a long way in controlling the senses, mind, and body. The body, nerves, and muscles are purified. If you do Indian physical exercises 500 times a day for 5 years, they will not in any way produce any spiritual experience. Ordinary physical exercises develop only the superficial muscles of the body. One can become a sandal with beautiful physique by practicing physical exercises, but asanas are intended for physical as well as spiritual development. Spread a blanket on the floor and practice your asanas over it. Use a thin pillow under the head when you do Sirsasana. Wear a lagodi or kalpin or loincloth when you practice asanas. Avoid using spectacles and too many clothes when you do asanas. Those who practice Sirsasana for a long time should take some light tiffin or a cup of milk after finishing the asana. Be regular and systematic in your practices. Those who practice by fits and starts will not derive any benefit. Regularity in the practice is very necessary if one wants to realize the maximum benefits of the asanas. Generally, people practice for 2 months in the beginning with great interest and enthusiasm and then leave off the practice. This is a sad mistake. Asanas should be done on an empty or light stomach or at least 3 hours after food. You can advantageously combine japa and pranayama during the practice of asanas. Then it becomes real yoga. Asanas can be practiced on the sandy beds of rivers, open airy places, and by the seaside also. If you practice asanas and pranayama in a room, see that the room is not congested. The room should be clean and well ventilated. In the beginning of the practice, do each asana for a minute or two only, and then gradually and slowly increase the period as much as you can. Avoid too much exertion when you do all the yogic exercises. There must be joy and exhilaration throughout your practices. Asanas are as many as there are number of species of living creatures in the universe. Here, I have given you instructions for a few select asanas that are very useful for maintaining Brahmacharya. For detailed instructions on nearly 90 asanas, refer to my book, Yoga Asanas. Mula Bandha. Press the yoni, the space between the anus and the generative organ, with the left heel. Contract the anus. Place the right heel at the foot of the organ of generation. This is Mula Bandha. Generally, this is done along with Jalandhara and Uddiyana Bandha during the practice of pranayama. This is done during Puraka, Kumbhaka, and Rechaka, inhalation, retention, and exhalation. Mula Bandha is a yogic kriya which helps the yogic student to take the apana and sex energy upwards. The tendency of the apana is to flow downwards. This downward flow of apana and the sex energy is checked by the practice of Mula Bandha. The yogic student sits on Sirsasana and takes the apana and the sex energy upwards by contracting the anus and practicing kumbhaka or retention of breath. By long practice, the downward seminal flow is checked and semen is sublimated or transmuted into Ojas Shakti or spiritual energy, which helps contemplation. This bandha checks wet dreams and helps in maintaining Brahmacharya. This is practiced during japa and meditation also. Jalandhara Bandha. Contract the throat. Press the chin firmly against the chest. This is practiced at the end of Puraka and at the beginning of Kumbhaka. Next to this comes the Uddiyana Bandha. These bandhas are something like 3 stages of one exercise. Uddiyana Bandha. Empty the lungs by a strong and forceful expiration. Now, contract and forcibly draw up the intestines and also the navel towards the back so that the abdomen rests against the back of the body high up in the thoracic cavity. This bandha can be practiced in a standing posture also. In this case, bend a little forward, resting the hands on the thighs and keeping the legs a little apart. These 3 bandhas are a good combination. The description of Nauli Kriya can be taken as the next stage of Uddiyani Bandha. Nauli Kriya. The description of Nauli Kriya can be taken as the next stage of Uddiyana Bandha. Nauli Kriya. Uddiyana Bandha can be done in a sitting posture also, but Nauli is generally done while standing. Keep the right leg a foot apart from the left and rest your hands on the thighs, thus making a slight curve of the back. Then do Uddiyana Bandha. Now, allow the center of the abdomen free by contracting the left and the right side of the abdomen. You will have all the muscles in the center in a vertical line. Keep it so long as you can do it comfortably. Do this much only for a few days. After some practice, you should contract the left side of the abdomen and allow the left side free. Here, you will have all the muscles on the left side only. Again, contract the left side and allow the right side free. By having such gradual practices, you will understand how to contract the muscles of the central, left, and right sides of the abdomen. Now comes the final stage of Nauli Kriya. Keep the muscles in the center. Slowly bring them to the right side and then to the left side in a circular manner. Do this several times from the right to the left and then do it in reverse order from the left to the right. You should always turn the muscles in a circular motion slowly. You cannot derive the full benefits of this kriya when you do not do it slowly and gradually. Beginners will feel a slight pain in the abdomen in the first 2 or 3 attempts. They need not fear. The pain will vanish after 2 or 3 days of regular practice. Mahamudra. Sit on the ground, press the anus with the left heel. Stretch out the right leg. Take hold of the toe with the 2 hands. Inhale and retain the breath. Press the chin against the chest firmly. Fix the gaze at the trikuti or the space between the eyebrows. Retain the posture as long as you can. Practice on the other leg also. Yoga Mudra. Sit on Padmasana. Place the palms on the heels. Exhale slowly and bend forward to touch the ground with your forehead. If you retain this pose for a long time, you can breathe in and out as usual. If you do it for a short time only, retain the breath till you raise the head and come back to your original position and then inhale. Instead of keeping the hands on the heels, you can take them to the back and catch hold of the left wrist with your right hand. This mudra is useful in keeping up Brahmacharya. It reduces excessive fat in the belly and removes all disorders of the stomach and the bowels. Constipation is removed. The gastric fire is increased. Appetite and digestion improve. If you cannot retain the pose for a long time at one stretch, repeat the process several times. Take rest in the intervals. Easy and comfortable pranayama. Sit on Padmasana or Siddhasana with an empty or light stomach in your meditation room. Close your eyes. Close the right nostril with the right thumb and draw in air through the left nostril. Close the left nostril also with the right little and ring fingers and retain the air as long as you can. Then remove the right thumb and exhale very, very slowly. Again, in the same manner, draw in air through the right nostril. Retain it as long as you can, and then exhale through the left nostril. The whole process constitutes one pranayama. Do 20 in the morning and 20 in the evening. Gradually and cautiously increase the period of retaining the air and the number of pranayamas also. When you advance in the practice, you can have 3 to 4 sittings, and you can do 80 pranayamas in each sitting. Bhastrika pranayama. Sit on Padmasana. Keep the body erect. Close the mouth. Inhale and exhale quickly 20 times like the bellows. Constantly dilate and contract. The practitioner should start with expulsions of breath following one another in rapid succession. When the required numbers of expulsions, say 20 for a round, is finished, the final expulsion is followed by the deepest possible inhalation. Retain the air as long as you can to keep it comfortably, and then, very, very slowly, exhale. This is one round of Bhastrika. Take a little rest, and then do another round. Do 3 rounds in the morning and 3 in the evening. This is a very powerful exercise, beneficial for Brahmacharians. You can do this even when you are standing. Hints on pranayama practice. Do not take bath immediately after pranayama practice. Rest for half an hour. Have one sitting only in the morning during summer. If there is heat in the brain or head, apply cooling oil or butter before you take a bath. Always inhale and exhale very slowly. Do not make any sound during inhalation. In Bhastrika, do not practice violent sound. Breathe only through the nose. A neophyte should do puraka and rechaka only, without any kumbhaka for some days. You must so nicely adjust the puraka and kumbhaka and rechaka that you do not experience a feeling of suffocation or discomfort at any stage of pranayama. You must not unnecessarily prolong the period of exhalation. If you prolong the time of rechaka, the following inhalation will be done in a hurried manner and the rhythm will be broken. Gradually increase the period of kumbhaka. Do kumbhaka for 4 seconds in the first week, for 8 seconds in the second week, for 12 seconds in the third week, and so on, till you are able to retain the breath as long as you can. Repeat Om, Gayatri, or any other mantra mentally during this practice. Have the bhava feeling that the Daivi Sampats such as mercy, forgiveness, love, and so on enter your system during inhalation, and that all Asuric Sampat or devilish qualities such as lust, anger, greed, and jealousy are thrown out during exhalation. When you inhale, feel that you draw energy from the divine source, cosmic prana, and that your whole body from the top to toe is saturated with abundant, fresh energy. Stop the practice when you are seriously ailing. Other methods. Satsanga, dietetic regulations, mitahara, sattvic food, fasting, changing the drishti, and other items mentioned before are common to all the students of Hatha Yoga, Bhakti Yoga, Raja Yoga, and Jnana Yoga. Some of the important exercises of Hatha Yoga that keep you in keeping up Brahmacharya have already been described. By the practice of 9 methods of devotion, hearing the Leelas of God and study of scriptures, singing His name or glories, constant remembrance of God or the repetition of His name, worshipping His lotus feet, offering, prostrations to the deity, service unto the Lord, friendly attitude, total surrender, a bhakta destroys his impure mind and fixes it on Brahman with attributes. By observing vows, prayers, manasik puja, mental worship, satsanga, etc., a bhakta becomes free from kama or desire, krodha or anger, and other impurities and attains the immortal abode of everlasting peace, bliss, and knowledge. By the practice of yama, niyama, asana, pranayama, and pratyahara, a Raja Yogi conquers lust and advances in the yogic ladder. Yama and niyama are intended for ethical purity. They are the practice of ahisma, non-injuring in thought, word, and deed, satyam, speaking truth, asteya, non-stealing, brahmacharya, celibacy, aparigraha, non-covetousness, sausha, internal and external impurity, santosha, contentment, tapas, austerity, svadhana, study of scriptures, and isvara pranidhana, surrendering of the fruits of actions to God. Pratyahara is the abstraction of the indriyas or senses from the sensual objects. The indriyas are disconnected from the mind. If the mind is withdrawn again and again from objects and fixed on the object of meditation, pratyahara will come by itself. This is immensely helpful in keeping up brahmacharya. By the method of control of all mental modifications, the students reach the thoughtless state. They do not allow any thought to emanate from the mind. The jnani yogi becomes pure by practice of vairagya in deference to sensual enjoyments, viveka, or discrimination between the real and unreal, permanent and impermanent, shama, tranquility of mind, dhamma, restraint of indriyas, tikishta, power of endurance, such as heat and cold, samadhana, balanced state of mind, uparati, renunciation, sraddha, faith in the words of guru and scriptures, mumukshutva, for longing for liberation from the wheel of births and deaths, sravana, manana, and nidhyasana. By the repetition of Om, pranava japa, and meditation on the sexless pure Atman, evil thoughts will not enter the mind. All vasanas will perish. The student keeps his mind fully engaged in vichara. If you can render your will pure, strong, and irresistible by eliminating desires, by eradicating ragadvesha, by reducing your wants, and by practicing tikishta, passion will die. Will is a powerful enemy of passion. Assertions and meditations. Sit alone in your meditative room. Close your eyes. Slowly repeat again and again the following formula. Now saturate the mind and intellect with these ideas. Your whole system, flesh, blood, bones, nerves, and cells should powerfully vibrate with the following ideas. I am purity. Om, Om, Om. Sexless Atman I am. Om, Om, Om. There is neither lust nor sexual vasana in Atman. Om, Om, Om. Lust is mental vikara. I am Sakshi, witness of this vikara. Om, Om, Om. I am Asanga. Om, Om, Om. My will is pure, strong, and irresistible. Om, Om, Om. I am fully established in physical and mental brahmacharya. Om, Om, Om. I am feeling the purity now. Om, Om, Om. You can have a sitting at night also. This is general meditation for self-realization. Sit for 10 minutes. Increase the period to half an hour. Now keep up the bhava or mental attitude during work also. Write down on a piece of paper in bold types the word Om purity 6 times. Keep the paper in your pocket. Read it several times during the course of the day. Fix it also in a prominent place in your house. Have the word image Om purity clearly before the mind. Remember several times daily the Brahmachari saints like Swami Vivekananda, Swami Dayananda, and their powerful actions. Think over the multifarious actions of a pure life of Brahmacharya and the disadvantages and evils of an impure life. Never leave the practice. Be regular and systematic. Gradually, you will become purer and purer, and ultimately, you will become an Urdhvareta yogi. Be patient. Daily feel, through the grace of God, I am becoming better and better every day in every way. This is autosuggestion. This is another effective method. Cold hip bath. A cold hip bath is very invigorating and enervating. There is not much difference between a hip bath and a sitz bath. A cold hip bath tones and soothes the nerves of the genitourinary system and stops nocturnal discharges in an efficacious manner. This is the general nervine tonic as well as all the nerves are braced up. Stand up to your navel in a river, lake, or tank for half an hour. Repeat Om or Gayatri or any other mantra. Rub the lower part of the abdomen or belly with a coarse Turkish towel or a piece of kahadar several times. This can be practiced twice daily, morning and evening, in summer season. The bath can be conveniently managed at home in a big zinc tub. Aged persons and convalescents can use lukewarm water. Wipe the parts with a dry towel and put on warm clothing. Cold douches, spinal douches, and cold shower baths are of immense use in the practice of Brahmacharya. Shower baths can easily be adjusted at home by fixing the spray apparatus at the tap. Chapter 9. Brahmacharya for Women. Brahmacharinis, ancient and modern. In the olden days, there were Brahmacharinis in India. They were Brahmavadinis. They discoursed on Brahman. They did not wish to lead the life of a grahastha dharminis devoted to a householder's duties. They served the rishis and sages in their hermitages and did Brahma vichara or enquiry of Brahman. King Janarudi placed his daughter in the service of Rishi Raivka. You will find this in the Chandogya Upanishad. Sulabha was a very learned lady. She was born in a royal family. She was a brahmacharini. She was instructed in the religion of emancipation. She observed the practice of asceticism. She was firm in the practices that belonged to the mode of the life she led. She was steady in her vows. She never uttered a word without reflect on its propriety. She was a yogini. She led the life of a sannyasini. She appeared before Janaka in his court and had a great discussion with him on Brahma Vidya, or science of the cell. Gargi was also a brahmacharini. She also was a cultured lady. She also had a lengthy discussion with Yanjavakya on Brahma Vidya. The dialogue between them comes in the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad. In Europe also, there are many women who are celibate who dedicate their lives entirely to severe austerity, prayer, and meditation. They have their own hermitages. In India, there are educated women who lead the life of brahmacharinis. They do not wish to marry. This is due to a force of good samskaras of previous births. They give education to the girls in the schools. They give free tuition privately to poor girls and train them in sewing and other household works. They study religious books and practice meditation in the morning and in the evening. They do kirtan. They keep daily spiritual diary. They conduct satsanga classes and kirtan among women. They train girls in the practice of asanas and pranayama. They give discourses on the Gita and Upanishads. They deliver lectures on religious subjects. During holidays and on important occasions, they hold religious conferences for ladies on a grand scale for mass spiritual awakening. Sometimes they visit nearby villages and distribute medicines freely to the poor. They are equipped with knowledge of first aid, homeopathy, allopathy, and the biochemical system of medicine. They are trained in nursing the sick. There is a highly educated brahmacharini who is well versed in Sanskrit, English, and Hindi, who is the head of an institution for girls. She maintains a free private school also for poor girls at her own expense. This is a very noble service indeed. Such girls and women are really a blessing to the world. They lead a life of purity and self-sacrifice. They enjoy bliss and will also attain the immortal abode of supreme peace hereafter. The world is in need of more brahmacharinis of this description who can dedicate their lives to service, meditation, and prayer. There was a Maharani in the erstwhile United Provinces who wore simple dress, ate simple food, served sadhus and poor people, and always lived amongst sannyasinis. She had a sound knowledge of the scriptures, and she did regular meditation and prayer. She observed mauna, or the vow of silence, for months together, and spent time in seclusion and ruled her state also. There was an educated woman who was an MBBS. Her husband was holding a good position. She used to treat the patients freely. She did not charge any fees for visiting. She did very good service to society. She was not a job hunter. She was free from greed. She did medical service for the purification of her heart. She regarded medical service of the poor people as worship of God. She looked after the house and served her husband. She studied religious books and spent some time in meditation, worship, and prayer. She was an ideal woman who led a glorious and pious life. Loose life is not freedom. The world is in dire need of such ideal women. I wish that the world may abound with such glorious women. I do not condemn women. I do not oppose giving them education and freedom. I have the highest veneration for women. I adore them as devis or goddesses. But I am not in favor of such freedom for women as will ruin them. I am in favor of such education and culture as will make them immortal and glorious, and will make them ideal women like Salubha, Mira, Maitreyi, like Savitri and Damayanti. This is what I want. This is what everyone would like. Loose life is not perfect freedom. Some women of India have ruined themselves by taking advantage of this false freedom. There is no limit to the freedom which the so-called educated woman enjoys now. This freedom has caused many homes to be wrecked. It has created disorders in society. It has brought shame on many respectable families. The girls, in their insatiable craving for freedom, have overstepped the limit and lost that priceless possession which the women of the past could keep untarnished. By mixing with men freely, woman loses her dignity, modesty, feminine grace, and sanctity of her passion and character. There can be, and there have been, exceptions. A woman who mixes with men freely in public life and yet remains pure must certainly be superhuman. An ordinary woman with her natural passion will soon succumb. Human nature will fulfill itself. What is there in a woman's life if her purity is lost? She is only living corpse if there is no purity, although she may be rolling in wealth and moving in high circles in society. Promiscuous mixing will lead to disastrous results. Even rishis and yogins who are clad in rags, who live on roots in seclusion, will be pulled down by the dark forces of nature if they are careless. Then what to speak of women who eat daily dainties and sweetmeats, who are clad in perfumed velvet and silk with lace borders, who are given too much mixing, who do not lead a life of self-control, who have no religious training and discipline, who have no idea of the inner life and religion of emancipation. O wise reader, I leave this to you for your own consideration, reflection, cogitation, and deliberation. Women should not do anything that can bring dishonor or infamy on them or their family, and a blot on their character. Without character, a man or a woman is considered as dead while living. Women should be very careful and cautious when they move in society. They should avoid too much talking, too much mixing and giggling. They should always walk in a dignified manner. They should never look at men with a flirting gesture. Clothes should not be too tight or revealing. Abandon makeup. Is Brahmacharya necessary for women? An aspirant writes, I would like to know whether the same theory regarding the formation of virya and loss of the same holds good in the case of women also. Are they actually affected to the same extent as men? The question is an important and pertinent one. Yes, indulgence in the sexual act is exhausting to the female system and a drain upon the vitality as in men. The nervous strain it imposes on the system is very great indeed. The female gonads, the ovaries, corresponding to the testes in males, produce, develop, and mature precious vital force like semen. This is the ovum. Though the woman does not actually lose this out of her body, as in the case of semen in man, yet due to the sexual act, it leaves the ovaries and is taken up in the process of conception to form the embryo. And one only knows too well what a strain and drain on strength childbearing is to a woman. Repeated depletion of this force and the strain of childbirth makes wrecks of healthy ladies and works havoc with their strength, beauty, and grace, as well as their youth and mental power. Eyes lose the luster and sparkle that are indicative of their inner forces. The intense, sensuous excitement of the act shatters the nervous system and causes debility too. Their system, being more delicate and high-strung, females are also more affected than men. Women should preserve their precious vital force. The ovum and the hormones secreted by the ovaries are very essential for the maximum physical and mental well-being of women. Message for women. Women also should observe the vow of celibacy. They also can remain as brahmacharyans like Mirabi and devote themselves to the service and devotion of God. Or they can do Brahmavichara like Gargi and Salubha. They will be styled as Brahmavicharinis, inquirers of Brahman, if they adopt this path. Grahista Dharminis, or householders among women, should observe Prativi Dharma, or vow of chastity, and should keep Savriti, Anasuya, as their ideal. They should seek the Lord Krishna in their husbands and realize God. They also can practice the kriyas, such as asanas and pranayamas. They should do vigorous sankirtan, japa, and prayer daily in their houses. Through bhakti, they can easily destroy passion, because by nature they are devotional. Many women of yore had done miraculous deeds and shown to the world the power of chastity. Nalayini, by the power of chastity, stopped the rising of the sun to save her husband's life. Anasuya turned the Trimustis, Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahavi into babies when they wanted nirvana bhiksha. It is through the power of chastity alone that she was able to turn the great deities into babies. Savitri brought back the life of Satyan, her husband, from the noose of Yama by her chastity. Such is the power of chastity, or Brahmacharya. Women who lead an ideal householder's life with chastity can also become like Anasuya, Nalayini, and Savitri. A call to spiritual life. O Devis, do not waste your lives in fashion and passion. Open your eyes. Walk in the path of righteousness. Preserve your pativrata dharma. See divinity in your husband. Study the Gita, the Upanishads, Bhagavata, and Ramayana. Become good grahistha dharminis and Brahma vicharinis. Bring forth many Gaurangas. The destiny of the world is entirely in your hands. You are holding the master key of the world. Open the door of Elysian bliss. Bring Vaikuntha in your home. Train your children in the spiritual path. Sow the spiritual seed when they are young. O Devis of the world, should you not strive for the higher life, the grand, the sublime, the only real life in the soul? Is it sufficient if you are satisfied with the petty material necessities of life on earth? Do you remember what Maitreyi said to Yajnavalkya? What shall I do with the wealth of this world, if thereby I would not become immortal? She said to her husband. How many ladies of this world will be bold enough to assert this wise saying of the Upanishadic ideal of a woman? To chain themselves with the bondage of samsara is not the birthright of mothers and sisters of the world. To get stuck up in family, children, and relatives is not the ideal of a courageous and discriminative woman. Every mother of the world should realize her responsibility to awaken herself, her children, her family, and her husband to the true light and splendor of spiritual life. What a glorious mother was Madalasa. Did she ask her children to study up the postgraduate education and then seek for some employment? You are pure. You are consciousness. You are taintless. You are devoid of maya of samsara. Such was the Advaitic instruction which Madalasa gave to her children when she rocked them from the cradle. How many mothers of the present-day world would have gotten fortunate to teach their children such profound knowledge? On the other hand, the present-day mothers would try to crush spiritual tendency of their children, even if it is found in them in a microscopic state. What a sad and pitiable condition. Wake up, O mothers and sisters. Wake up from your deep sleep. Recognize your responsibility. Spiritualize yourselves. Spiritualize your children. Spiritualize even your husbands, for you are the makers of the family. Remember how Chudala illuminated her husband. You are the makers of the nations. You are the builders of the world. Therefore, spiritualize yourselves. Assert in yourselves the spirit of Sulabha, Maitreyi, and Gargi. Do not be cowardly. Come out from your fleshy homes, the homes of delusion, the homes of vanity. Be you all real sannyasinis, and bring real glory, real greatness, for that is real boldness and courage. That is real wisdom and understanding. A woman is not a woman if she is devoid of spiritual fire in her, if she is ignorant of a higher life in the soul. A woman's duty is not merely family. Her duty is also to transcend the family. Her duty does not lie in saris, bangles, jackets, powders, and scents. Her duty does not lie in getting employment for her children. Her duty is also concerned with the self, the Atman, the Brahman. Such a woman is a real symbol of God. She is to be adorned. She is to be worshipped. Chapter 10. Brahmacharya for Householders. It is beyond all doubt that a life of Brahmacharya is glorious and marvelous. At the same time, a life of moderation in the household life is equally good and helpful for spiritual growth. Both have their own advantages. You must have great strength to tread the path either way. If a man leads a life of celibacy, even in his householder's life, and has copulation occasionally for the sake of progeny only, he can bring forth healthy, intelligent, strong, beautiful, and self-sacrificing children. The ascetics and savants of ancient India, when married, used to follow this excellent rule very carefully, and also used to teach, by practice and by precept, how to lead the life of a brahmachari even as a householder. Our ancestors indeed followed the ascetics in creating progeny for the defense of the motherland and for other ennobling works of the nation. Those who have read Srimad Bhagavad know the lives of Devahitu, daughter of Manu, and her husband Kardama Rishi. Kipala Muni, the founder of Sankhya philosophy, was born of Devahuti after Kardama Rishi visited her once to give her a son. Parasara visited Matsya Gandhi to bring forth Sri Vyasa, founder of the Vedanta philosophy. Great rishis of yore were married, but they did not lead a life of passion and lust. Their life of grahastha was a life of dharma only. If it is not possible for you to emulate them to the very letter, you will have to keep their lives before you as an ideal for emulating, and you must tread the path of truth. Grahastha ashram is not a life of lust and loose living. It is a strict life of selfless service, of dharma, pure and simple, of charity, goodness, kindness, self-help, and all that is good and all that is helpful to humanity. If you can live such a life, the life of a grahastha is as good as the life of a sannyasin. What is Brahmacharya in married life? Lead a well-regulated, moderate married life. Even as a householder, you can be a brahmachari by sticking to the principles of grahastha dharma by moderation and regular worship of God. Marriage should not in any way lead you downwards in your spiritual path. You should keep the spiritual fire ever blazing. You should make your wife also understand the real glory of a spiritual life. If both of you observe brahmacharya for some time and then avoid excesses, she will give birth to robust children who will be the pride of the country. Conserved energy can be used for higher spiritual purposes. Prevention of frequent maternity will preserve your wife's health also. Brahmacharya and grihastha ashrama is absolute moderation in sexual intercourse. Householders are allowed to visit their wives once in a month at the proper time without the idea of sexual enjoyment, just to get progeny to keep up the line. This is also Brahmacharya Vrata. They are also brahmacharyans. Householders should ask their wives to observe the fasts and do japa, meditation, and other practices which will enable them to keep up this brahmacharya vrata. They should train their wives also in the study of the Gita, the Upanishads, the Bhagavata, and the Ramayana, and in diet regulation. If you want to practice brahmacharya, think and feel that your wife is your sister. Destroy the idea of husband and wife and develop the idea of brother and sister. You both will develop pure and strong love because the impurity of lust will be removed. Talk to your wife always on spiritual matters. Narrate to her stories from the Mahabharata and Bhagavata. Sit with her on holidays and read some religious books. Gradually, her mind will be changed. She will take interest and delight in spiritual practices. Put this into practice if you want to get rid of the miseries of samsara and enjoy the eternal bliss of the soul. Young men of the present day imitate Westerners in taking their wives always with them when they go out. This practice creates a strong habit in men for having the company of women at all times. A little separation brings a great deal of pain and suffering. Many get a shock when they lose their wives. Further, it becomes very difficult for them to take a vow of celibacy even for a month. Poor, miserable weaklings, spiritual bankrupts. Try to be away from your partners in life as much as you can. Talk little with them. Be serious. Do not laugh or joke with them. Go alongside for an evening walk. What did your wise forefathers do? Assimilate from the West only what is good. Vile imitation in fashion, style, dress, and food is dangerous. When the wife becomes the mother. As soon as a son is born to you, your wife becomes your mother, because you yourself are born as the son. A son is nothing but the energy of the father. Change the mental attitude. Serve your wife as the world mother. Start spiritual sadhana. Destroy passion. Every morning, as soon as you get up from bed, touch your wife's feet and prostrate before her, taking her for Kali or the world mother. Do not feel ashamed. This practice will remove the idea of wife, quote unquote, from your head. If you cannot do the prostration physically, do it at least mentally. As soon as a child is born, man must give up lust. He must observe celibacy. He must treat his wife as his own mother. When once this thought is brought foremost in the mind, how can he, even when the child dies, change his mental outlook and think of his wife from a lustful look? This is a great sadhana for the householder. If a child is not born, it is not advisable to marry a second wife. Both husband and wife may then pursue the spiritual path jointly, observing celibacy. Living a life of spiritual partnership. Says Manu, the firstborn child is born of dharma and the rest of kama and lust. The sexual act for mere pleasure is not justifiable. Thirsty aspirants who are treading the path of self-realization, who are householders above 45 years of age, should give up contact with their partners in life. Because a sexual contact revives all bad ideas and gives them new lease of life, marriage should now be considered a God-ordained holy alliance of two souls for the complete divinization of their nature and for realizing the goal of life, God realization, through a well-ordered, dharmic, grahastha life. The husband and the wife should from now on observe perfect physical brahmacharya if they want rapid spiritual progress and self-realization in this very birth. There are no halfway measures in the spiritual path. An aspirant complains, as I continue meditation, layer after layer of impurities are rising from the subconscious mind. Sometimes they are so strong and formidable that I am bewildered as to how to check them. I am not perfectly established in truth and Brahmacharya. The old habits of speaking lies and lust are still lurking in me. Lust is troubling me vigorously. The very idea of a woman agitates my mind. My mind is so sensitive that I am not able to hear or think of them. As soon as the thought comes in the mind, the meditation and also the peace of the whole day is spoiled. I advise my mind, coax it, frighten it, but it is of no avail. My mind revolts. I do not know how to control this passion. Irritability, egoism, anger, greed, hatred, attachment, etc. are still lurking in me. As far as I have analyzed the mind, lust is my chief enemy, and it is a very strong one too. I request you to be kind enough to advise me as how to get rid of the same. The mind will again and again try to do some mischief inwardly. It is very diplomatic. It is very difficult to find out its ways and secret underground operation. It demands a suitable intellect and carefully repeated introspection and vigilant watch. Whenever the mental image of a woman crops up in your mind with evil thoughts, repeat mentally Om Sri Durga Devaya Nama and do mental prostration. Gradually, old evil thoughts will die. Whenever you see a woman, entertain this bhava and repeat this mentally. Are you a householder above 45 years of age? Then you must become a perfect brahmachari now. Your wife must also observe the fast on Ekadasi. Do not say now, Swamiji, how can I do? I am a householder. This is a lame excuse. How do you want to remain as a passionate householder? Is it till the end of life? Is there not a nobler mission in life than eating, sleeping, and procreating? Do you not want to enjoy the eternal bliss of the self? You have tasted enough of the mundane pleasures. You have passed the stage of a householder. I can excuse you if you are a young man, but not now. Now, get ready for the stage of vanaprastha and mental sannyasa while remaining in the world. Color your heart first. This will be a noble life indeed. Prepare yourself. Discipline the mind. Real sannyasa is mental non-attachment. Real sannyasa is destruction of vasanas, I-ness, mindness, selfishness, and moha for children, body, wife, and property. You need not retire into the Himalayan caves. Attain the above state of mind. Live in the world with family and children amidst peace and plenty. Be in the world, but be out of the world. Give up worldliness. This is real sannyasa. This is what I really want. Then you will become a king of kings. I am shouting from the top of my voice like this for many years, but only very few persons follow my teaching. A good wife, a worthy jewel, is a materialization of the Lord's infinite grace for one who treads the pravriti marga. Harmony in every walk of life is a rare gift of the Lord to a couple. Every partner should be unto the other a true companion in every sense of the term. Grahastha ashrama is a safe rung in the ladder of evolution to Godhead. Follow the scriptural laws and enjoy infinite bliss. True union can be established on the spiritual basis. Both of you should aspire to realize the common goal of life, God realization. When couples who live around you vie with one another in materialism and in their individual capacity to drag each other down, both of you should compete with each other in advancing rapidly in spiritual sadhana. What a novel competition. What a blessing it is to have a competitor as a life partner. Instructions for householders. Strictest regulation of sexual life and a rigid practice of nonviolence are necessary if you want to have progress in the spiritual path. If you use contraceptives, you will never learn the virtue of self-restraint. He who uses contraceptives is an immoral man. Learn the virtue of self-restraint. Learn the virtue of self-restraint. The use of contraceptives will sap your vitality. There is an intimate connection between self-control and the control of the palate or tongue. He who has controlled the tongue has already controlled all other organs. Continence is not harmful. It conserves energy. It gives immense strength and peace. Sexual indulgence leads to moral and spiritual bankruptcy, premature death, and loss of faculties, talents, and capacities. Passion for the flesh or body is not pure or real love. It is only moha or infatuation born of ignorance. You do wicked deeds and kill your soul on an account of this passion. Kill this passion through the practice of purity and brahmacharya. You will enjoy everlasting peace of the immortal soul. Birth control. Mahatma Gandhiji writes as follows in Hirijan: There is nothing in our society today which could conduce to self-control. Our very upbringing is against it. The primary concern of parents is to marry their children anyhow so that they may breed like rabbits. If they are girls, they are married at as early an age as they conveniently can be, irrespective of their moral welfare. The marriage ceremony is one long, drawn out of agony, feasting, and frivolity. The householder's life is in keeping with the past life. It is a prolongation of self-indulgence. Holidays and social enjoyments are so arranged as to allow one the greatest latitude for sensuous living. The literature that is almost thrust on one generally panders to the animal passion. The most modern literature almost teaches that indulgence in it is a duty and total abstinence is a sin. Methods of self-control. It is any wonder if self-control of the sexual appetite has become difficult, if not almost impossible. If then birth control through self-restraint is the most desirable and sensible and totally harmless method, we must change the social ideal and environment. The only way to bring about the desired end is for individuals who believe in the method of self-control to make the beginning themselves and with unquenchable faith to affect their surroundings. For them, the conception of marriage has, it seems to me, the greatest significance. A proper grasp of it means a complete mental revolution. It is not merely meant for few select individuals. It is presented as the law of human species. Its breach reduces the status of human beings and brings swift punishment in the shape of multiplicity of unwanted children, a train of ever-increasing diseases, and disruption of man's moral as being responsible to his maker. Birth control by contraceptives no doubt regulates to a certain extent the number of newcomers and enables a person of moderate means to keep the wolf from the door. But the moral harm it does to individual and society is incalculable. For one thing, the outlook upon life for those who satisfy the sexual appetite for the sake of it is wholly changed. Marriage ceases to be a sacrament to them. It means a revaluation of the social ideals hitherto prized as a precious treasure. No doubt this argument will make little appeal to those who regard the old ideals about marriage as a superstition. My argument is only addressed to those who regard marriage as a sacrament and women not as an instrument of animal pleasure, but as mother of man and trustee of virtue in her progeny. Other methods useless. My experience of self-control by fellow workers and myself confirms me in the view presented here. It assumes overwhelming force from the discovery in a vivid light of the ancient conception of marriage. For me, Brahmacharya in married life now assumes its natural and inevitable position and becomes as simple as the fact of marriage itself. Any other method of birth control seems useless and unthinkable. Once the idea that the only and the grand function of the sexual organ is generation possesses men and women, union for any other purposes they will hold as criminal waste of the vital fluid and consequent excitement caused to man and woman as an equally criminal waste of precious energy. It is now easy to understand why the scientists of old have placed such great value upon the vital fluid and why they have insisted upon its strong transmutation into the highest form of energy for the benefit of society. They boldly declare that one who has acquired a perfect control over the sexual energy strengthens the whole being, physical, mental, and spiritual, and attains powers unattainable by any other means. Let not the reader be disturbed by the absence of many or even any living specimen of such great brahmacharis. The brahmacharis we see about today are very incomplete specimens. At best, they are aspirants who have acquired control over the bodies but not their minds. They have not become proof against temptation. This is not because brahmacharya is so difficult of attainment. Social environment is against them. The majority of those who are making an honest effort unknowingly isolate the control of the animal passion from all other passions, whereas the effort to be successful must include control over all passions to which man is a prey. Whilst brahmacharya is not impossible of attainment by the average man and woman, it must not be supposed that it requires less effort than that required by an average student who has set his heart upon becoming master of any one of the sciences. Attainment of brahmacharya in the sense here means mastery of the science of life. Continence not harmful. Sri Lionel Beale, professor of Royal College in London, says, "Sexual abstinence has never yet hurt any man. Virginity is not too hard to observe, provided that it is physical expression of certain rate of mind." Professor Sturbu concurs with Beale by saying, "The sexual instinct is not so blindly all-powerful that it cannot be controlled and even subjugated entirely by moral strength and reason. You must know that robust health, even renewed vigor, will be the reward of this voluntary service." Sir Andrew Clark also agrees that continence does not harm, it does not hinder development, it increases energy and perception. That continence as a fitting remedy for birth control has been emphasized by the noted American communist Joseph H.J. Spengler. He says, moral restraint offers a salutary solution to the problem of overpopulation. Gandhiji answered his critics through the example of his personal life. In his autobiography, written in the 20s, he says, I took the vow of Brahmacharya in 1906. I launched forth with faith in the sustaining power of God. The more or less practice of self-control has been going on since. Gandhiji was a man of experience, and whatever he spoke was from his experience only. He was not an armchair philosopher. He emphasized that continence was the prime qualification for success in all achievements in every walk of life. I hold that a life of perfect continence in thought, speech, and action is necessarily meant for reaching spiritual perfection. Brahmacharya means perfect control over all the sense organs. For the perfect brahmachari, nothing is impossible. Though it is quite obvious that strict celibacy, as emphasized by Bhahisma, Hanuman, and Lakshmana in the scriptures, is not possible for the masses, but it is essential for their physical, moral, and spiritual growth. They should have a well-restrained and sacred marital relationship. Bernard Shaw, a highly intellectual and a profound spiritual personality, but an atheist and a non-believer in organized religions as accepted by the majority of the masses, voiced the universally accepted truth, unless we restrain desire, we destroy ourselves. Not satisfied about the prospects of self-restraint as an effective means in restricting the growth of the population, the Epicureans protested that through self-restraint as an ideal was laudable. It certainly did not give solution to birth control, as even a single break in one's continence inside a year did not guarantee an escape from conception. The householders can personally verify this and themselves arrive at the conclusion. Indeed, we have every reason to believe that a clean, regulated, and disciplined household life could to a very large extent solve the problem of overpopulation. There is no doubt about it. Self-restraint and the problem of overpopulation. Self-restraint and mastery over the sex impulse have been the key note of India's culture from the earliest period of her history. The soundness of India's moral foundation is the secret of her sustenance through many a stormy invasion of alien cultures. Restraint of sex urge leads to the restraint of other impulses. Rapid increase in the country's population and shortage of food, thereby involving colossal expenditure in importing food grains from foreign countries, have compelled the national leaders to launch a vigorous campaign for birth control and Planned Parenthood. The press and documentary films, as well as a few newly opened birth control clinics, are now advocating the necessity of restricting the growth of the population, and many high-ranking leaders and writers are over and over again emphasizing its inevitability if the nation is to survive. Chapter 11. Some Ideal Brahmacharians. Sri Hanuman. Sri Hanuman was born of Anjana from Pavana, the wind god. He was named Hanuman after the name of the city Hanuman, over which his material uncle Parthi Surya ruled. Hanuman's body was as hard as stone, so Anjana named him Vajranga. He is also known by the name Mahavir, or mightiest hero, because he exhibited several heroic feats. His other names are Balabhima and Maruti. The world has not yet seen, and will not see in the future also, a mighty hero like Sri Hanuman. During his lifetime, he worked wonders and exhibited superhuman feats of strength and valor. He has left behind him a name of which, as long as the world lasts, will continue to wield a mighty influence over the minds of millions of people. Hanuman is one of the 7 Chiranjeevis. He is the only learned scholar who knows the 9 Vyakaranas, or sciences of grammar. He learnt the Shastras from the sun god. He is the personification of Brahmacharya. He is the wisest of the wise, the strongest of the strong, and the bravest of the brave. He is the Shakti of energy of Rudra. He who meditates on Hanuman and repeats his name attains power, strength, glory, prosperity, and success in life. Hanuman is worshipped in all parts of India, particularly in Maharashtra. Hanuman had the power to assume any form he liked, to swell his body to an enormous extent, and to reduce it to the length of a thumbnail. His strength was superhuman. He was the terror of the Rakshasas, or demons. He was well versed in the 4 Vedas and the sacred books. His valor, wisdom, knowledge of the scriptures, and superhuman strength attracted everybody who came near him. He had extraordinary skill in warfare. Hanuman was the chosen messenger, warrior, and servant of Sri Rama. He was a votary and devotee of Lord Rama. Rama was his all-in-all. He lived to serve Rama. He lived in Rama. He lived for Rama. He was a minister and intimate friend of Sugriva. Hanuman was born on the morning of the 8th of the lunar month, Chaitra, on the most blessed day, Tuesday. From his very birth, Hanuman exhibited extraordinary physical strength and worked many miracles. When he was a child, he jumped up at the sun and caught hold of him to eat. All the gods were very much troubled. They came with folded hands to the child and humbly entreated him to release the sun. The child set free the sun at their request. A rishi pronounced a curse on Hanuman for his wrong action, that he would remain unconscious of his great strength and prowess till he met Sri Rama and served him with devotion. Hanuman saw Sri Rama for the first time in Kishkinda. Sri Rama and Lakshmana came there in the course of their search for Sita, whom Ravana had carried away. As soon as Hanuman beheld Sri Rama, he became quite conscious of his own strength and power. Hanuman burnt the whole Lanka and brought news of Sita to Rama. In the great war between Rama and Ravana, Hanuman killed many heroes of the Rakasha army. He did many superhuman acts. Carrying a big mountain and other great activities were nothing for Hanuman. All those were due to the power of Brahmacharya. When the great war was over, Vibhishana was installed on the throne of Lanka. The time of banishment was over. Sri Ramana, Lakshmana, Sita, and Hanuman sat on the Pupashka Vimana or airplane and reached the Adhoya in time. The coronation ceremony of Lord Rama was celebrated with great eclat and pomp. Sita presented a necklace of pearls to Hanuman. Glory to Hanuman, the blessed devotee of Lord Rama. Glory, glory to Sri Anjanaya, the mighty hero, undaunted warrior, and learned brahmachari, the like of whom the world has not yet seen and will not see in all time to come. May we derive inspiration from Hanuman's ideal life of brahmacharya. May his blessings be upon you all. Let us sing his glory. Sri Lakshmana. Lakshmana, the son of Dasaratha, by his second queen Sumitra, was the young brother of Sri Rama. He was an avatara of Adisha. He was the constant companion of Rama, both in pleasure and in pain. Rama and Lakshmana lived, dined, played, and studied together. One could not bear the separation of the other. Lakshmana was a loving servant also of Sri Rama. He carried out Sri Rama's commands to the very letter. He lived in perfect obedience to Sri Rama. Lakshmana had pure and untainted brotherly love. His object of love was service to his elder brother. Obedience to the commands of his brother was the motto of his life. He would not do anything without getting Rama's permission. He regarded Sri Rama as his god, guru, father, and mother. He followed Rama as a shadow. He was quite unselfish at heart. He abandoned all the comforts of royal life willingly, only for the company of his brother. He served Rama's cause in all possible ways. He made Rama's cause his own. He sacrificed every personal consideration on the altar of brotherly love. Sri Rama was his all-in-all. Lakshmana could relinquish anything, his life even, for the sake of Rama. He abandoned in a moment his mother, his wife, and his royal comforts to follow Sri Rama and Sita in exile. What a magnanimous soul. What a great Tyagi he was. Here is an unprecedented example in the history of the whole world of a disinterested, noble, and devoted soul who lived only to serve his brother. That is the reason why the readers of Ramayana eulogize Lakshmana for his pure and unique love towards his brother. Some eulogize Bharata, while others speak very highly of Hanuman, but Lakshmana was in no way inferior to Bharata and Hanuman. Lakshmana followed Sri Rama for a long period of 14 years, though he was perfectly aware of the dangers of the forest. He accompanied Rama with his bow and arrow, though his help was not required by Visvamitra. It was all due to his devotion and love towards his brother Sri Rama. Sri Rama also had intense love for Lakshmana. When Lakshmana fell down unconscious by the fatal arrow of Meghahanda, Rama's heart was broken. He wept bitterly. He made a determination not to visit Adhoya when he lost his brother. He said, "A wife like Sita can be had, but a real devoted brother of the type Lakshmana cannot be had again. The world is nothing for me without my bro." Lakshmana was in pure thought, word, and deed. He led the life of an ideal brahmachari during the 14 years of exile. He never looked at the face or body of Sita. His eyes were ever directed towards her lotus feet only. When Sugriva bought Sita's cloak and jewels, which, while she was being carried away by Ramana, she had allowed to fall on the earth seeing the monkeys on the mountain, Ramana showed them to Lakshmana and asked whether he recognized them. Lakshmana said, "I do not recognize the bracelets or earrings. I know only anklets, for I worshipped her feet alone." See how Lakshmana revered Sita as a mother or goddess. Meghandana, son of Ravana, had conquered even Indra, the lord of gods. By virtue of this victory, Meghahanda came to be known as Indrajit. He had a boon of being invincible to all except to one who could abstain from all sorts of sensual enjoyments, at least for a full 14 years. He was unconquerable, but Lakshmana destroyed him by the power of Brahmacharya. O Lakshmana, we shall ever sing thy glory and repeat, "Introduce us to our beloved Lord Rama, thy brother and thy master. Help us in holding communion with Lord Rama. O Lakshmana, be ever merciful to those neophyte sadhakas who grope in the darkness of ignorance. Teach us the secret of success and help us in becoming staunch celibates till the end of our lives. Once again, salutations to thee, O Lakshmana, the darling of Sumitra and the apple of Sri Rama's eyes." Bhisma's pledge for lifelong celibacy. Bhisma's father was Santanu, who was a ruler of Hastinapura. His mother was Ganga Devi. Her early name was Devarata. He was an incarnation of Vasudevata. One day, Santanu went into the forest close to the banks of the Yamuna for hunting. He came across a handsome maiden. He said to her, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" She replied, "I am the daughter of Dasaraja, the fisher chief. My name is Satyavati. I am engaged in this command in rowing the boat for taking passengers across the river." King Santanu wanted to marry her. He went to Dasaranja and asked his consent. The fisher chief replied, "I am quite willing to give my daughter to you in marriage. But first, I want you to give me a promise." The king replied, "O Dasaraja, what is that?" "I will certainly do what lies in my power," the fisher chief said. "The son born of my daughter should succeed you." Santanu did not wish to give this pledge to the fisher chief because his valiant and intelligent son, Devrarata, whom he loved intensely, would have to abandon the throne. He would no longer be the heir apparent. But the fire of love for the maiden burnt him. He was in great dilemma. He grew pale and did not take any interest in the affairs of the state. He opened his heart to the chief minister, whom he trusted, but the latter was not able to advise him in the matter. Santanu tried to conceal his love for the maiden from his son Devrarata. Devrarata was wise and very strong. He suspected something and thought his father was unhappy. He said to his father, "O beloved father, you are prosperous. You have got everything. There should be no cause for your anxiety. Why are you cheerless now? You are losing your vigor and strength. Kindly let me know the reason for your grief. I am ever ready to do what lies in my power to remove it." The king replied, "O beloved Devrarata, you are my only son. If any calamity falls on you, I will become sonless. I will be depraved of heaven. You are equal to 100 sons. Therefore, I do not want to marry again. But one son is no son according to the world of rishis. These thoughts are troubling me in my mind." Thereupon Devrarata, accompanied by the old minister and many respectable Kshtarya chiefs, went to Dasaraja and pleaded on behalf of his father. He asked him to give his daughter to his father in marriage. The fisher chief replied, "O amiable prince, I have already told your father about the condition on which I can give my daughter in marriage to him." Devrarata said, "O fisher chief, I make a solemn declaration now that the son that may be born of this girl shall succeed my father to the throne. I shall do all that you wish." The fisher chief said, "I highly appreciate your noble character and high ideal, but your sons may expel my daughter's sons at any point in their sweet will. I entertain a grave doubt on this point." Devrarata prayed, "O truth, dwell in me forever. Come and pervade my whole being. Give me inner strength to stick to the vow of perfect celibacy that I am going to take now in the presence of these people." He then resolutely said to the fisher chief, "O Dasaraja, listen to what I say. From today, I shall lead the life of a strict Naistika Brahmacharya till the end of my life. All the women of the world are my mothers. I am the most devoted and loyal subject to the king of Hastinapura. If I die sonless, I shall yet attain the abode of eternal bliss and immortality." From heaven at that time, the celestial damsels, the gods, and the assemblage of sages showered flowers on him and said, "This is verily Bhisma the Terrible." The fisher chief said, "O prince, I am quite ready now to give my daughter in marriage to your father." Thereupon, the fisherman and his daughter accompanied Devavrata to the palace of Santanu. The old minister informed the king about all that had happened. The monarchs who assembled in the hall greatly appreciated the extraordinary spirit of self-sacrifice and renunciation of Devavrata and said, "Devavrata is really Bhisma the Terrible." Since then, Devavrata bore the name of Bhisma. King Santanu was immensely pleased with the noble conduct of his son and conferred upon him the boon of death at will. He said, "May the gods protect you. Death shall never come to you as long as you wish to live." What an exalted soul. This noble example is an unprecedented one in the history of the world. No one, save Bhisma, on the surface of this earth had made such a great sacrifice for the sake of filial duty at such a young age. Bhisma's filial duty and piety might very well be compared to that of Lord Rama. Bhisma was very firm in his principles. He was absolutely free from the slightest tinge of selfishness. He was an embodiment of self-denial and self-sacrifice. His power of endurance and patience in all the difficult trials he met with were marvelous and unprecedented. He was matchless in fortitude and courage. All men honored him. All the Kshatriya chiefs paid their homage to him. He was a mighty yogi and sage. He was above body consciousness. He rested in his own Satchitananda Swarupa. That is the reason why he was peaceful and serene, even though he was pierced by sharp arrows all over his body. Lying on the bed of sharp arrows, which was soft as a bed of flowers to him, he gave wonderful discourses on political, philosophical, religious, social, and moral subjects to Yudhisthira. Have you ever heard of anyone save Bhisma in the name of history of the world who was able to give lofty and sublime discourses on his deathbed? Bhisma laid his life for others. He lived to serve and elevate others. The noble life led by the high-souled Bhisma of mighty will force still inspires the sterling virtues in those who study his discourses in the Santa Parva. Bhisma died long, long ago, but his voice in the Santa Parva and his ideal and exalted life awakened slumbering people to action, righteousness, duty, and enquiry, rigorous tapas and meditation to this day. Glory to Bhisma, whose exemplary life of Brahmacharya inspires our hearts even today and elevates our minds to magnanimous heights of divine glory and splendor.
1st of August, 1941. Sweet Self. Without perfect Brahmacharya, you cannot have substantial spiritual progress. There is no half measure in the spiritual path. Control the body first, then purify your thoughts through prayer, japa, kirtan, vichara, and meditation. Make a firm resolve. I will be a perfect brahmachari from today. May Lord give you spiritual strength to resist temptation and kill lust. Om Tat Sat. Sivananda. Introduction. This world is nothing but sex and ego. Ego is the chief thing. It is the basis. The sex is hanging on the ego. If the ego is destroyed by vichara or enquiry of who am I, the sex idea takes to its heels by itself. Man, master of his destiny, has lost his divine glory and has become a slave, a tool in the hands of sex and ego on account of ignorance. Sex and ego are products of avidya or nescience. The dawn of knowledge of the self annihilates these two enemies of Atman, the two dacoits who are plundering the helpless, ignorant, little false jiva, the illusory I. It is only within recent years that scientific attention has been brought to bear upon the subject of the nature and evolution of the sexual impulse in man. Psychologists and clinical students have made a careful investigation into the phenomena of normal and abnormal sex life among civilized populations of the present day. The close connection of the subject of sex with religion, both in societal evolution and in individual psychology, renders the study of chastity an extremely important chapter in the past and future sociology of the race. Sensuality is inconsistent with wisdom and holiness. The great business of life is to avoid impurity. Even among electrons, there are bachelor electrons and married electrons. Married electrons manifest in pairs. Bachelor electrons exist singly. It is these bachelor electrons only that create magnetic electric force. The power of Brahmacharya is seen even in electrons also. Friend, will you learn some lessons from these electrons? Will you please practice Brahmacharya and develop power and spiritual force? Nature is your best teacher and spiritual guide. The practice of celibacy is not attended with any danger or any disease or any undesirable results, such as the various sorts of complex which are wrongly attributed by the Western psychologists. They have no practical knowledge of the subject on hand. They have a wrong and ill-founded imagination that ungratified sex energy assumes the various forms of complex in disguise, such as touch phobia, etc. The complex is due to some other cause. It is a morbid state of mind due to excessive jealousy, hatred, anger, worry, and depression brought about by various causes. On the contrary, even a little of self-restraint or a little practice of continence is an ideal pick-me-up. It gives inner strength and peace of mind. It invigorates the mind and nerves. It helps to conserve physical and mental energy. It augments memory, will force, and brain power. It bestows tremendous strength, vigor, and vitality. It renovates the system or constitution, rebuilds the cells and tissues, energizes digestion, and gives power to face the difficulties in the daily battle of life. A perfect celibate can move the world, can stop the ocean wave like Jesus, can blow up mountains, can command nature and the 5 elements like Jnanadev. There is nothing in the 3 worlds that cannot be achieved by him. All cities and riddhis roll under his feet. Varna ashrama dharmas are particularly extinct now. Everyone is a Vyasa or a Banya with greed for accumulation of wealth, by hook or by crook, by begging, borrowing, or stealing. Almost all Brahmins and Kshatriyas and Banyas and Vaisas. There is no real Brahmin or Kshatriya these days. They want money any way possible. They do not attempt to practice dharmas of their order of life. This is the fundamental cause for the downfall of the man. If the householder discharges strictly the duties of his stage of life, if he is an ideal grahasti, there is no necessity for taking sannyasa. The swell up in the number of sannyasins at the present moment is due to the failure of householders in the discharge of their duties. The life of an ideal householder is as much difficult and rigid as that of the ideal sannyasin. Privati Marga, or the path of karma yoga, is as much difficult and rigid as that of Nivritti Yoga, or the path of renunciation. There is not much difference in sex between a male and a female when they are young. When they attain puberty, there is a drastic change. Feelings, gestures, body, gait, talk, look, movements, voice, qualities, and demeanor change altogether. Though a lady appears to be gentle and soft, yet she becomes rude, rough, and distinctly masculine when she becomes angry. The feminine grace vanishes when she is under influence of wrath, indignation, fury, and resentment. Have you ever seen a woman fighting in the streets? Women are more jealous than men. They have more moha and passion also. Women have more power of endurance. They are more emotional. Males are more rational, though females are more passionate, yet have more power of restraint than males. After enticing, they keep quiet. The real culprit is man only. He is aggressive. It is he who tastes the forbidden fruit first. Forbidden fruit is really knowledge of good and evil and right and wrong. Women can have darshan of God easily if they just turn their minds in the spiritual path, as the element of love is predominant in them. Snehavritti is more developed in them. As a king is no king without treasury, subjects, and an army, as a flower is no flower without fragrance, as a river is no river without water, so also a man is no man without brahmacharya. Hunger, passion, fear, and sleep are common to man and animal. That which differentiates man from animal is jnana and vichara. All these can be secured only by the preservation of the virya. If a man has not got these qualifications, he should really be reckoned as a veritable animal only. Even animals have more self-control than men. It is only the so-called man who has degraded himself much in indulgence. That man in whom the sex idea is deep-rooted can never even dream of understanding Vedanta, realizing Brahman, even after 100 births. Real culture is the establishment of perfect physical and mental brahmacharya. Real culture is the realization of identity of the individual soul with the supreme soul through direct experience. For a passionate, worldly-minded man, the terms self-realization, God, self, vairagya, renunciation, death, and burial ground are very revolting and terrifying because he is attached to objects. The terms singing, dancing, talks about women are very pleasing. The attraction for objects will gradually vanish if one begins to think seriously of the unreal nature of the world. People are burnt by the fire of lust. All measures that are calculated to eradicate this dire disease should be dealt with at large. All people should be fully conversant with the different methods that will help them in rooting out the dire enemy, lust. If they fail in one method, they can take recourse to another. Lust is a brutal instinct in unregenerated men. One should be ashamed to repeat again and again the sensual acts when he is fully aware that the goal of life is self-realization through attainment of purity and practice of constant meditation. An objector may say that these topics should not be dealt with openly and they should be talked secretly. This is wrong. What is the use of hiding things? Hiding is a sin. Through Brahmacharya, get over the miseries of mundane life and attain health, strength, peace of mind, endurance, chivalry, material progress, psychic advancement, clear brain, gigantic willpower, bold understanding, retentive memory, abundant energy, power to face difficulties in the daily battle of life and immortality. One who has perfect control over sexual energy attains powers unobtainable by any other means. People talk of Brahmacharya, but practical men are rare indeed. A life of continence is really beset with difficulties, but the path becomes smooth for a man of iron determination, patience, and perseverance. We want real practical men on the field who are practical brahmacharis, who can impress people by their strong physique, ideal lives, noble character, and spiritual strength. Mere idle talk is of no use whatsoever. We have had enough idle talkers on the field of platforms. Let some practical men come forward and lead the youngsters by their exemplary lives and spiritual aura. Let me remind you once more. Example is better than precept. The average life of mankind has come to 40 years as against 100 years. Every well-wisher of the country must think over this disgraceful and disastrous state of affairs and apply the proper remedies in time. The future well-being of the country entirely rests on the youths. It is the duty of the sannyasins, saints, teachers, professors, and parents to reintroduce the life of celibacy. Thou art very dear to me, O Krishna, because thou art treading the path of truth. Thou art sincerely struggling. Thou art treading the path of self-realization too. Hence I have given this advice to you. Thou art Nitya, Suddha, Buddha, Mukta, Atman. O sweet dear Ananda, feel this. Assert this birthright. Claim this birthright amidst other multifarious works. This is better than the cave life. This is dynamic, integral yoga of Siva. This was the yoga of Sankara and Buddha too. My dear brothers, remember, you are not this perishable body of flesh and bones. You are immortal, all-pervading, Satchitananda Atman. Thou art Atman.